Heyo! How we doing? Today I'm joined by Mark Monsters and Madmen, the always sexy soulless trenchcoat, and the ever radiant Ethel Cross. And today we're going to be talking about reboots, but not any particular reboot. But this topic was not chosen by me. It was chosen by this relaxed motherfucker right next to me. So Mark, give us a rundown on what the topic is and what we're going to be doing.
Okay, the topic is rebooting a film that you either hate or you have would you either hate or you love, or would you even reboot it? Is it one of those movies that you think is perfect as it is, or is it something that you would like to see reimagined today?
I I have a very controversial one, but I might leave mine till last. So, do you want to go first, Mark? Considering it's your topic, what
Well,
would you pick?
I think since the question, this movie was brought, it was the one that was asked to me. It was Dark Knight of the Scarecrow, and I don't necessarily would I reboot it. I would just like to see it reimagined with some of today's actors.
Who would you put in the Larry Drake role?
I think Bill Skarsgård from It, because
He could play a good mentally kind of developmentally challenged individual.
yeah, and he, he's also one of those actors that he can convey a lot of his emotions in his eyes. You got to have when you get to that pivotal scene where they kill Bubba. There's no, Bubba has no dialogue in that scene. He had,
But it's all through the eyes.
yes, and I think Skarsgård could, emote that, that scared feeling, that you see in Bubba during that scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
I agree.
any idea who you cast as the posse?
Mr. Hazerig, the postmaster, I gotta go Danny DeVito.
Oh,
Really?
I think Danny
Danny
DeVito.
DeVito?
I think Danny DeVito would be a perfect scummy little postmaster general, fucking disgusting pig who's just out for justice no matter what.
no, I agree with that because if you've seen like Matilda or even It's Always Sunny, he can play these grimy assholes
Yeah.
very well.
The guy who takes the call when they find out that Bubba was innocent. Him, I would kind of probably go with I'd probably go with someone unknown. Give me, I want someone that I don't know. Maybe I don't know, the kid who played the Penguin in Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's going to be a very Penguin-centric movie, dude. But no, it's cool. It's a cool casting.
It's the Danny DeVito stream.
I just think, well, the reason why I say that is because the guy who got the postmaster's attention, he talked like a Southern hick. He kind of talked like he was, I don't know, smarter than he was, but still dumb enough to be believable. Then
what about Walton Goggins?
That would be a great pick.
Walton Goggins. Because Walton Goggins always does really fucking great kind of shitty rednecks, especially in Justified. What would the setting be? Would it have a contemporary setting? or would you set it in the 80s when it was released, or maybe set it in the 50s, or
I
would
would
you make
set
it a
it in
period
the
piece?
50s. I would set it in the 50s where it's more believable that you would have, like, you know,
There's less understanding. There's less understanding for his developmental issues.
yeah, I would set it in the 50s where you could actually have like lynch mobs and shootings and stuff like that.
Cool. Cool. And who would you try and get to distribute it, and who would you get to direct it? Who do you think could do a good job?
Direct.
Like, would you do it as a Blumhouse kind of gig?
No, I would do it. I would keep the premise of it like the original was, a revenge horror movie.
Okay.
Directors. I'm probably gonna go with Jordan Peele on this one.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Maybe the girl who's directing the new Candyman, but I haven't seen that, so I don't. That's why I say Jordan Peele, because I've seen his movies. Until I see how
you'd kind of have an underlying message or an analogy about like lynch mob justice in the 50s,
Exactly.
and how like you know, we might have trouble understanding it from the perspective of an African American person, but if we push a character who is white but onto a more kind of, who's white but not everything we can understand, so there is that removal. I get you. No, that's a fucking class idea, Mark. That's awesome. Ethel, what about you?
Yeah.
If you could remake either a really shitty movie or a movie you loved that you think you could kind of improve upon, what would you go with?
Holy shit.
Don't jump on there. Get down. Sorry, the cat was trying to knock over the camera. No, I would remake, honestly, Halloween Resurrection. That movie has a lot of flaws and not a lot of ideas.
Mm-hmm.
How would you change it, or who would you cast, and who would you get to direct?
All right, well, first off, the whole thing with the cameras and the house, that's gone. That's gone.
Okay.
The reality TV thing, gone. Gone. That's dumb. Gone. That's like a trend they were trying to do. Out of there.
Yeah, the whole reality TV thing was big at the time, and they were trying to ride that fucking horse into the sunset.
Yeah, and it wasn't going to work. And what I would do is, instead of having it set where it's set, instead it's going to take place right after the events of Halloween 6.
Oh.
So
You're going to acknowledge the cult of Thorn.
So hold on.
You're going to acknowledge the cult of Thorn.
Yeah, it'll be referenced, but it's not going to be a focal point. It's just going to be like you have, because you have to, because it's built in already. It's baked into the pie, so it's there.
So you would retcon H2O.
I would retcon H2O, so like it happens way later. The events of this film aren't going to touch it. It's just, it is what it is.
It could be standalone. So H2O could exist, but this would have no bearing on H2O. Gotcha.
Exactly. H2O is like it's like a gift to people who want to see Jamie Lee Curtis in that role again, and they want to have some sort of callback. That's why I would leave that alone and not mess with that. But it's not going to be canon as far as this is.
Okay.
And if I could, I would either have Mustafa Akata back, or I would try and get Carpenter. If I couldn't get either, Robert Rodriguez.
Oh, nice.
That's nice.
Would you bring back Paul Rudd?
Yeah, sure.
I think Rodriguez would bring something really unique and interesting to the Halloween franchise.
And hey, you know what? I would even bring Busta Rhymes back, but instead of him doing the whole kung fu thing with Michael, that's gone. That's gone. He's in a different role. He's in there for a little bit here and there. He's like the comic relief fun character, just like he was in Resurrection, but there's no need for him to get in a fight with Michael or get murdered by Michael or any of that. He's just there for the audience to enjoy.
Comedic foil.
Question. Question: do you keep it Halloween Resurrection, or do you change the? Do you lose the resurrection and call it something else?
I think I'd lose Resurrection because it's like, how many movies going to call themselves Resurrection? I blame Pink Panther. It seems to have started from Pink Panther.
Alien Resurrection, Halloween Resurrection, fucking Jesus Christ Resurrection, fucking hell, man.
I think, you know what? Maybe just call it Halloween 7. Just call it 7. Halloween 7. It doesn't need a fancy title, It just give it Halloween 7. We need the numbers are important. Says the girl whose channel name is 13.
Who would you bring back, Laurie, or have you any idea what the story would be? Right, like how would you work the story, if you don't mind me asking?
All right. Well, I can't bring back Jamie because she's dead. So she's gone. She died in Halloween 6. I think I'd have to write a whole. It'd have to be completely different. So I'd have to cast completely different people. I don't know who I'd cast as actress though.
But the Cult of Thorn would still be looming in the background of the story, right?
Yeah, it would be sort of like how they were in Halloween 4 and 5, where you just see glimpses of a trench coat guy or the boots, or you see the thorn symbol here and there, or maybe it's mentioned.
Oh,
and
actually, I just realized something, Ethel. So this is a sequel to Part 6.
It's
right?
essentially, but it doesn't. It's like you don't have to see Part 6 to enjoy it.
Okay, that's all right, because I remember Trenchy bringing up, and I watched it on Good Bad Flicks, that there was a theatrical and a limited theatrical ending to Part 6. Isn't that right, Trenchy? There's one where Loomis is killed, and there's one where he becomes I was going to say Michael's overseer. He gets the Cult of Thorn symbol.
There's a producer's
But as you said,
yes.
that has no bearing. That wouldn't have any bearing on your movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the producer's cut, they stop Michael with some rocks, and Loomis gets possessed, and it's weird. I want to leave it so if you've seen Halloween 6 and you like either version, you could still apply it to this movie. But
it works.
But if you didn't like the version, you can ignore it.
Okay, Ethel, here's the $1 million question. Who's your Michael?
Well, that really could be anybody, I mean, I think I would take the people who've played Michael in the past, and I'd sprinkle them in throughout the film, So he might
multiple Michaels. That's a
because they and
that would be actually cool. Imagine the Cult of Thorn. Actually, the reason Michael's quote unquote resurrection, the Cult of Thorn would maybe they were brainwashing cult members, or they were taking people with a particular stature from mental asylums and kitting them out like Michael. Or sorry, I'm going fanfic on your movie. Sorry, Ethel, I'm going to pull back.
Well, that's kind of what this whole thing is a fan fiction.
Yeah, but it's not my story, it's Ethel's. I'm like, hey, and we can do this, and it's like, yeah, this is my pizza, make your own. Sorry, Ethel.
No, it's always make your own Sundays. That was my analogy. But yeah, so okay, so I used it. So people who play Michael, like the stuntman, the guy, the Shape, I would use the different people who have been the Shape in the past. It might be kind of cool to have a Michael mirror match sort of thing go on, because you've got the Cult of Thorn, and they're in there very loosely in the background. It might be kind of neat at the end as like a big surprise to have another Michael Myers show up in like a different mask, or a different version of that mask, maybe something more distorted, and that's Michael from Halloween 6. And the Michael we've been watching the whole film is a different cult member that was corrupted.
Multiverse.
Really cool. I've Rob Zombie's fucking Michael turn up. Just start murdering women. Fucking no reason.
That would be scary because that dude is huge.
Yeah, man.
Who? Okay, so you get Rodriguez to direct it. Any kind of scream queen or any chick you'd kind of put to the forefront?
Oh, geez. Like I said, I was trying to think of who I'd get for a female lead, but the problem is all the actresses I would pick are all not right for the role anymore.
Okay.
So it
Um,
work.
I think you could probably put Samara Weaving in that role and she would excel.
I could see that. I could see that. I might go with that. I think that kind of grows on me a little bit.
Ethel Sadie says she loves your idea.
Hey.
Thank you.
But
Hey, Sadie.
so I'm going to hop on to the big draw for the ladies. The man who puts the sex appeal in my stream, Trenchy. What would you reboot?
I was thinking Garbage Pail Kids, man. It's a good idea, just badly executed. I think
Would you use Garbage Pail puppets? Would you use the dolls?
yeah, because I have this idea for like probably this 80s action feel good horror movie with the kind of like that's what it would be in the vein of with just practical effects, and you have the Garbage Pail Kids came from space or whatever. They've invaded this town. You have this mixed family. They get trapped in this school, and they gotta fight them off. And you can have gory deaths, but make them fun and unique.
Well, okay. Would you have gory deaths for the Garbage Pail Kids or the humans, or both?
Both, but it would be like silly for the humans.
So, what would you you'd be going for a kind of Gremlins kind of feel?
She's asleep, I think. Oh yeah, no, you're good. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Would you be going for a kind of the English motherfucker? Do you speak it? Would you be going for a Gremlins kind of vibe?
Yeah, because I was thinking about my director, and I was thinking maybe Fred Decker, maybe like a Monster Squad, kind
Jeez,
of.
you'd be lucky to get Fred Decker after the Predator, man.
He came
him and Shane Black. I think it might be a while before they're fucking directing, but yeah, no, that'd be cool. Any actors?
I kind of thought it would be like maybe mixed family. I was thinking maybe like bring back like an action star like Kurt Russell. I was thinking maybe like Katie Lotz, Tony Todd, and maybe the kid from Stranger Things, the black kid from Stranger Things. I think that could be a fun mix.
So you've Kurt Russell versus the Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah, man.
Jack Burton versus the Garbage Pail Kids.
Would he have an eye patch? You got to give him an eye patch, Trenchy. Or have a scene where he loses an eye and puts it on.
Yeah, no.
And have someone go, who do you think you are? Like Snake Plissken. He's like, no, Captain Ron.
Yeah, man. Because I think it would be fun. Just you have Kurt Russell on there for the nostalgia. You got Tony Todd in there, kind of for the nostalgia. You got your big horror character. You got Katie Lotz who can do the martial arts. She can whoop some ass. And you got the kid from Stranger Things. That's always fun, have kind of a newer actor in there. And yeah, I think it'd be fun, like if done right.
I might do 2 laps because my one I think I might end up going on a soapbox. So I'm gonna go to Mark again. Is there another one that you'd like to do?
One that I think needs to be redone is the George Clooney Batman.
Yes.
Would you keep George Clooney? Or what would you keep?
I get rid of George Clooney and Chris O'Donnell.
But you'd keep Swartzy and Uma Thurman as Mr. Freeze and Ivy.
No, I would lose Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze.
What about Alicia Silverstone? Is she still in it?
No.
Oh,
Her collagen-filled lips. My God, how much collagen was in that woman's face?
Enough to keep the
I'm here to
Titanic.
Alfred.
Okay.
she has to keep her distance from the radiator, otherwise she'll melt like a candle.
Oh,
Here's where I'm going to. We're getting rid of Silverstone, O'Donnell, Schwarzenegger, and Clooney, and
Whoa.
we're keeping Alfred because Alfred was
Yeah.
the fucking standout.
Yeah.
are you going to keep Thurman? Are you going to keep Uma Thurman as
I like Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy.
Dude, yeah,
I'm-
she wasn't bad. It was just the script.
And
So-
would you keep the overall story involving Freeze teaming up with Poison Ivy?
No, I would have. I would have some. I would have another female villain team up with Poison Ivy.
Would you have Harley Quinn in it? Actually, have someone who isn't Margot Robbie playing Harley Quinn.
No, yeah, I could do that. I would totally cast someone that's not Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn and have them team up.
Laurie Petty.
I can see Lori Petty as a Harley Quinn type. She's crazy.
Or, wait, Mark. Because Alicia Silverstone was kind of the same age as her co-star in Clueless, Brittany Murphy.
If she hadn't
Brittany
died,
Murphy
yeah.
or Laurie Petty?
I think I would probably go with Brittany Murphy because she could totally immerse herself as Harley Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
My Batman.
Would you keep Kilmer? Would you carry Kilmer over?
No.
Okay.
If I could, Brandon Lee is my Batman.
Oh,
Hell
nice!
yeah.
That'd be fucking great.
Dude,
Rudy Batman fit really well.
We don't own Robin is now Robin anymore. He is now Nightwing.
So wait,
Would you acknowledge Chris O'Donnell in it and have him appear, or just have him disappear, or not have him part of the plot? Or
I would have Chris O'Donnell pass on the mantle of Robin to someone else, and then have whoever takes over the mantle of Robin goes, nah, I don't want to be Robin. That's the past. I'm gonna become Nightwing.
so wait, so you would just Chris O'Donnell. Wait, so Dick Grayson would make someone else Nightwing, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like,
You know,
would you make that character Jason Todd, or would he just be a brand new character? Would it be like one of the other Robins? You can't do Damian Wayne, but would it be like Jason Todd or the other one? Tim
Well,
Drake?
Jason Todd is Red Mask, so
Yeah, he's the Red Hood. Would you do Tim Drake then? Tim Drake?
I could probably go. I would go Tim Drake, and to play him,
Mm-hmm.
I want. Again, tough call. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Grant Gustin from CW's The Flash.
Dude, that's not bad actually. That's a good pick. Grant, I could see Grant pulling it off.
Or maybe
okay, 110. I don't know. Would you keep it as a stipulation? Would you select actors that would be a pro? Okay, so Mark, when you're making Batman and Robin, would you make it? Would it be? Well, it's a fucking reboot. Yeah, that's the point. Like, are you making it today, or would you reboot it in? When did Batman and Robin come out?
Oh, geez.
Like early 2000s, late 90s had to be.
Yeah, late 90s.
Okay. Would you be making it? Would you be making it now? Say in a universe that shut up, phone. In a universe that the Begins movies never happened, and that we were waiting 30 years for a fucking sequel to Batman Forever, or would it be a case that no, this is just back now in
I would
in
set it
90.
back in the 90s, so that way it kind of, you kind of have that timeline.
Okay, so I don't know. I'm going to check two things. You keep talking there, because you might have something really cool. You might have a kid Robin, as in Grant Gustin could be. Let's see, check the age of Grant Gustin. Okay.
I'd say Grant Gustin might be late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if Mark was making this back in the day, what age Grant Gustin would be. So Gustin was born
He'd be probably
1990.
If I'm about it.
1990. Let's see, and that was late.
I'd say Gustin would be. You'd have a 6-year-old. I'm feeling you'll have a 6-year. 90. He'd be 7. Grant Gustin would be 7 years old. Yeah, could you have a 7-year-old Robin?
That wouldn't. That wouldn't work. Maybe you have to go Stephen Amell for Nightwing.
Okay.
Oh, that would be good too. I think because Stephen Amell has that wisecrackiness to him as well.
How would you, Mark? How would you get rid of Chris O'Donnell's Robin? Like, would you have him horribly injured, or would you just have him be bumped off by one of these criminals?
I have him X'd out by the Joker.
Ooh.
You're gonna Jason Todd his ass?
Get him with an exploding Cupid doll.
Ooh,
Oh.
The Dark Knight
I
Returns.
got one. Is Bane still? Are you gonna make Bane still a main character in the movie, or is Bane gonna be involved?
No.
Because
No,
I was
Bane,
about to
no
say
Mr. Freeze.
you could have Bane in the opening, like break his back, like Batman, like he did the Batman, but do it to Robin.
That'd be cool. Like then they could be like, "You're next, Batman," and then you pay that off later in another movie.
Yeah.
I would have. You could do that, but I think if for the shock value, you have Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy kill off Chris O'Donnell's Robin.
Oh
But
yeah, I agree.
Nail it.
Have Harley have Harley kidnap O'Donnell's Robin and have him tied up and have Ivy give him one of those poison kisses.
What if?
No
What
tape
if?
lip
Okay.
time.
What if it was like Robin's night off, and he was like, "Fuck it, I'm bored. I want to go out. I want to get some hole." And he borrows one of Bruce's cars, and he borrows Bruce's suit, and the two are grifting. They're basically what they're doing is they're fucking stalking eligible bachelors, and they're getting them to. I think it was holiday nights. They're spending all their money and they murder him, and he meets the two of them at a club, and like they steal all of Bruce's credit cards, but then they realize that he doesn't own any of the stuff, so they're no good to him, and that's why they kill him.
That
They
would be
could just roll.
Sorry, Ethel?
It's like they just roll him like a regular murderous prostitute.
Yeah. Eileen Warhol's kind of job,
And then you could have Harley go to afterwards and go, Bats was never this easy to kill. Did we kill the right guy?
But no, the thing is, Mark, maybe they wouldn't think they thought it was just Bruce Wayne. They thought it was Bruce Wayne, and then they realized that, yeah. Sorry, I'm doing it again. I'm fucking doing it again. Sorry, dude.
No.
Actually-
That's what this whole discussion is about. Is what would we do if we could?
That gives me an idea. Like maybe they all right, they're like, oh yeah, we'll sleep with you or whatever, and they get they're all drunk and they're doing their thing, right? And then they knock him out, right? And they go through his wallet and they take his wallet, they look at all his credit cards, and they're like, oh, this is Bruce Wayne's credit card. This is Bruce Wayne's this and that. And they're like, this isn't Bruce Wayne, because everybody in Gotham knows that Bruce Wayne is.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, see, this sucker is just stealing from Bruce Wayne anyway. And then they end up bumping him off for whatever reason. Maybe Harley hits him in the head with one of those big wooden mallets. Who knows?
I'm gonna do even better. Not only do they off him for not being Bruce Wayne, in there look when they find out that he took the Batmobile.
No, but he's not cruising around it. I wouldn't put him cruising around in the Batmobile. I would have him take one of Bruce's Lamborghinis or something. Basically, he's out in the town and he's trying to pull some tail, and it's Robin. He doesn't have like fucking the wardrobe or the fucking facility, so he's like he says to Bruce, "Look, can I borrow a suit and can I take the Lamborghini out?" And he's like, I don't know. Again, sorry, I'm doing it again. Sorry.
No, hold on. So when you said suit, I automatically went to like Batman suit, but so he's dressed to the nines in a tailor-made Bruce Wayne like Armani suit.
Yeah. Again, as Ethel said, would you have the two of them as working girls?
Well, kind of in one of the animated Batman movies that I saw, it wasn't too far from that. It wasn't too far from the truth.
Yeah. Harley's working in the restaurant and she's also working as a stripper. Yeah.
Yeah. She told me. She told me my last Robin. But my director for this one, I gotta go Tarantino.
Tarantino doing Batman.
Man.
Man, the amount of motherfuckers dropped. I am the next motherfucker. Samuel Jackson, Harvey Dent.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Batman. Go ahead, Ethel.
What I was going to say was when I mentioned that maybe they're just rolling them like crooked working girls, I was thinking more like in Freeway, where she doesn't intend on doing any sexual acts and she just intends on robbing the guy to get his money.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I can just see it now. Who are you? I'm Batman, motherfucker.
Trenchy, what other movie? Oh, sorry, jeez, sorry, Ethel, I'm fucking all over the game.
Yeah, don't skip Ethel, man. Jesus.
Ethel, what other movie would you love to reboot? Sorry, I was looking at the fucking screen and I was.
And you were so drawn to Trenchy's sexiness.
It's the magnetism. It grabs you.
Oh yeah, like a moth to the flame.
It affects everyone. What I was thinking is they already did this. They already did this with The Island, but I always thought like it's not a good movie, but it's a great idea. Is Parts the Clonus Horror would be a great reboot. If any of you are familiar with that.
No.
Are you familiar with it, Mark?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, give us a rundown, Ethel.
All right. Well, the whole premise is there's this, it's like a big giant health club, and everybody is there and they're working out and they're running track meets and they're doing all sorts of health conscious things, and they eat right and they have scheduled wake up and scheduled sleep and scheduled activities, and people are divided into giant groups and segregated from other groups. They can interact occasionally, but they're usually kept to their own groups and their own sections of the compound. And the whole idea is they're not really regular people. They're actually clones of rich, powerful people. And their whole purpose of existing is to be later harvested for their organs in case the rich...
Ethel, actually, fucking Cecil from Good Bad Flicks done a review of this. he done a comparative review between this and The Island.
Yeah, The Island totally rips this film off. And they basically, when people reach the prime age and they're at the best, most peaked physical condition, they have a big party because they're going to go away to America. And what that really means is they take you to a lab and they sedate you and they suck out all your blood and replace it with a formula and freeze you in a giant Ziploc bag and hang you on a hook.
So basically, they're for spare parts. They're essentially humans for spare parts.
Yeah.
Who would you cast? Who would you cast, and who would you get as a director?
Oh, now I didn't even think about that. But the cool thing is, you could pretty much cast like anybody because most of the people in the film are just clones, and they've all been sort of lobotomized because the brain's not important because the rich, famous person already has the brain. They just need organs. You know who I would cast? I would cast Jensen Ackles.
Oh.
He's a little sure at this point, probably, but I don't care. I'd still cast him. He's good. He's a good-looking fella. He's good. You know, he's well enough known TV actor. I think he could make it in a film. Also might cast. Let's see. You need an older person to be his counterpart. So that's the problem I'm having is trying to think who looks enough like him to cast as his older version.
John Hamm?
Yeah, that could work. I could see that. You know, you do a little bit of makeup effects here and there. You might be able to do it. Of course, they got digital stuff now. They can pretty much do whatever they want. So,
Any other cast members or any other people, or is like the cast fairly small, or?
Well, the cast is you've got the famous guy. I'm so bad with remembering the names because it's been a while since I've seen this film. But you've got the famous person, you've got his clone, you've got his clone's romantic interest, and then you've got the guy who knows about the whole scandal, who finds the clone after he escapes outside the compound and finds out that it's not really, you know, what he was told.
So would you be cheeky and just go, fuck it, Scarlett Johansson's the fucking the love interest?
Actually, she might be pretty good at playing brain dead. So she might be, and she's got no qualms about showing the skin. So you can have the love scene in front of the campfire and actually have it be like R-rated quality.
Apparently there was uproar recently. It was real. Scarlett Johansson offered to do a topless shot in The Island, but Michael Bay said no, we don't need it. So everyone can thank Michael Bay for not seeing Scarlett Johansson topless. Motherfucker.
Jesus, if any of you have seen Under the Skin, oh my God, she's like nude all the time in that movie.
Right, Trenchy, round 2 for you.
Okay, I didn't think about this one as much as the first one, but I think Jason Goes to Hell definitely needs a reboot.
Okay. What would you change and how would you change it?
Okay, I have this idea. First of all, you got to keep the hockey mask. Second of all, make him go to hell in the beginning of the movie. Keep that whole explosion shit, but he goes to hell. And in hell, he is forced in a tournament to fight some of his past victims, but they have powers now because they're in hell. So he's forced to fight some of the people he has killed in the past. And you don't have to use the same actor, but be like, yeah, this is this character. You can have.
So would you do away with the parasite?
Yeah, no, Jason is not going to be a worm that climbs up his cousin's vagina. That's not happening. No, we don't need that. Hell, if you even want to have fun with it, even put Ash in there and say maybe, I don't know how you work this in, but maybe
you would need to take elements, so you'd have Freddy and you'd have the Necronomicon in it as well, though, would you?
Yeah, I guess that would work because, they are in hell, so I guess that's fair, yeah. But
There was an idea for like in the end of Freddy versus Jason, instead of being submerged in water, they both wake up and it's Pinhead. And he's flanked by Candyman and Chucky, and it's like, I hear you gentlemen have a dispute. We have a certain way of dealing with that in hell, and it opens up to a big arena, and like there's fucking Ghostface, and there's Leatherface and the Creeper, and they're all watching. And goes, right, fucking duke it out. If you want to sort it out, you got to duke it out, and everyone's fucking cheering to kill him. Basically a big hellish gladiator ring.
Yeah,
And
man.
all the flashers are in fucking attendance watching.
Dude. Yeah, horror fight club, pretty much. That's what I would like this movie to be, kind of like a fight club type shit, but with Jason. Maybe not bring in all the slashers just yet, but I think it'll be cool to have the past victims be able to kind of get their revenge on him a little bit.
Like,
That'd be cool.
maybe you tease Freddy towards the end, sort of like in the movie, but you actually get to see him or something.
Yeah, like he comes out at the end and and says like a cool one-liner, that Robert Englund's specialty.
I've got it. You do the thing from Freddy versus Jason where, say, Jason, he wins this battle royale with his victims, right? Because he's in hell.
Yeah.
It's the very end of the film. And he finds his mother again because that's his motivation for fighting these people.
Yeah,
right?
Yes, that's better, yes. Keep going.
They've got his mother captive, and he knows it. So he's fighting and killing everybody in hell to get his mother. And he finally finds his mother, and he's not, well, he's Jason, he doesn't get happy, but it'd be more like in the end of Friday the 13th Part 2, where he thinks that's his mother, and gets the hug, and he's being consoled.
It turns out to be Freddy.
Yeah, and then his mother says, "You have much more work to do."
And it works right into it. That's cool, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and then as the camera pans away, after we see Jason wake up in the actual world, it goes back to hell, and you see his mother smile, and then they use the effects, and they have her transform into Freddy, and then he does the Freddy laugh, and then credits.
Hell yeah, man! You need to direct that shit.
Okay, so I'm going to go on a pretty long soapbox with this one. So does anyone want to get one more in before I go on this? Because
hold on.
I could barely pull off the last one, so it's like, yeah, I'm out, man.
I want to hear what you got to say. I want to hear what Martin's is.
Okay.
Yeah, blow
I'm
us
going to be rebooting one of my first favorite big movies, right? So I love it to pieces, but when I read the novel, I was like, this would make a fucking awesome movie. Jurassic Park. If you've read Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park, there's so... First off, it would be 15s.
I have read Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park.
It has 2 T-Rexes. It has the mother and the juvenile, the kind of scraggly pup that fucking attacks everything. It has Robert Muldoon blowing up raptors with a rocket launcher. It has Dennis Nedry gets blinded, and a Dilophosaurus slashes his guts open that his intestines come out, and 2 of them start fighting over the intestines while he's still alive. So yeah, this is gonna sound fucking crazy, but I would get Tobe Hooper to do Jurassic Park.
Oh my god,
I would love Tobe Hooper to do Jurassic Park. Because I don't know why. If Tobe Hooper in conjunction with Spielberg, a kind of the same kind of level of poltergeist. So things I would change. I would keep it a lot closer to the novel. I would have obviously Robert Muldoon would survive because he survives in the novel. Alan Grant dies, but somehow Crichton changes his mind and says in the follow-up Lost World novel that his death was misreported. But yeah, I would have a much gorier version. I would have the juvenile Rex, the constant fighting between the juvenile Rex. I'd have the river raft sequence where they're being chased down the river by the T-Rex, and I'd have Muldoon in the face-off with the T-Rex with the bazooka tranquilizer. Who would I cast? You're going to think I'm fucking crazy, but I'd actually cast Werner Herzog as John Hammond.
That would work, actually.
I would so cast Werner
Herzog as John Hammond.
I have an island with majestic animals. Show me the baby dinosaur. Who else? I need a good South African actor. I think I need a South African actor.
In there.
Sorry?
Maybe you put Chadwick Boseman in there. And Samuel Jackson's role.
Are we trying to do this realistically, or are we?
Yeah, I'm trying to put it in the kind of time frame so Boseman wouldn't be as big. I'd have Morgan Freeman. I'd have Morgan Freeman as Ray Arnold.
That's good, man. I was also gonna put forward like the John Huston, but dude, Morgan Freeman's better.
Morgan Freeman or Forrest Whitaker.
What about Lawrence Fishburne?
Good one too.
Fishburne was pretty big right around Jurassic Park time. Because Boys in the
thing is, I'm actually fairly happy with fucking Joe. I'm going to stick with
Morgan Freeman.
Samuel Jackson as Ray Arnold. I think I'd have Werner Herzog as John Hammond.
Who do you grandkids?
Sam Neill.
Is Wayne Knight gonna stay? Are we gonna keep Wayne Knight as Nedry?
I think so, because his description fits perfectly of Dennis Nedry. I just with basically I'd have the death. I'd have a lot of the books in the death. Or I'd have a lot of the deaths in the book fairly accurate, like with him getting his stomach splayed open. And then when Muldoon and Donald Gennaro survives in that book.
Yeah.
The lawyer who gets eaten in the toilet, he doesn't die. He actually he becomes kind of a hero character. There's a character called Ed Regis in the book who. Sorry, Ethel?
I was just gonna say, in the movie, wasn't that Spielberg's idea to have them eat the lawyer because he had some sort of issue? Legally, at the time?
He did. He had an issue with lawyers, so he had him eat him on the toilet.
Just wanted to add that to be fun.
So scenes I would keep the ending with the Rex saving them, but I would also put in the scenes I would keep Dennis's more gory death, Muldoon knocking out the T-Rex halfway through the movie, the river rafting scene with the juvenile Rex. Them realizing there's raptors on a ship on the way to the mainland, and a squad of commandos have to kill him. And see, a lot of the scenes, other scenes that I like, have actually been repurposed for the other films. For example, in Jurassic Park 3, the scene in the Aviary, that's actually from the novel, where they go into the birdcage, and the pterodactyls attack them. But yeah, Jurassic Park, I'd let Toby Hooper and Steven Spielberg work on it, and I'd have a much gory affair.
Can I ask you a question about it?
Yeah.
If you're doing the whole lawyer redemption arc, would you keep Wayne Knight as the lawyer, or would you switch him out for
No, Wayne Knight wasn't the lawyer. Wayne Knight wasn't the lawyer. Wayne Knight was Dennis Nedry. You know, the fat guy who got fucking splayed open.
Newman from Seinfeld.
Newman, that's who I'm thinking of. Would you keep the Seinfeld dude as the lawyer? Or...
No, he was Trenchy. He wasn't a lawyer. He was the computer
Oh,
programmer.
oh, I'm dumb. Leave me alone. Okay, my bad. Sorry. I'm sick
You
sometimes.
What's the magic word? What's the magic word?
My bad, dude.
But yeah, I would make it gorier. I would love to have Werner Herzog as it. I'd keep Jeff Goldblum. I'd keep Jeff Goldblum alive, although he's not that sequel novel confused the fuck out of me. Because in the novel, guys, he bleeds to death, right? Mark, he gets injured and bleeds and dies from his injuries in the novel, right? Yeah.
Not only does is he stuck like a pig, and he's losing blood all over the place, but if you just look at the way the movie played, he would have died anyway because the internal injuries he would have suffered.
Yeah, if he had gotten grazed by the Rex, I think he had gotten grazed by Tyrannosaur wasn't the most efficient killer, but its gums and jaws were so kind of servile that the bite would become infected. It was basically a natural poison, so you'd be fucked if you got bitten by a Rex. Sorry,
it's like getting bit by one of those really big Komodo dragons.
Yeah. So
but
I would redo Jurassic Park in another universe, because I love the Jurassic Park movies, but I would love to see an R-rated one, and like again, even the ending, we kind of got that with Fallen Kingdom. In the end of the first novel, the entire island is engulfed in fire because the Puerto Rican government dropped napalm on it. They napalm the entire. I need to go back and read it, but I'm fairly Mark. The Puerto Rican government just arrive and start fucking dropping napalm on the island and kill everything.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's what I do. So yeah,
the Puerto Rican government is like, fuck this. We gave you the prisoners. Like, you got what? Fucking they just start napalming the fuck out of that island.
Yeah, sure. At the start of the novel, animals like dinosaurs actually start ending up on the mainland. Like there's a bit that was used for the Lost World Jurassic Park, where some little girl is attacked by a compy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I gotta read this.
You've never read the original Michael Crichton Jurassic Park? It's a great read.
It's a great read, Trenchy.
Trenchy, not only if you read that, definitely read Lost World as well. That's one of the few novels I've actually read more than twice.
Okay.
Like, Ethel, had you read the original Jurassic Park as well?
I did, but I only read that one.
Did you not find it confusing? Like, I think it was a throwaway line that, like, oh, fucking Malcolm's alive. Yes, my death was fucking prematurely reported. I'm like,
well, I was very confused because the book opens up, The Lost World opens up with him giving a speech, with Malcolm giving a big speech, and I'm like, well, what the hell is this? He's dead.
Yeah, it was weird.
Okay, I'll go with it. I like Malcolm. I'm picturing Jeff Goldblum, so we're there. But it was weird.
If you played it was the last game for the Sega Master System, was it? The Lost World video game. You know the scene in the book where Sarah has to go after a raptor who has the keys around its snout on the bike? There's a level in is it Sega Genesis? There's a Lost World Jurassic Park Sega Genesis game where there's parts where you're in a little Jeep and then you'll go into a forest or long grass and you're on a bike. It's in a first person view where you're on a bike chasing a raptor and you have to tranquilize it. Do you remember that game? Did you ever play that one?
I believe that was on either the Genesis or the Saturn. I didn't have it.
Genesis.
Yeah, it was totally Genesis.
Yeah,
but I like how they lifted that from from the novel and put it into the game. But yeah, that's kind of they're all the films I'd read. Anyone else want to fucking pipe in? Anyone in the chat? Anyone watching? We've 6
By
people
all
watching.
means, anybody in the chat, if you got a movie you want to reboot or whatever.
Good, bad, or otherwise.
Doesn't even have to be a movie. Can be a TV show. Can be a TV movie.
Oh,
that's a great segue, and I'm going to let you take that. Give 1 second. If no one answers, we're going to go into TV realm because there's actually a couple of. Can it not just be reboots? Could it be a continuation of a show that was cancelled, and how you'd like to carry it on?
Could be a continuation. Could be a spin-off. You get your playground, your sandbox.
Yeah.
Anyone before we start on to the TV shows? Any movies? Sasha, Sadie,
Ooh,
Ginger Snaps.
ooh.
Whoa.
With
Okay.
Ginger Snaps.
You're gonna have to sell
Okay,
me
and
on
now let me
this.
jump. Let me jump in on Ginger Snaps because I love that movie.
That's
I'm
my
use the
favorite
jack side.
werewolf
I'll be right
movie.
back. Okay.
So,
Work Waymer, you're in charge. Ollie, you're in charge. Oh God.
Okay, so I keep Catherine Isabel.
yes,
I don't know. I keep Bridget because you
you
can't.
gotta keep Emily Perkins in. You can't replace those two. You can't.
Yeah, everybody else you can totally change. The snooty bitch girl. Give me Sarah Michelle Gellar. Because she's proven she can play the snooty bitch.
Dude, and killing. So, would you change the death? You got to keep it relatively the same. It's got to be like she's fucking around with her and she accidentally kills her. But would you do it in a different way?
I would change it just a little bit. Maybe instead of maybe instead of the girl hitting her head on the kitchen counter, the corner of the kitchen counter, Ginger pushes her and she gets impaled on one of those large kitchen forks.
Yes, dude. I think that would be because you still have the relative like it was an accident.
It was an accident.
Yes, and but you. Yeah, man.
I get Rick Baker to do the effects for the werewolf. That's my must.
There you go. There you
That's
go.
That's a win right there.
Oh.
The guy that Ginger sleeps with, him, I gotta think on that one for a little bit because no, I don't. Give me Ryan Phillippe. Because he can be a douche.
I know, but Ryan Phillippe, I'd see it. I'd see it. I'll go with it. I'll go with it, man.
What about the dude from that? Sorry.
Go ahead, Ethel. No, go ahead, Ethel.
I was just thinking, what about the dude from, I can't remember his name, but from that Teen Wolf series they made?
Wait, the main dude?
Yeah.
Tyler.
He's in Love and Monsters, yeah.
Tyler Hoechlin.
Yeah, there we go. Wouldn't that be an interesting thing? Like, I don't know. Sometimes I like to do it just for the fun of it, but wouldn't that be a cool little thing? Because he plays a werewolf.
I would actually have him as the guy who hits the werewolf.
Oh, even better.
My director for Ginger Snaps, Wes Craven.
Yes, dude. If you're gonna, I mean, I love the original movie, but yeah, dude, that I think if they have to remake it, that's the way to go. Well, obviously he's dead, but if they were gonna.
Sadie, we're all horror movie buffs here. We've seen Ginger Snaps like 1,000 times.
My favorite werewolf movie, man.
That's not necessarily true, Sasha. John Carpenter's The Thing, fantastic remake.
John,
David Cronenberg's The Fly, fantastic. There are some fantastic remakes out there.
John Carpenter's The Thing is considered by most the greatest remake ever made.
Up there with Scarface.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Ethel.
my bad, Ethel.
Well, I was just going to say, both those remakes, I feel, are superior to the original. The originals were good, but the remakes did it just a bit better.
Yeah, even throw in Scarface, man. Scarface is a remake. And nobody even talks about the 30 Scarface.
Hop in the wall, see? Look at me, Ma. Or is that Angels with Dirty Faces? I'm trying to wonder, is that Scarface or Angels with Dirty Faces?
I haven't seen the original Scarface in like a long time.
James Cagney. Say here, boys. Hey, Jimmy, I want you down by the dock. Working hard. Hard working. Sorry, I'll stop. Okay, one more before I go. Trenchy, where's your pants? Why aren't you wearing any pants? You need pants. So, Ethel, I'm going to let you do the springboard topic of TV shows. What would you bring back, or do a sequel or a follow-up? Would it be cancelled, or what?
I'm thinking, even though they got that really good TV movie on the Sci-Fi Channel, they still got a raw deal. I would either spin it off or I would bring it right back. Farscape.
Yes! Sorry, I really like Farscape. I have the entire box set. I have the Peacekeeper Wars, and I have the action figures.
It's so good. I couldn't believe that it was on TV and current. That's how good it was at the time. I'm like, I can't believe this is a new show and I like it this much.
Ben Boder, he should have gone on to. If someone asked me cast Nathan Drake, if Ben Boder, if someone asked me to cast Nathan Drake from Uncharted, Ben Boder all day long.
Yeah,
he would be the perfect Nathan Drake.
I would bring back, if it's a spin-off, I would have a few members of the original cast come back. If it was a straight up, let's bring it right back, everybody's coming back.
There is, I know it's not the same, and I probably tend to bring this up a lot. There was like 8 series of graphic novels. They done the same with Firefly, but like you find out that Aaron and Crichton's baby is immortal, and the baby can control wormholes. It's awesome, and Crichton helps Rigel get the Hynerian Empire back. And have you ever seen it, Mark?
Yeah, I've seen it, but what I'm laughing about is Sadie just said listening to us is like being in a great writer's room.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Hollywood just needs to give us some money.
Show us the money.
Just give us some money. We'll come up with something really good. We'll make you some money. Netflix, call me.
Who would you cast? Who's your favorite character, actually? Who's your favorite character from Farscape?
Well, I mean, the obvious choice is Crichton. Crichton's really great. I like Crichton a lot. Big fan of Chiana. Also like Sikozu. Big fan of Sikozu. I love that.
Chiana's brilliant. She's like the sexiest cat lady you never knew existed.
How they changed? They actually made a creative decision halfway through on her accent. Before, they wanted her to do more of an American-style accent, so that she'd sound a little bit more like Ben's character, but still alien, because obviously she has an Australian accent. But then the writer said, no, just use your regular accent, because we want to keep it feeling more like, oh, this is an effect of the translator microbes, and that's how the audience is going to experience it.
That's how they hear it. poor Zan, the actress who played Zan, Virginia Hay, had to leave because she had a violent allergy to the makeup. You might know her. She was kind of the crossbow chick in Mad Max 2. She was like the warrior woman that didn't trust Max. Sadie says, I used to watch Farscape religiously with my grandpa. The bad guy could easily, and his nerve rooting from the pain and pleasure. Oh, yeah, Scorpius. Now, there was a fucking bad guy. The only way I can describe Scorpius is like if Steve Jobs and Pinhead had a love child. That's the only way I can describe Scorpius.
I gotta say, Scorpius, Wayne Pygram's portrayal of Scorpius, that is one of the greatest television villains I have ever seen. He
was awesome.
It's awesome.
And
he steals the show.
They should have fucking kept. He played Tarkin. He played Tarkin for a small segment in the end of Revenge of the Sith. They should have fucking brought him back for Rogue One, because he was brilliant.
Yeah, I couldn't believe, like, when I actually saw him without his makeup, I couldn't believe how much older he was than I thought he was, because he has such a presence, you know?
I agree with you. I would love to see more Farscape. I was happy with the ending, the Peacekeeper Wars, and I'm glad they didn't keep Crichton in the fucking coma. But I would love to see more from Farscape. One show I would love to see a sequel to, because it had one season and I loved it so much. And if it wasn't for this show, we'd get no Battlestar Galactica or no Caprica or no Mandalorian. Space Above and Beyond. Does anyone remember Space Above? Mark, do you remember Space Above and Beyond?
Mm-hmm.
That was a great fucking show. Anyone in the chat remember Space Above and Beyond? Basically, it was kind of Vietnam / World War I / World War II analogy, where Earth goes to war with these extraterrestrials called the Chigs, and there's other races as well. There's in vitros or tanks. They're active. Originally, humans used to use AI. Ethel, what were the AIs called again?
Oh, now I got to go in the Wayback Machine. It's been so long since I seen that, and I never got it on DVD, sadly.
Quick rundown. The AIs rebelled, so the humans stopped using them. And kind of the whole Blade Runner thing, AIs weren't allowed on Earth anymore. So they started cloning humans, called in vitros fertilization. They were called tanks or lump necks because all the umbilical cord was from the back of the neck, and all the humans had a bump on their neck. But the ending, I mean, half the cast of characters were wiped out. T.C. McQueen, he ended up losing his leg during a suicide attack. What happened was they were negotiating a truce with the Chigs, and some fucking Sector 11 arsehole basically started aggravating the Chig, and it blew itself up, and he ended up losing a leg. Two of the female characters were either captured or killed by the Chigs. The Asian character done a suicide kind of run to save the other ones. It ended on such a cliffhanger, and that would be a show I would love to see come back. What do you think, Ethel? Would you like to see a return of Space Above and Beyond?
Absolutely. I mean, they tried to end it in a way that felt definitive, but I think I would like to see it come back, or even some sort of spin-off would be good. Yeah. I like spin-offs. Sometimes they're brutal, but sometimes they're all right.
Yeah, again, Space Above and Beyond. Mark, what about yourself, dude?
If I'm retooling or bringing back, I could go Lois and Clark: The Adventures of Superman.
Yes.
And
yes.
Would you? Mark, I have a question for you. Would you work it in conjunction with the current WB Warner Brothers properties? Like you could introduce it through the whole Flashpoint, the crossover.
I would because, well, I know you're not going to be able to get Henry Cavill on small screen. Let's face that.
Mm-hmm.
But I would, I would go with, having it, start it out as a Flash crossover to where you see the Flashpoint and you get all the multiverses.
Would you have Dean Cain back as Superman and Terry Hatcher? I know they're characters that exist in Supergirl already, but like there's already been a joke that like Ray Palmer, the Brandon Root Superman also exists alongside the Ray Palmer Atom.
No, I don't bring back Terry Hatcher or Dean Cain. Give me, for Lois, give me, this is a good one. Give me Rose McGowan.
Ooh,
Okay.
That I like that. That's a good choice.
And who would you cast the Soups?
And for the Man of Steel,
Here we go.
give me the other Man of Steel, John Cena. Nah.
No.
No, that's a joke. That's a joke.
Okay.
Wow.
Weird. Well, okay, I got a weird suggestion for you, right? And you're like, what? Well, okay, bear with me. Weird suggestion for you. Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
I would totally do Negan as Superman. I love Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan is a handsome fucker. Like,
He is.
Like, would you have? Yeah, you could have them older. Like,
Yeah.
do you know who I'd fucking cast in that as Deathstroke? Stephen Lang.
Oh yes.
Stephen Lang would make an awesome Deathstroke. Also, Ben, we're going to get to that because I'm going on a fucking soapbox about that as well. Yeah, he's the face for it, Sadie. He looks like fucking Deathstroke. People say he looks like Cable. I'm like, no, he looks like fucking Deathstroke. He looks like Deathstroke, the Terminator.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, that's
But who else would you cast? Who would you cast as Luthor?
for my Lex. I wouldn't mind bringing Gene Hackman back as Lex Luthor. I always love Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor.
Okay, what if I said for one season because he wanted to build a new garage or he wanted to buy a houseboat? You got Bryan Cranston. You got Bryan Cranston for one
Bryan
season.
Cranston would be awesome.
Because he wanted to be fucking Lex Luthor in the new movies, and
I would be down with that.
fucking Zack Snyder was like, fuck everyone. Yeah, I Heisenberg. I'll cast Eisenberg, and it's like, oh, fuck.
Heisenberg.
Dumbass. Yeah, man. Like I remember that back in Riddler.
Pardon my French. That would be somebody else who could do the Lex Luthor character. Would be Fred Ward from Tremors.
Yeah.
Oh, him with a shaved head, yeah. What would there be any comic book storylines you'd lift from?
I would probably most of it would probably come from his first origin story. So depending on how long we're gonna run, if we're only doing it for one season, then I gotta go probably draw from the first Justice League and since you brought up Flashpoint, why not just have Clark start meeting all these different superheroes?
Superman.
Yeah, and realizing that he wasn't as special as he thought he was.
Ooh,
Sasha had a good recommendation actually. He'd love to see Lawrence Fishburne as Lex Luthor.
that was
Although
good.
That would be
yeah, we've
phenomenal.
already got him as Perry White. I don't know if. But then again, yeah, as I was saying earlier on, you could have like fucking characters who have doppelgangers from the multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you did it right, you could pull off what the hell, the little dwarf guy from 31 as Mr. Mixoplex.
Oh, that'd be
you
great.
mean- yeah, I know who you're talking about.
The Nazi German skinhead fucking psychotic little dwarf.
He's a good actor. He played a totally different character in Free From Hell, so he has range. He could do it. Like,
But yeah, that's what I would redo.
nice.
Trenchy, any kind of continuation or anything like that?
I've had one stewing, and I've been thinking about this whole time. I was thinking, go back to the 90s Spider-Man cartoon. There was an episode where at the end, Blade, Morbius, and Felicia Hardy kind of leave to go on their own adventure. I'm saying,
You'd love to see a spin-off with them?
yes, Night Stalkers, set it now, make it adult like they did for Samurai Jack, add in Hannibal from the comics, and make a cartoon of Night Stalkers, an R-rated cartoon of Night Stalkers following Blade, Black Cat, Morbius, and Hannibal as they go around and fight demons and vampires and monsters. You can put Werewolf by Night in there. You can put Ghost Rider in there for an episode. I think that has a
Trenchy,
lot.
I'll give you your go-ahead if you swear you put Punisher in there at some season.
Yeah, of course.
As a mainstay, he comes in for a season to fill in. Marvel
Yeah,
Knights kind of job. Sorry, Ethel.
Thomas Jane, the voice. Yeah, man.
Trenchy, here's
Yeah.
the question. Would you keep the art style of that animated series, or would you go with how they do a more modern art style or how they do a 90s art style? I know you wouldn't pick Cal Arts because that's totally garbage tier, but yeah.
I like the old art style. I think keep it, keep it the way it is. Like, you could maybe update it a little bit, but I like that art
Clean
style.
it up and stuff.
Yeah, but bring back like that type of animation because I missed that. And I was also thinking maybe even have Keith David voice Hannibal. Get Wesley Snipes in there to voice Blade if you can.
Oh, totally. I would watch the hell out of that.
I mean,
Who's
Wesley Snipes
Hardy,
needs
though?
all the fucking money he can get, so maybe a fucking steady job might be beneficial. I got one that I know Ethel will like. And
Wait.
It's
Before we
another
go,
forgotten sci-fi.
I want
Sorry,
to hear who Trenchy has as the voice of Felicia Hardy. Because you got to remember,
Yeah, who
Felicia
would you
Hardy
voice
is very
Felicia Hardy?
productive in
Yeah.
the Spider-Man cartoons.
That's a little harder. I don't want to do her wrong. Shit. That's hard because
I would probably go. Let me throw this one at you. I would probably go with Sally Richardson from the Batman, from the Gargoyles animated series.
fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. I'm down with that.
Was she the voice of the
Because-
cop?
Yeah, she was the voice of Elisa Mazza,
Yeah.
and the way Felicia Hardy is portrayed in the cartoon is Felicia Hardy is very empty and very seductive.
Yeah, she's very,
And
very.
Sally Richardson's, if you've seen a low down Dirty Shame, that is that woman with tea.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah,
good
man.
cast.
So that's That's who I would cast as Felicia Hardy.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't mean
I
to
think.
interrupt.
No,
Martin.
you.
No. So is that's your pick, so Trenchy, yeah?
Yeah, man, we need an edgy kind of like superhero show for Marvel cartoon, and I think that would be the one because it would actually make sense, and have that horror centric thing going on.
I'm going to go with I need a follow up. I need one more season of Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles. I need
Yes,
to
yeah.
know how the fuck the Resistance came to be with John Connor being bounced out of the timeline into the future. I want to know what happened, Cameron. I want to know did Sarah get leukemia, and I want to know what the deal is with your one from Garbage, who was a T1000. Have you watched that? You've watched the show, Mark, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Mhm.
I would
I
have
can totally, I totally with you. You're not wrong in wanting to see that because the way it ended for me, I was like, what the fuck? It's like you ended on that much of a cliffhanger.
Yeah. Like, I like the fact John gets to meet his father, but I want to know how the fuck the Resistance was formed if John Connor was taken out of the equation. Is Kyle and Derek leaders of the Resistance? And I want to see there seems to be some kind of alliance between one branch of Terminators and humans, kind of a. Ethel, would you say they were going for a Battlestar Galactica kind of uh, you know the way that the some of the Cylons sided with the humans in the latter season of Battlestar?
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do is because in the series there were two AIs. There was Skynet, and then there was now it's
The
now
Turk.
the Turk. There was Skynet and the Turk. And I think that's why they had the Turk in the first place. It wasn't just a big red herring. They were using that so that they could build for that third season where they say, hey, here's what happened. Part of the new plan to get rid of Skynet was to develop a different AI to fight Skynet, which actually came from this chess computer. And now that's what controls the T1000.
I had one idea where Sarah manages to fix Cameron, but Cameron has to basically the tech needs to be established through time. So you have Cameron in 3 or 4 episodes. She goes to the Wild West. She goes to Chicago. She goes to like the fucking riots during the Vietnam War. And she's setting up a base of operations to build a time displacement machine to bring John back. But the technology is so advanced, she has to develop it over the period of like 100 years. I don't know. So I'd have her go back to the 1800s first. And obviously Skynet has like sent back people to stop her, and she has to take out like fucking. She's fighting other Terminators with Winchester rifles and Colt revolvers, and then my favorite episode is where she finds the diary of was it a guy who was documenting? It was the library. She was going to the library and she found out that a Terminator had ended up in Los Angeles in the 1930s, and it just robbing the bank with the Tommy gun, the Terminator coming out killing the cops with the Tommy gun.
Yeah, where the Terminator gets dropped in at the wrong time in the 1920s in that speakeasy, and then he's got to try and accomplish his mission from there.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe more fuckery with the timeline and just that. And
I really want to see the payoff for the John Cameron relationship. Because I was so interested in the idea of a Terminator developing and learning, because there's a deleted scene in Terminator 2 where they take the chip in Arnold's
switches.
Yeah, and they flip it so that he can grow and learn like fullest extent. And I wanted to see that happen and see that explained and paid off with the relationship between John and Cameron, because that would cause so much friction with Sarah.
The thing is though, so from what I gathered from what the end of the series, that last segment, I think they were setting up a romance between John and Cameron's human template. Because do you remember she was with the resistance and she came over and rubbed the dog. So obviously John was going to fall in love with the human template for Cameron. I think that was the plan. So that was their way around it, not having John fuck a Terminator.
I think they were going to do like this love triangle thing and pay it off in a future episode where Cameron gets wind of this and her program's already allowed her to evolve like emotions per se. And she decides that maybe she has to terminate her template. And then there's a big issue. And then it's like, well, do I kill the Terminator? I got to save the real Cameron. What do I do? I thought that's where they were going with it. And I was so disappointed that I never got that payoff.
Yeah, I want to see. Even in the comic book form, I take it in comic book form. So I'm going to switch to that, and it's going to be a round table one. Ben brought up Firefly. Now there's an absolute there's novels, there's comic books, there's a card game that carries on the universe. But where would you like to have seen Firefly go? Oh, okay, we're going to include Serenity as well. So if we were going to do a follow-up, it would have to take into account, because I consider Serenity kind of the extra long anniversary episode or something. Where would you go after Serenity? What would you have happen?
I think...
Mark? Who wants to take it first?
Mark, go ahead. You're next, Mark. I was go Mark.
No, go ahead, Ethel. I had my dog's tongue in my face, so feel free.
Go for it, Ethel.
I didn't mean to take your spot. Apologies.
You have the floor, lady.
I like Firefly. It's the perfect combination of Western and space. Anyway, I always sort of looked at Serenity as, all right, we didn't get season 2. We're not going to get season 2. Let's just make season 2 a movie. And I would have rather seen season 2, the television season, than Serenity the movie, even though I like the movie, if that makes any sense.
It tied up a lot of stuff, but not everything.
Yeah, and it just...
Go on, Ethel.
Oh, I was just thinking, and, it's a shame because you see the ship get crashed, and, of course, they get it back, but it's just, I don't know. I would have liked to see the continuation of the series rather than that, and they got a real raw deal. Fox really janked them on that. They moved it around, they aired it out of
sequence. They played episodes out of order.
Yeah, because they started with the train job, which is not the first episode.
I think it was the third episode.
Yeah, it was the third episode. But
I have a graphic novel series written by Josh and Zach, and it's pretty damn good. Essentially, Zoe has her baby, but there's complications, so they have to drop her off at a hospital. River's brother delivers the baby, but Zoe needs medical attention, so they leave her at the hospital, and she's basically sent to a prison planet, and they have to rescue her. And the only way they can rescue her, River formulates a plan. She has a memory of a place where she was taken to, and they find out there's like 80, 90 other girls like River. So they'll load them into the ship, and it's basically a group of super soldier young girls attacking what was the name? An Alliance prison planet. It's pretty cool. Also, there's Jubal Early comes back, and he's after him, and Mal isn't able to stop him. So Mal goes to another planet and picks up the who was Shell 2 Iflu's character again? The Oh fuck! He was an expert. He killed people with a sword. He was in Serenity.
Yeah, he was. Oh, man,
But
never mind.
I never watched that much.
there's a great face-off between him and Jubal Early, because they're both like fucking real cold, kind of calculating bastards. And he fucks up Jubal Early. Like Jubal Early nearly destroys the crew again, and then he turns up, and it's like it's brilliant. But if you get a chance, check out the comic. Give me 1 second. Oh, Mark, you talk away there about your thoughts on Firefly.
I didn't really watch a whole lot of Firefly. I watched like half the first season, and I was like, it was a decent show, but I didn't. I think I liked Serenity just a little bit more than I did the TV series.
Hmm.
No, is it because of the Western theme was a little less pronounced in the movie? Is that what it is, or?
I think that's a big part of it.
Because
But
I know Westerns is one of those take it or leave it genres for a lot of people. Some people can be like, yeah, this is great. You know, let's watch Fistful of Dollars. And then some people are like, yeah, no, I'm all set with this.
which I love Fistful of Dollars. Don't get me. I love westerns, and I love but I just didn't think that worked for that show. It just I don't know. To me, I just couldn't get into the TV series.
Was it the mix of space and Western? Is that the thing?
But that I don't know. It just Firefly just
If
didn't
you get a
really.
chance, check this out. It's a fucking awesome book. You have them having to rescue. I don't know if you can see it there. They have to rescue Zoe from like a prison planet. It's pretty cool. And yeah, it's Zach Whedon and his brother, obviously Josh. But get a chance, check out. Comics done a fairly good. Comics done a fairly good job continuing the story. But yeah, no, like as I could hear you there, like you preferred the movie to the show, Mark.
Yeah, I did. I don't know. It just seemed like I think maybe the TV series didn't get around to the point fast enough for me. Whereas the movie you had X amount of time to get to the point, so they had to hit you with it over a lot faster.
I liked it. It was a great character kind of piece, and there was just so many good moments and so many likable characters. I remember myself and my friend would be singing "The Hero of Canton, the man they call Jane."
But I don't
A
know.
man around in a hat like that, he's afraid of nothing.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I don't know if it's just the space, time, and westerns and all that stuff, because Briscoe County Jr. dealt with a lot of was set in the West, but they dealt with space time
Sci-fi elements.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's another show that got cut off way too soon. That had so much left in it.
That if I'm bringing back a TV show, give me Briscoe County Jr.
Anything with Bruce Campbell is fucking gold. It's liquid gold. It's platinum.
Or give me
never heard of this.
Or give me another season of Ash versus the Evil Dead.
How about another season of Jack of All Trades? I know it's an acquired taste, but that show was so funny.
Vern Troyer. Was it Vern Troyer or was it Napoleon?
Yeah, Mini Napoleon.
That was attached. That was attached to a thing called the Action Hour that had Cleopatra 55. Was it 25 or?
Yeah, it was the afternoon action pack. It was mostly on Fox affiliates in the U.S. You had Jack of all trades, Cleopatra 25-25, and this would usually follow Xena and Hercules because those were so it was a 4-hour block most of the time.
I
It's
liked what was key? What it was an exotic dancer. She gets frozen. She gets thawed out. And it's basically like Terminator. She joins these female freedom fighters, and all the robots are these buff men. It's like
I don't think you can go wrong with any of that, honestly. And I thought it was clever that it's Cleopatra because that's her stripper name.
yeah, that was it was good crack. So yeah, no, just TV show. Any TV shows or anything you want to bring back, guys? Yeah, Sasha, you made a good point as well. The Deadwood movie that wrapped that up really nicely. I done a review on it, and it was a love letter to all the fans. And I was shocked to find out that David Milch had developed dementia, and he needed help finishing the script for that. But yeah, no. Trenchy, what did you want to talk about? You had an idea for like kids horror or kind of adolescent horror.
I don't know. I don't know if this would be a good idea, but I thought why do some kids horror films kind of stand out on our time list while others kind of fall to the wayside? What do you think gives them? What do you think make some of these other kids horror movies like Gremlins? Everybody loves Gremlins no matter the age, but then you could have another film that's aimed for kids and it'll kind of be forgotten and stuff.
The thing is though, there's a number of factors with that. Was Gremlins the one to introduce the first? Was it Gremlins or Goonies that introduced the PG cert?
It was Gremlins and Temple of Doom were the big one.
So I don't know, was it specifically aimed for kids? But I do think that movie made an impact on the cultural kind of zeitgeist. It was as big, when that came out, it was as big as Indiana Jones. It was as big as Star Wars. I think. I to this day, people still NECA. You can still get NECA Gremlins figures. There's still commercials in broadband commercials with the Gremlins. It is also kind of like Die Hard. It has also carved its way into the zeitgeist of the Christmas movie. Would you consider Gremlins a Christmas movie?
Yeah, man. I consider Gremlins and Die Hard and Batman Returns all to be Christmas movies. They're all they fit the mold to me, at least.
I wouldn't. People say, well, if you say Die Hard's a Christmas movie, Lethal Weapon's a Christmas movie. Not really, because for me, the plot or the scenario of the plot has to be driven by Christmas. Essentially, with Die Hard, John McClane is in that scenario because it's Christmas, because he's visiting his wife at a Christmas party. Gremlins is as a result of Billy Peltzer's father getting him a Christmas gift. They're elements of the season that affects the plot line. So that's Lethal Weapon, not so much. Christmas is just a thing going on in the background. Hell, it's not even that Christmassy looking, I find.
No.
Batman again. Kind of the gang comes up to kidnap the children around Christmas time, and Cobblepot is resentful because of Christmas time.
And you've got the Christmas party with Selena Kyle and Bruce Wayne and the mistletoe. I mean, Christmas
mistletoe is deadly, only if you eat it.
And don't forget that they kidnapped the Christmas queen who's doing the tree lighting, and Penguin murders her to set up Batman at the tree lighting. That's a main vocal part.
It's a big thing to push the plot forward.
Yes.
I love the fight scene, the first fight scene between Catwoman and Catwoman and Batman, and I'm probably going to be vulgar as hell here, but like that fight could have gone either way. They could either fucked or killed each other. It was 50-50 in that fucking rooftop. That's all I'm going to say.
I love it when he headbutts her. That combo is just amazing.
Go
I want
on
to say
then. Go on.
another thing that sort of is like a prerequisite for being a Christmas movie is you have to feature snow or some sort of snow substitute. Like Batman Returns, snow. Die Hard, you have all the paper leaflets and bills and stuff floating at the end like snow.
Hell, you've that sun at the end as well, Ethel, as the paper's coming down. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
And I've heard people argue that, oh no, that's not supposed to be snow. And I'm like, well, then why would they make that choice?
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, again, I love who was the limo driver? Argyle. Oh, if this is what you guys do for Christmas, I gotta be here for New Year's. I love that line.
That's Argyle.
Yeah. Have you seen the commercial? The new commercial that's turned up. It's Argyle, and who's the bad guy, the tech guy that survives?
Oh, that he
Leo.
Leo.
Is it Leo? Hang on a minute. I'm gonna do this. Hang on 1 second. Hang on.
Go for it, dude.
That guy wanted to play Jimmy in Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, I did not realize that.
Trevette.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Hang on. I'm gonna see. Well, fuck it. If they take it down, take it down. But it's a commercial, so
Oh, you're gonna play it? Okay.
Glass. Who gives a shit about glass? Sorry.
Yeah. I love that line. That line.
That's my favorite line. You got people down here covered in glass because of you. Glass? Who gives a shit about glass?
You know another one where the helicopter crashes and the cop is like, "We're going to need more FBI guys."
Best I know is you asshole! I ain't the one who just got butt fucked on national TV.
Yeah, but the thing that Die Hard also fits into a Christmas movie is it's a feel good action movie. It's a feel good movie in a way.
Are you at the end?
Can you see what's on my screen, guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
You can see the bulldozer and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna press play.
Mm-hmm.
Argyle.
It's him.
Yeah.
They actually got him. They brought the actor who played Argyle back to be Argyle. They didn't get a lookalike.
Mm-hmm. This is cool. I can't hear it, but it's still pretty badass just visually.
You can't hear it.
No,
Can you guys hear it? Ethel, Mark?
Nope. Dead silence.
don't worry about it, dude. It's still badass visually. Like I said, I'll watch it again on my own time for the noise, but it's still pretty cool just seeing it like visually and seeing everybody.
And they brought John Amos back for too.
Mm-hmm. I saw Samuel Jackson in there, man. That's cool.
I want to say something else about this, about the franchise Die Hard. You definitely have to put Die Hard 1 and 2 in the category of Christmas movies because they both place on Christmas. And the second one, they're like, let's have it set in Washington so we can actually have snow.
Yeah.
And again, the plot is driven by Christmas. It's lot.
Mhm.
I keep on calling it the Holly is coming home for Christmas.
Mhm.
I can't believe it. How can the same shit happen to the same guy twice? That's my line from that line.
Oh, that's a good series, though. I even like the third. The third one is one of my favorites, where he has to wear the cardboard, and he's in the middle of the city, and he's wearing the racist cardboard.
Yeah.
Yes, Harlem. That's like the most roughest at the time when that was made. Harlem is one of the roughest cities in America, aside from Detroit. So it's like, yeah, put a naked white guy with a big racist billboard in Harlem. Yeah, that's gonna go over well.
I thought that was so good. Like, I thought that was like, oh, how is he gonna get out of this? Like, he's fucked, man.
And the bit with the bombs was great.
Mhm.
I liked where Jeremy Irons as Hans' brother. What was it like? Was it Karl Gruber? No. What was the name of Jeremy Irons' character? He was Hans Gruber's brother. I'm trying to think. It doesn't matter. He's just funny. He was trying to talk to John on the phone. He kept on stuttering, and John started taking the piss out of him. And it was the police bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Simon says. I can't. Yeah, no. Of course, you can't count the third one or any of the subsequent sequels as Christmas movies. But
No.
Live Free or Die Hard, I count as a 4th of July movie because it takes place in July around the 4th. So at least you get that.
But no, I love Die Hard. That's something I watch every Christmas Eve. I've kind of held off on watching it the last couple of Christmas Eves because if you watch a movie too much, it kind of weighs on you. But no, I'm going to watch that this Christmas Eve, and I might watch Gremlins. But yeah, any other Christmas movies that people wouldn't consider Christmas movies?
Not that I can think.
Or have we kind of ticked all the boxes?
Yeah,
there's a few that I usually watch, but I'm having trouble recalling them because I can't just look over my shoulder at the DVD shelf.
Who's in it? Or what's it about?
No, like I'm blanking, but I know there's more that I have. The way I have my shelf set up is I have it set up by association rather than category. So there are the movies that I watch on these occasions. Then above it are the movies related by a director. Then below it, it's movies related via actor. So unless I'm looking at it, I have trouble remembering.
That's how you organize your ones.
Yeah, no alphabet, no category, just that.
Not a Christmas movie, but I like to watch the first Spider-Man like around this time because I consider that like it has a Thanksgiving scene, so I kind of consider it a Thanksgiving movie because it's very, very actually critical to the plot, and it's actually you don't really see Thanksgiving scenes too much.
I think they're not exact. I wouldn't. They're and I put Trenchy's film into that category. It's not necessarily to do with the movie itself, but it's in Ireland every year without question. The Wizard of Oz is shown on Christmas, and Easter time. Sorry, Ethel?
I was just making a noise. I was just intrigued by that. That's an odd choice for that time.
Yeah.
The Wizard of Oz, Mary Poppins, every Christmas, like when the kids are off for like 2 weeks. It's always shown on a Saturday or a Sunday at 3 p.m. and like you sit around and watch it. And one thing I like as well, and I literally got my dad's antenna for my TV just to watch it. They put on Home Alone and Home Alone 2 from 7 a.m. in the morning to like 9 or 10 a.m. The Home Alone 1 and 2 from 7 to 9 or 10. They put on both the Home Alone movies, and I get up and watch that.
Oh, we do that, but we have the Christmas Story that plays for like 2 fucking days. Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And it's a good movie, but it's just like, it's a lot, you know. Sometimes.
Is that the one with the little kid who wants the air rifle for Christmas?
Yes.
Yeah, Ralphie, he wants his Red Ryder BB gun.
And the Santa is an absolute shithead.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he kicks him in the face to knock him down the sled.
I've never seen that movie, but the scene of just the kid holding onto the slide, getting booted in the face by the Santa.
You got to check it out. Like, even if you're not the biggest Christmas fan in the world, like, that movie is so much fun, and I feel like it's a very American movie, and it's set in a very specific period in American history. You know, that sort of golden age of 50s, early 60s. And but even if you're not identified with the tropes of America in that era, I feel like it's still sort of a quintessential classic that anybody from anywhere can enjoy, as long as they like.
I'm definitely going to check it out. Again, this is my second year not working in that fucking hellhole of a department store, so I'm actually going to try and enjoy Christmas this year. And like as I said before, we're going to watch the holiday special. And like Ethel, do you want to host the holiday special? Or are you okay with the He-Man and She-Ra special?
Well, I already burned He-Man and She-Ra to disc, so I think I'm cool with that. I've got it on a disc. I'm going to pop it on. Actually, I'll be in Texas by the time I'm doing that, so hopefully my act will be together by then. I plan on having the bigger television behind me and not the tiny baby television. But
no, I appreciate that. We've a new Gore in the chat, and Jason pointed out the Christmas Story was also directed by the guy who directed the original Black Christmas.
Hey, Corey. Hey, Jason. Marty. Ethel, you go.
I was just going to say, another Christmas movie I'd like to bring up. It's a little bit more kid-centric, but I still like it. Regardless, I put it on every year, is Santa Claus, the movie with John Lithgow. If anyone's seen
For free?
I've never seen it.
Dudley Moore. Yeah, Dudley Moore. And Lebowski. The real Lebowski plays Santa Claus. And yeah.
What color do you like for him? I like puce.
Burgess Meredith as the Jason. Burgess Meredith as the kind of the king of the elves or whatever. Guys, I gotta use the jacks again because you know my bladder's like. I'm handing the reins off to you. Be right back.
Fun fact about that movie is if you watch the special features, they have an awesome, like, I wouldn't expect them to have it, but they had a really in-depth behind the scenes that must have aired on television. And they try to play it off legit, like, this is Santa Claus, not an actor, and this is the story of his life, and he's playing himself in this autobiographical film.
That's awesome. I gotta see this. That's badass.
It's great because the reindeer are all characters in the movie. They don't talk or anything, but they have distinct personalities. They're all puppets. They're either animatronic or stick and wire puppets. And it's actually really well done. I mean, by today's standards, people be like, well, that's not very convincing. But back in the 80s, that was pretty damn good.
Right. Yeah. Would you consider this person to be your favorite actor to portray Santa Claus?
I would say so. He's right up there with the guy they got to play Santa Claus in Ernest Saves Christmas.
Nice. Mark, who do you consider your favorite Santa Claus
Burl
portrayal?
Ives.
Huh?
Burl Ives.
What is that? A Miracle on 34th Street?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I
Oh.
thought. Yeah.
That's like a really good choice. That makes me kind of question my Ernest Saves Christmas choice.
I mean, no, don't be like, don't second guess yourself, Ethel. Just when I think back to all the Christmas, like the Christmas specials and movies, the one guy I tied to all of them is Burl Ives because he was in so many different Christmas movies and cartoons. He was
Yeah.
the snowman in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And he was
Like,
Santa Claus in Miracle on 31st Street. So
yeah.
you just cannot pick against Burl Ives as Santa Claus. I mean, the guy next to that's who I automatically associate when I think of Christmas is Burl Ives singing "Silver and Gold" from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh, yes. He played the Cornelius, right?
Yeah.
Or did he play Santa Claus in that? Because I thought Mickey Rooney did all of the Bank and Rest Santa Claus.
No, Burl Ives played Santa Claus in Miracle on 31st Street.
Yeah, no, I know that.
And
But
Burl Ives was a snowman in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh, yes. He was the narrator. He was, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
He also narrated a Disney ride called America Sings. Fun fact. That was the ride, one of the first. That was the first Disney ride to kill an employee.
Yeah.
The poor girl got squashed between the rotating walls.
And that was a steady stream of Disney World deaths.
Yeah.
If you ever look it up, the death toll that Disneyland, Disney World, I forget which one you want to call it, the biggest one, that is Disney World. The death toll for Disney World, the theme park, is crazy high. It's like, Jesus Christ, when they got Jason Voorhees roaming the park? How many people died there?
Ethel, one of the deaths was a kid got eaten by alligators at the Florida park.
Yeah, Disneyland. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Dude, they're such grimy, man. They're so grimy.
But I don't know how we got from Christmas to Disney deaths, but that was a weird transition.
Burl Ives, America Sins squashed the lady.
But Martin, who's your favorite portrayal of Santa Claus in like media and shit?
Again, this is going back to the topic of rebooting, but I'm a Jurassic Park fan. Richard Attenborough's version of Chris Kringle in the remake of Miracle on 34th Street.
Ooh.
Just again, I've seen the original, but there's something about Attenborough's performance that seems so genuine. Actually, yeah, I followed secondly, Zach, by your pick. Yeah, Goldberg.
Goldberg.
I love it, Zach.
Get that light out of my face! I'm Santa Claus, not fucking Dracula.
That'd be one for a watch stream for sure at some point.
Fuck it, we're doing that. That's going to be. We'll do a couple of watch streams over Christmas, and if you want to do it on one of your channels, we can. I have it, but just a bit where like he's chasing the kids through the fucking the hockey arena or the halls of the fucking stadium, and he's like, "Who's your daddy? Father Christmas." I love Goldberg is brilliant. Fun fact, he met his wife on the set of that movie. I think I told you this before. She's the stripper on the swing that his face goes into. That's how they met.
Yes. And I keep
Tell their children.
but when
How do you tell your kids? Well, your dad was dressed as Santa, and I was a stripper on a fucking swing, and his head went straight into my fucking my Vijingo.
Oh,
He-
You
yeah.
got close up
He was my
shot
belt.
and then the ring on it.
That's how I met you, Daddy. He jingled my bells.
Have you guys seen the Scarlett Johansson SNL version of I Saw That Mommy Kissing Santa Claus underneath
No.
the mistletoe?
No.
No.
Basically,
I don't watch SNL.
it's the little girl, and she's watching her mother, Scarlett Johansson, kiss Santa Claus, and her dad is like, the dad's just on the chair, and he's just like, yeah.
It's crazy. I haven't watched Saturday Night Live since Norm Macdonald was on it.
Yeah, I never really watched it because I'm not really a big sketch fan. Like I like some sketch shows, but I'm picky about it.
Yeah, it's been a while. I like segments, like I like what was it? Undercover Boss with Kylo Ren. That one just fucking. I love that one.
Oh,
That was weird, Zach. Your comment was Zach's comment was held because the term Jewish was in it.
what the fuck?
The cockhold one was grand, but they asked me to review him using the term Jewish.
That's weird. I didn't know that was like a potentially offensive term.
But isn't it offensive to deem that an offensive term?
Kind of.
I
Like,
would think so.
Yeah.
dude, YouTube blocked me once. YouTube blocked my comment once because I was trying to talk to Sexy Monkey, and it's not because I used the word sexy. They were blocking the word monkey for like a couple hours.
They probably thought you were trying to throw some racial slur at Sasha or something.
Oh, crying out loud. It's
It
the
was-
PC culture is getting out of control with these algorithms. That's all I'm going to say. I'll keep it there. I'm not going to get political.
Ethel, you're grand. You know how I feel. I'm like, don't be a dick to anyone. Don't persecute anyone for their fucking beliefs so long as they're not. Have common sense. That's all that's fucking needed.
Yeah.
Common
Yeah.
sense. Don't be racist to anyone. Don't be fucking homophobic to anyone. Just treat a person as you'd like to be fucking treated. And if
Yes.
someone makes a joke, laugh it off. If you get offended by it, say, hey, dude, that wasn't the. Don't fucking turn it into a fucking district court fucking saga. I don't know. Just common sense.
Yeah. I feel like people lost the plot on that one, you know?
Trenchy, you're like a character in a fucking found footage movie. Why are you moving around copiously? Are you?
Oh, sorry. Sometimes I just gotta move around and stuff. I'll turn the camera off.
No, fuck, no, dude, come back, leave the camera on.
No, I don't want to annoy people. It's just I gotta.
You're not
sometimes
annoying
just
me.
gotta
I
walk.
was like, are you being chased by the cat around the house or something? Or
He's got a gremlin loose in his pants.
Yeah,
No.
it's cool, Trenchy. Move around. I got the spinning disc and the flashing light behind me, so I mean, anybody's distracting. I am too.
wait, what's that, Ethel? Oh, well, fuck, sorry. No. Did any hear or witness or see the thing with the episode of Pokemon? You heard about that episode of Pokemon, right?
Yes, that gave people seizures.
Yeah. There was an episode of Pokemon where a bunch of kids. It was only shown once, but kids started getting fucking seizures because of it.
It's like when you buy a Sega game back in the day, and you'd open it up and you'd look in the instruction manual, and it'd say right there in big bold letters, "Seizure warning! Do not play this game if you have
For
epilepsy.
more than 5 hours. And it was like, yeah, fuck that noise.
I'm like, damn, that hedgehog must really be moving fast.
And then you're trying to it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You've just killed Bowser, and you're wondering why the fuck your head's fucking thumping. Aye.
I think parodied that Pokemon incident on The Simpsons. Actually, they did an episode where they went to Japan, and they go to TV in Japan, and they're like, "Oh, it's the Chocobots hour," and all of a sudden it's just close up on a robot face, and the background's flashing, and they all fall down, and they're like,
yeah, their pupils dilate, and Homer comes in and he's like, whoa, and he just starts falling on the ground, shaking as well.
Like, between that episode and Pokemon Go, I wonder how high Pokemon's death count is. Like, what would it beat the Slashers or Rambo or?
You also, you have to include Pokemon Go because you got people walking into traffic and
it's fucking horrible, man. They found a dead body.
Fucking that's nothing, guys. Right? There's a Pokemon called Wheezing, and I'm adamant the developer's done this. Right? The largest branch and collection of where to find Wheezing is on the site of Auschwitz, where the fucking gas chambers were.
No!
I'm not fucking shitting you. Apparently, like, kids were going around the outskirts of the camp finding Wheezing.
Oh, fuck it! Oh God, no.
What do you think, Mark? Do you think that was an accident, or do you think it was deliberate?
No, shit like that's not an accident.
That's
That's
some
purpose.
That's some sick fucks thing of a joke, you know. That's some sick fucks joke right there.
Jesus Christ.
Now we're going to definitely get flagged because not only have we said Jewish a bunch of times, but we've now said Auschwitz a bunch of times.
Look, I'm not making money. I don't give a fuck. The people I care about will see what this channel is or when it's on. I'm not pushed. I'm in no big kind of rush or hurry with it.
Exactly.
Any other topics you guys want to broach? I'm going to stay on for an hour, possibly 2 hours. What are you guys? Are you guys going to stick around for a while, or what do you want to do?
I'm in.
Yeah,
Excellent. What about you?
it's only 8 o'clock here, so I've got some time.
Cool. I'm going to stick around for an hour, possibly 2 hours. Mark, you still up for sticking around for an hour or 2 hours?
Yeah, it's only 6 o'clock here.
Okay. So, do you know what? We'll hold off on talking about Christmas stuff because that'll probably be good for a stream in December.
Here's an idea.
Yeah.
Since we're talking reboots and TV series that we could continue, let's go the anime route. What would you either like to see redone, canceled, or continued?
Anime or any animated
Any.
stuff.
Any anime.
I got two.
That's it.
Trenchy, I'm going to let you go first because I'm going to go on my classic soapbox.
Are you sure?
Go for it, because this topic I'm going to go absolutely fucking apeshit on, so I'll let everyone go first because
The anime Dead Man Wonderland and the original Teen Titans cartoon. That's my two. Dead Man Wonderland ended on a cliffhanger. It definitely deserves a sequel, especially they built it up so much, and then they ended it on a cliffhanger, and then the last episode was an origin story for one of our characters. So I feel like we definitely needed a sequel for that. And Teen Titans, man, first of all, Teen Titans Go is bullshit. Give us the Teen Titans back. I want to know who Red X is. I want more Slade haunting, bugging Robin. I want Jinx back, you know. I know they ended it with a movie, but I would like to see that continued.
Ethel, what about yourself?
I would like to see the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon come back from Saturday AM. They
Was
left
that
us a cliffhanger.
Was that the dark post-apocalyptic one with like
Yeah, it's the one with the where Sonic and the other woodland creatures are fighting against robots and all the robots, and yeah, that's actually considered to be the superior because at the same time they had another Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, same cast almost. Jaleel White was still playing Sonic in that. Steve Urkel, for those of you who aren't familiar.
Yeah.
And people widely considered the one on Saturday morning to be better than the one that was on weekday mornings. I watched both because I was really big Sonic fan back in the day. I had the plushes. But yeah, I would like to see that continued because they got rid of Robotnik and they ended it on a cliffhanger where Robotnik's assistant comes back. He's alive, and there's someone behind him with the red glowing eyes, and we never find out who. I mean, they tell us who later. The creator lets everyone know, but
I think they might have done a Firefly job with that and continued it in the Archie comics, because I think they were Archie done a series of comics based on that show, and I think it was a continuation of the story.
Well, that Archie Comics run was going at the same time both series were going. I have a couple of those somewhere, but it'd take me too long to find them. I mean, I'd run through your time in no time. But
It's okay. So you'd want to see a return to that Sonic, that animated series?
yeah, because I liked it. It was cool because the other one was cool too because it was more like a Roadrunner cartoon and it was silly and wacky. But
yeah, it was very much a kind of Tex Avery kind of version of Sonic.
Yeah, but that one on Saturday morning was like, okay, it's Saturday morning. Let's have a show. Let's have like a little show. And I mean, yeah, it's just a kid's show, and it's not super serious, but in the guise of a kid's show, it was more serious than you'd expect it to be.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mark, what would you like to see come back?
There's two that I'd like to see. Well, one I want to see come back, and one that I want to see continue. The one I wanted to come back, and I loved it as growing up, was the new Scooby-Doo movies.
Is that the one with Dustin Diamond as the voice of Shaggy?
No. This was way back.
I know what he's talking about. Like they had a guest every episode. Now they brought it back, but it's not as good. But they did continue it. They got the What New Scooby-Doo, and they have all the guests now in the same vein.
Is that the one where like oh no, I'm thinking of the Flintstones.
This is the one
I watched an episode of Flintstones where all the WWE wrestlers turn up.
They've been doing that in the movies. This was like way back when, and they had like the Harlem Globetrotters and
Batman
and Robin, and you actually got the voices. The voices of
I seen that one. Adam West and Burt Ward.
Yeah,
and use the voices.
Dude, they had the Addams Family.
Yeah, and the one that I think needed to that they could have done more with the series was Ninja Scroll, the animated series.
Oh, I loved the movie. I never got to see the series. Was it as kind of fucked up and edgy as the movie, or did they tone it down?
They toned it down a little bit, but it still had that edge to it. But it just ended on such a shitty note that it was like, is that because you gotta remember you've made a series off of one of the premier animes to come out in the 80s. Ninja Scroll was fantastic.
Ben wants SWAT cats.
And the way they ended the animated series was just like, you felt like a used prostitute.
Yeah, the new one is not as good. It's got some good guests on there, but it doesn't have that same feel as the original and that same charm. It seems more like cash grabby than the original. Would you
Okay.
agree, Mark?
I haven't seen the new one. I only watched the first one. What I was referring to was there was an animated movie called Ninja Scroll. You've heard me talk about it if you've watched any of the streams that I've been on. And
My bad. I thought you were still talking about Scooby Doo.
Be right back. Kind of tinkle again. Jesus Christ.
That'd be a weird crossover. Scooby Doo meets Ninja Scroll.
Scooby Doo and the gang would get murderized in 10 seconds.
Zoinks, Shaggy! Zoinks, Scoob! What's this wire?
I never.
It wouldn't be a fair fight.
Jinkies, that boat is full of gold. It's gonna melt. I can do that. Scooby Doo the anime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be cool. They already have turned Shaggy into the next Chuck Norris, pretty much, in the meme community.
I don't know. Chuck Norris is a tough act to follow.
He ain't really shit though. He's overrated. Chuck Norris is overrated. I don't get how he got that status.
Well, there was a kid that wrote a bunch of Chuck Norris jokes because he was a big Walker Texas Ranger fan. So he did all this impossible, silly stuff. And he's writing all these jokes and sees all these Chuck Norris movies, and it's jokes like Chuck Norris is so tough he can fire a gun that only holds 6 bullets for 20 rounds. Oh, Chuck Norris, he doesn't do push-ups, he pushes the earth down.
Yeah, no.
Hey,
You know what
hey,
happened
did you know Chuck Norris lost his virginity before his own father?
That's a good one.
You know what happens when Chuck Norris beats you at chess?
What?
Chuckmate.
Oh my god. Oh no, I'm just not a huge fan of him. I like Texas Walker Ranger in some of his movies, but that's about it.
You know, scientists have managed to pinpoint the creation of the universe. You see, Mr. T and Chuck Norris got into a fight. Mr. T punched, and Chuck Norris made a connection with a roundhouse kick. And in the ensuing impact, the universe was created.
At some point in the 90s, late 90s, they wanted to actually add Chuck Norris to Mount Rushmore. The only problem was the granite Mount Rushmore is made of isn't hard enough to make Chuck Norris's stubble.
Yeah.
If you can see Chuck Norris can see you. If you can't see Chuck Norris, you're already dead.
Hey, John.
Hey, how you doing, John?
Hola, John.
Sorry,
What?
Marty. I didn't mean to hijack your stream with Chuck Norris talk.
No, it's grand. I'm trying to think of the kids movie he starred in, where he stops a chainsaw with his bare hands.
That would be the Chuck Norris cartoon.
No. Mark, this was a movie. This was a live-action movie where these kids go to save a forest from a bunch of lumberjacks.
Like Forest Warrior or some shit.
Yeah,
Something
that's
stupid.
it. He literally stops a chainsaw with his bare hands, and he turns into a bear.
Yeah, that's
I like
one.
that one. Yeah.
Chuck Norris had a YouTube channel once. He tried to upload a video, and YouTube got a copyright strike.
That would be funny as hell.
I wanted to show you another clip, guys, but I realized the sound wasn't working. But it's an episode of Chuck Walker Texas Ranger with Haley Joel Osment, and Haley Joel Osment comes out, and Chuck Walker's like, "You okay, son?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm pretty happy, but I've AIDS." And it's like, where the fuck did that go? Does anyone know that episode I'm talking about?
I know which one you're talking about, but yeah, that didn't make a whole lot of sense.
I
I'm
remember
okay,
the
Walker, but I've AIDS. And it's like, what the
episode.
fuck? What has anyone? Yeah, okay. So, like in the late '80s, early '90s, there was so many misguided attempts to educate kids on HIV. Like Mr. Belvedere, had an episode where like the kid had AIDS and like he lost the part of Abraham Lincoln to another kid and the kid felt bad. The one I remember though, the one I remember that will stick with me till the day I fucking die is Captain Planet and the Planeteers. And it's the kid who has it is voiced by Barney from How I Met Your Mother. And the rat guy goes putting up posters saying he has AIDS, he'll give everyone AIDS. It's just like they attack the townspeople attack his mother's fruit stand because the fruit lab AIDS. And it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, their heart was in the right place. Sorry, Ethel?
I didn't realize that was NPH.
Yeah, have you seen that episode? Neil Patrick Harris, yeah.
I have when it aired, but I didn't even realize that was him, and that's weird because I was back in that day. I was a big Doogie Howser fan. I used to watch that show all the time.
Yeah, he was the voice of the kid, and like he nearly gets killed by a mob at a basketball game, and Captain Planet comes out and he's like, "Yeah, you can't contract AIDS. The only way you can contract AIDS is through bodily fluid and blood, and you can't get it from talking to someone or brushing up against them." And it's like, you gotta educate yourself because the power is yours.
Best episode of Captain Planet ever.
It makes a lot of sense because he was Doogie Howser, so of course he would give medical advice in the guise of a character.
Yeah, I like there's another Captain Planet episode that hits home to me so close, right? So the Planeteers come to Ireland during the Troubles, and like someone loses a nuclear bomb, and you have the Protestants and Catholics trying to get this nuclear bomb, and Captain Planet disarms it and saves the whole town, and people are like, how will we bridge the gap? And one guy goes, well, Seamus, let's open up a bread shop together. We'll open up a bakery. Bajara, Jesus, we'll all make fucking bread. And everyone was peace. The conflict in Northern Ireland was ended because people opened up a fucking bakery. I mean, how simplistic Jesus. It's like, yeah, all the people killed with car bombs or punishment beatings or being set on fire. It's grand. We have a bakery now. We'll sell each other's fucking scones. It's like, sorry.
Who would have thought that the cure to all those problems wasn't pipe bombs but pumpernickel bread? Who would have thought that?
Jesus Christ.
I love Ireland now.
Suffice to say, if anyone asks, it was the Good Friday Agreement that got the peace process in underway, not a fucking bakery. Unless someone opens up a bakery called Good Fridays, I don't see. Maybe I don't know.
You know what? That'd actually be really funny if if everyone really was knowledgeable about Captain Planet. That should have been a thing.
The Good Friday bake. Fuck it! I'll go up to my friend up north and get her to open up a bakery.
Yeah, you got to. It's got to happen now.
Okay. Can we another springboard topic? Really badly done PSA episodes. That, like, again, their heart were in the right place. It's just a shame their head was up their arse.
Yep.
I always thought the funniest one to me you know, was the one from the 18.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey,
Answer.
Oh,
Welcome.
I thought the funniest one was the episode after the 18 aired, and yeah, Mr. T, you know, coming on and going, "You kids are smart. You won't do drugs." It's like, what better way to fucking be scare a kid to half to death? With
Fucking Mr. T coming I'll kill you, fool. Don't be a fool.
exactly. I mean, imagine being an 8-year-old kid and seeing that shit and be like, "Mommy, the black man's coming to get me."
What are we talking about?
Bad PSAs, kids PSAs,
Oh,
where their heart was in the
okay.
right place, but their head was up their arse. Antro, have
Yeah.
you any you can think of off the top of your sexy hat? Is there any, or will I circle back to you, give you some time to ruminate on the topic?
God, the first one that comes to mind is actually an ad that I hear a lot, or actually only periodically when I'm listening to Spotify, and I'll just be listening to my personal playlist, which is a lot of metal, and I'll get this ad that it's one of those the real costs don't smoke ads, and it's like talking about all the bad metals that will be put into your lungs, but they're trying to like do a shitty metal song, but I'll just think it's another song on the playlist. I don't know what that says about my taste in music, but
it gets snuck in there.
yeah,
The vape ads, right? It's that vape ad.
yeah.
Don't vape, kids. Don't use your electric smoke pen. It puts metal in your lungs. Don't vape.
Have you guys seen I that's another one I want to stream watch. It was presented by Ronald Reagan and his wife, and basically the Ninja Turtles and the Muppets and
Yes!
and
I'm already on board.
Cartoon All Stars.
that's it.
I like Ronald and Nancy. I'm down for that.
As my friend pointed out, we watched it and it was like Michelangelo is just like fucking giving your man shit about drugs, and you're like, if any motherfucker was like smoking a fucking spliff or dropping some fucking shrooms, it'd be Michelangelo. I mean, that dude is the biggest fucking stoner on the planet. That's why he's so liked. I mean, his whole thing is he's a party dude. You know, Michelangelo is going to be passing out fucking mushies at the fucking party.
There's no way somebody eats that much pizza and isn't, high.
Oh yeah.
Come on, they had Alf. They had Alf in there, man. You know Alf's on some shit too. He looks high in the fucking episode. Him and Slimer, man.
Fucking dude eats a cat.
Yeah. You got the cat eater telling you not to do drugs. Like, what the fuck, man?
Did they get who the fuck did they get to voice the smoke thing? Was it Rod Steiger or something like that? Or they got some big actor to do the smoke monster or some shit. But yeah. And the other weird PSAs, like as I said before, their heart was in the right place, but their head was up their arse.
Yeah, there's that one with Pee Wee Herman.
I was about to bring that up. I was about to bring that one up. The Pee Wee Herman crack cocaine.
This is crack.
Wait, no, guys, you mean Paul Rubens?
Paul Rubens as Pee Wee Herman. Paul Rubens as Pee Wee Herman talking about crack cocaine.
Yes.
He had this
that
all the time.
Amazing. It's the best thing ever made.
Okay, so Paul Rubens is dressed as Pee Wee Herman.
Doing the Pee Wee Herman voice, like, this is crack.
This is crack. It's awesome. Marty, you got to see this. It's awesome.
You've got to see this, dude. It's nuts.
It's funny because
It delegitimizes the message entirely. You have a man who lives in a house that's obviously some kind of psychedelic. His house is a fucking trip. His house is a bad acid trip, and he's telling me not to take crack.
yeah, it's crazy. His house is something out of a Sid and Marty Krofft show. It's crazy looking.
I mean, the argument could be, you think my house is insane. This is worse.
Walk me sideways. Is he putting on The Voice?
Yeah, he's literally doing the whole Pee Wee Herman character and talking about crack cocaine.
And it's weird because if you look at it, it's just Pee Wee Herman and everything behind him is completely dark. So it's almost like he's in a dark theater, which if you watch it after the Pee Wee Herman scandal, it's like, oh God, is this what happens before the scandal? He's done the crack right after the promo?
That would be like watching Weird Al Yankovic do a documentary on the Armenian genocide. It makes no fucking sense.
God.
It'd be a banger of a song, though, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah.
The best one I ever heard was
the Downs thing, but
get that accordion going.
Genocide.
I mean, Weird Al
Human life on a
really
slide.
good satire, so I bet he could do something. To be honest, it would just throw a lot of people for a loop.
I'm like, I have seen some American ones that were kind of good, that were kind of creepy. There's one where like this kind of pusher, he's talking. It's a first person kind of one where he's talking to a kid, and as he's walking behind stuff, he's slowly mutating into a snake.
Yes.
Is that an American one or Canadian or?
I think that's us. That sounds like something weird we would do.
Is there any kind of fucked up ones? Because we mainly just have that's mainly fucking traffic accident ones.
Can I take this one?
Go on, Trenchy.
There's these smoking commercials where this person will have like they'll have a hole in their neck, but they'll sing a song about how you shouldn't smoke because you can't sing if you smoke. Well, and it's like the weirdest fucked up shit I've ever seen.
It's like hating his voice.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not the same woman from the one who's like, I lost my lungs to smoking. I've been smoking for 30 years.
No, it's like a guy on the street with a guitar, I think.
Yeah. You don't always die from tobacco. It's a very catchy song, though, too.
Yeah. The one I always see that's the anti-smoking one is the one where the guy goes to buy a pack of cigarettes and he puts down the money and they're like, no, I need more. So he starts pulling his teeth out of his mouth and lays them down on the counter with the money. Like, this is what it costs if you smoke.
Yeah,
that's a fucked up one.
He's like, he's put out all of his teeth and put off one of his ears and,
whatever you watched went further than the one I watched. God.
It turns out that
by the end, he's like, he's removed, like, the guy's like, what, it's almost like a fucking dark movie where the guy's like, well, we're going to need that liver by, at some point too.
Is this the mirror scene from Poltergeist now?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Not quite, but it's like, what the fuck?
I was gonna say. I was gonna say. It turns out that it wasn't the cigarette smoke, the carcinogens. It's just he had an unfortunate teleporter accident, and he's transforming.
Oh, I like the Fly.
Jeff Goldblum.
In Ireland, the kind of road safety adverts are incredibly graphic because our roads are shit and most of the people who drive on them are fucking idiots between the ages of 18 to 25 in these fucking souped up cars. And there's one advert, it was on for a month and there was uproar. It got about in a space of a week, it got like 1,700 complaints. The ad starts off, this is Susan. She's the victim of a serial killer. And like all victims of serial killers, she knows her serial killer. It's her son. And basically, the son was wearing the seatbelt. He goes forward. His head literally decimates her skull. And then fragments of her skull goes into his eyes. And he's like, your one's there with the back of her head is gone, slumped on the fucking steering wheel. And the son's trying to pull out fragments of bone out of his eyes. And oh my God, honest to God, whoever done this advert needs to direct Hostel. There's ones that are even worse, Antro. There's one we call the jam ad, where like, it shows a guy driving and there's a bunch of kids in the playground going, rain, rain, Rosie. And your man nearly misses a car. The car flips over the wall of the playground and literally rolls and smears the kids across the playground. That's how bad. What?
I've seen it. I've seen that one, man. It's crazy. You guys are fucking crazy. I love it.
I'm just thinking, I haven't seen these, but these people's talents are wasted on this. They need to be working on like splatter movies or something.
It's just we have the highest case of road deaths in Europe, Ireland does.
Right.
Because our roads are so shit. I think we're 10th in the world. So the country with the worst amount of road deaths, if I'm not mistaken, is Australia. Because there's so many open fucking country roads and there's no real limits. But yeah, there's some fucked up adverts. There's another one where a guy gets like crushed. He's kissing his girlfriend, and basically he gets embedded onto his girlfriend because the car slams into the two of them, and she's screaming with like his mangled legs stuck into her. And Samantha Mumba, I don't know if any ever hear of a musician called Samantha Mumba, has her song. But yeah, so bad PSA car crash adverts in Ireland. What?
I got another one. I don't mean to like, but there's one where the chef, she's like, there's a chef lady and she's cooking and she's like, I just got married today, and everything would be fine.
The fucking Canadian
she picks up
she slips in the grease and the hot boiling oil goes onto her face, and she's basically the guy at the end of RoboCop. It's like, what the fuck?
Yes, but the worst part is she says it. She's like, if only I didn't see that grease I'm about to slip in. So it makes it worse because it tells you what's about to happen, and then they just fucking do it.
Oh no!
And then the 6000 SUX runs right into her and she explodes all over
just splash. Somehow the car just finds its way into the kitchen.
It just crashes through the wall and plows right through her. It's all over the windshield.
Yeah, it miraculously misses all the bus boys and the other chefs and just fucking.
That's
fucking.
I like the sound of that.
Me too.
I'm trying to think. Like, Mark, is there any fucked up PSAs you remember from growing up?
The one I think that I always remember was, those public service announcements from G.I. Joe, the animated series, and how they fucking, made everybody fucking seem like a complete dumbass, and how they fucking, it's like, if you see a power line laying down in the ground, don't touch it.
Have you seen the edits they've done with them? It's like the kids are about to touch the power line, and then Roadblock pulls up, and he's like, "Who wants a body massage?"
Oh my God.
My favorite one of those is pork chop sandwiches.
Yeah, they're weird. There's like another one where like a chip pan goes up on fire, and this guy comes in and goes, "Holy fucking shit! What the fuck are you doing? Kids, get the fuck out of here! You stupid little bastards!"
That's pork chop sandwiches. He's
Yeah,
running
that's
down
it.
and he goes, "Oh, pork chop sandwiches!" And he's like, "What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out of here! You're all fucking fat!" And then he gets out there and he's like, "Damn, that smelled good."
Dude, like every episode of Rescue Rangers, man, it's like there'll be some horrible disaster going on, like a hurricane, and people will be like, "Let's go surfing," and it's like, no, Rescue Rangers was a trip.
We used to have a local PSA. We had a bunch of them up here in Maine. It was from our local power company, CMP. And it always have somebody nearly getting fried or getting zapped. And you'd always have the same old guy in the yellow construction hat come out. He'd be like, "No line is safe to touch ever." And it's like, well, okay, we just saw somebody get fried. I mean, I think that's kind of, implied, dude. We need it spelled out.
Have you guys seen the British Water Safety Yard with Donald Pleasance's death?
No, but I need to.
What?
Yeah, Donald Pleasance
What?
is like, it's like, look at these stupid children. Here they are playing on this. It's kind of dredge water, or basically kind of it's water on a dump, and like, haha, another one dies, and one more for my hourglass, and he's pure fucking delighted, and another kid falls in, and the kids are like, quick, get a branch, we'll save him, and he's like, damn, these smart children, he's escaped my grasp, but don't worry. Another one. It's fucking crazy. It's a crazy advert. I'll bet you.
I remember this other one. It wasn't really shocking as much as it was ineffectual, where it's like two kids, they're like 14 or 10 or whatever, and they're walking, and there's like a chain link fence next to them, and they're talking, and one of them's got a baseball and a baseball mitt, and he's like tossing the baseball into his own hand, and they're talking about stuff, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I like getting high, doing dope or whatever," and all of a sudden the kid misses his own glove, and the baseball falls on the ground, rolls next to the fence, and it's like, "Oh, marijuana affects your coordination." And I'm like, okay.
The weirdest and fucked up advert I remember watching as a child, and my dad confirmed it for me. This is Tom's house, and it just gives a look through the house. He has no electricity. All his electricity was turned off. Goes into next room, picture frame. That's Tom's wife. She left him. This is Tom's living room. It's not maintained. And next thing you just see a pair of legs belong to a person hanging from a ceiling. Remember, pay your TV license, or your life will go down. It's like, what the fuck? This guy's
Talk about overkill.
Oh, hey, talk. Can you give, like, a lot of us in America, we don't have this here, so like, can you run down the TV license for us, at least like the gist of it?
Okay, so there is four channels in Ireland, and they are paid for by the viewer. Basically, all the programs are financed because we pay €160. Each citizen has to pay €160 for having a TV. Now, a lot of us don't use the channels. It used to be a case of if you had like a chorus box or a particular box, you could get away with it. But now they changed it, so it is now the entertainment media license. So because I have a laptop, because I have a phone, I still have to pay the license. So you have to pay €160 towards once a year, and that money goes towards making programs for the state.
Oh,
Like, how do you feel about that? I don't want to get too political, but
No. It annoys the shit out of me, Ethel, because I don't watch TV. I watch YouTube. I don't watch any terrestrial channels.
Now, is your television commercial free?
No, in England it is, and they pay a fucking license, which is annoying.
All right, so if you're watching ads, I submit that you're paying for that television set and you're paying for that program, so they're double dipping, and that's as far as I'm going to go.
It's absolute bullshit. And the adverts goes, oh, you have to pay a license fee. It's just the way things are in Ireland. That's literally the advert.
Wow.
So
it's just the way things. It's like
Americans, don't let that happen to us ever. Okay.
There was they have backed off. The TV license inspectors backed off because in 2012 there was an incident that is horrible but also brilliant. TV license inspector turned up to a farmer in Mayo. If you want to ever know what the craziest place in Ireland is, go to Mayo. He asked to see the guy's license. The guy knocked him out, dragged him into his pig pen, and two of the boars were in heat. The guy just about escaped being raped by a pig. And as a result, TV license inspectors very rarely go out the country now.
Proof. That right there is proof that not all heroes wear capes.
The guy got a year and a half. He told them that the license inspector accidentally ended up in the pig pen. So fucking Mayo.
I couldn't imagine that. Oh. That's like that's like Mountain of the Cannibal God, only the roles reversed.
Oh yeah, the TV license inspectors are very cautious, and there is a rule that they can knock on your door, but technically you don't have to let them in.
Oh, that's a good rule. I like that rule.
But they have a thing that basically, if you have a telly, each telly that's sold has what's the thing on guns that's to identify them? Serial number.
A VIN, a serial number, car, it's a VIN number, yeah.
Yeah, well, if you basically buy a fucking TV, you have to, especially if you're paying by card, basically, it's registered. You're registered as owning a TV.
You gotta file it off like on an illegal firearm. I see. This is why I could never move to Europe. They would have my ass in jail in no time. I would be locked up for so many days.
In Ireland, we're not super serious about it. We kind of have a Jack the Lad approach to it, where it's like when I moved into my apartment first, you can get a book of stamps and pay off monthly, and I gave like, what was it? You can pay off by a tenner, and I paid like 2 months, so that was €20. And the license inspector arrived, and I was like, oh, I'm in the middle of paying it off. He's like, oh, grand. I was like, fuck that. So that's what I do. I just keep my stamp book and say, oh yeah, I'm in the middle of paying it off. Thank you.
But no, it's good.
Annie, okay, actually, since we're on the talk of PSAs and commercials and stuff, what's your favorite commercial? Favorite all-time commercial?
Oh, that's hard.
I'm gonna start one. I don't know if you got it in the States. There's this stuff called Malibu. It's like a rum. Yeah, have you met Malibu over in
Malibu? Yeah.
It's basically these Haitian guys, and they're like, here's what would happen if we had the same kind of pressure and life as you Westerners. oh man, it's total gridlock. And they're like, I am late because you are late. Do you know that advert, Ethel?
I do. I've seen that. They used to be on all the time. The Malibu rum advert. I couldn't, when it was on, I couldn't drink at the time. But, oh boy, I remember that one
It was
all the
great.
time.
I am late because you are late. And it's just one box bus in the middle of the road. And then a little lad comes up on a bicycle and he's like, oh man, it's total gridlock.
I've got to be at work in 5 minutes, man. And there's nobody there.
My favorite is in the rum category, but when the Captain Morgan's pose rum guys, when they're in the middle of a party and the guy does the Captain Morgan's pose and they're like, it's the ad for Captain Morgan's spiced rum, and it is like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm doing the captain.
Well,
You and the captain, make it happen.
What about you, Trenchy? Have you any favorite adverts or commercials?
I'm trying to think. That's really an actually hard one for me. I like a lot of PSAs, but actual commercials, I'm trying to think.
I mean,
well, any other
you
favorite
and I were
PSAs?
into the weird commercials stream, weren't we? At some point.
Yes. Oh, wait a minute. No,
Panda
I got
cheese.
one because me and Ampro knows what I'm going to talk about. The Panda cheese commercials are the best thing ever. I introduced
Same.
Ampro to this. If you've not seen the Panda cheese commercials, they're an experience.
They are. They could be
You
a
gotta watch
slasher movie. They could be a slasher movie.
It is.
If you took them a step further.
What happens in them? I will check it out, but give me a quick synopsis.
Okay, so someone goes, they're like, I don't want Panda cheese. A panda appears with creepy music playing in the background, looks at him for a little bit, then proceeds to destroy whatever is in his path.
Yeah, it just completely wrecks like whatever situation they're in. Like they'll be having like a picnic and it's just like, do you want panda cheese? No, I'll pass. The panda shows up and like will crush their picnic basket under his foot and just decimate everything. That's the gist of those commercials.
It's not a Western commercial, although I don't think it is. Was there Sega-san? Have any seen the Sega-san commercial for the what was it for again, Ethel? What console?
It was for the Sega, the Sega Dreamcast. It was Sega-san.
Yeah, he turned up as Santa and he'd take off his face and he'd slap the kids in the face for not playing the fucking Sega.
And he'd have a giant Dreamcast on his back.
Yeah, and there's another one where he's training, carrying this giant fucking it wasn't what was before the Dreamcast? It had Independence Day on it. Oh fuck.
The Sega Saturn before the Dreamcast.
Yeah, he was carrying a giant version of the Sega Saturn. And he'd just be slapping fucking children and these kids wanted to play sports and Sega-san turns up, play Sega! He just slaps them.
I like the one. There's a couple. All right, now we're getting into Sega stuff, so I've got two. I'll go with Sega-san because that's what we're talking about. I like the one where Nintendo was going to launch the missile at Sega headquarters, and
Sega-san. Yeah, he catches it. It's the last one. He
stops it, flies it back up into space, and it explodes.
Yeah, that was the end of Sega-san.
And the other one I like a lot is it's a Christmas one, which fit in later. But anyway, it's elves, and they're sitting poolside in like beach chairs, and they've got the fancy drinks, and they've got like the Santa hat on and stuff, and they got sunglasses, and they're talking about the drudgery of working for Santa, and then they're like, yeah, well, we made Sonic and Knuckles with lock-on technology, and then we sold the whole thing to Sega. and now we're just kicking back by the beach.
Andrew, what did you want to say, dude? You.
Oh, I just, after Trenchy brought up Panda Cheese, I had remembered that right after we did that stream together, my friend Max, who had been watching, sent me the song that plays in the Panda Cheese commercials, and it's not just like weird, creepy music. It's a Buddy Holly song, is what it is, and it's just this weird juxtaposition. And he was just like, "I'll never hear this song normally ever again," because just hearing this song in the background as a panda just decimates a room and experience.
You gotta see it, Martin.
Yeah.
I'll definitely check it out, dude.
I got one more. Real quick. Because it's a very regional, local, main thing, nobody's going to get it, but I just got to bring it up because it's stuck in my mind since I saw it back in 1988. It's a commercial for New England Hi-Fi, and it starts out with that song where it's like, oh, it's a classic 50s song where it's like, oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, right? But it's got like George Washington's head and Abraham Lincoln's head, like, an artist rendition of it from like you'd see in a history book, and they've got like the moving lips like you used to see on Conan, so they're actively singing the song. So like George Washington is singing back up to this 50s song, and then Abraham Lincoln is expounding the virtues of shopping at New England Hi-Fi for your stereo equipment and how they've got the big President's Day sale. And that's always stuck with me.
I gotta check that one out.
Why.
I don't know if you can find it, but if you can find it, it's funny. It's funny. It's weird.
Do any of you remember the Alien 3 Pepsi commercial?
No, but that sounds awesome.
These kids are being chased by a xenomorph, and they get cornered in an alleyway. And they're about to be killed, and the fucking Xeno just whips its tail, and they duck, and it hits a Pepsi machine, and it just backs off a bit, and the guy's like, "Here, fucking give it the Pepsi," and like it picks up the Pepsi, looks at the lads, looks at the Pepsi, its tongue comes out into the can, and it's like, throws the can away and climbs up the wall and goes, "I don't think he was from around here."
Ben, oh my God, Ben Grimm brought up the Quiznos subs commercials with the weird little rats. Have you seen those? Those are my favorite commercials.
I remember that. What was the Nord Quiznos, or was he? No,
that was Domino's.
Domino's, okay.
No, that was Annoyed. Excuse me. That was Annoyed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the name was Domino's.
I haven't seen that one, but I've seen the one where the gerbils were dancing with the car.
Oh, I haven't seen that, but I'm gonna. Yeah, but the Quiznos subs ad are just these little rats playing this song and singing this bizarre song in this really high pitched voice, and it's amazing. It's the most annoying ad ever made, and I love it.
Hopefully the volume will work this time. I'll see if I can fucking.
While you're pulling that up, I've got another one. Gateway Computers had this one where they were talking about your computer and getting a computer, and they had the hamster dance song, which I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. It's like talking about how great your computer can be, and even if you're just using it to annoy your coworkers, then it zooms out and it's in a cubicle and it's like everybody's around.
My friend, her boyfriend forgot her birthday, so they had a spare room in the house, and she only had the key to it. She set up the hi-fi system to her laptop, put that on and repeat, locked the door, and went to her parents for the weekend.
That's great. True story. I once tried to see how long I could endure hamster dance. I found the website that they feature in the commercial way back in the day, where it's just a flash page of just stupid hamsters dancing around and then that music plays. I lasted maybe 12 minutes before I'm like, okay, I can't take any more.
Why would you even do that to yourself?
I wanted to see what it was like.
She's a masochist.
I get weird sometimes.
Ethel, were you planning on like vacationing in fucking Guantanamo Bay or some shit like that? Or, like you
I just wanted to see how long I could take it because I'm like, it's not that bad. I thought it was kind of catchy.
This ad.
Okay,
This-
I don't know. Antro, earlier on I had issues with the volume, so
What
let me know.
fuck?
Is the volume working?
I can't hear it, but it's just as
Fuck. Because it worked for me before. Strange.
It's got
This
that
is
same lip
disturbing.
thing like the hi-fi commercial I was telling you about.
I remember that commercial.
For New England Hi-Fi?
No, Quiznos.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, that's crazy, Mark. Unless you've been to Maine, there's no way.
This is disturbing. Like, but I like this.
Oh my God,
and
I
there's a
haven't
whole series of them. There's one where they dress up like Attila the Hun halfway through.
Closest I got
talking
to
about,
Maine was Ohio.
You have to toast your subs because not toasting them is barbaric. We are not the Huns.
There's one PSA in Canada that I really like. Well, there's two actually. There's one where they're at this baby shower, and it's all nice, and then the girl opens the present, and it's a rape whistle, and then all of a sudden, it comes across the screen that like bunch of women get raped in Canada or some shit like. And then another one is just a bunch of puppets singing "Don't put it in your mouth." Don't. It's the best thing ever.
Wow. I mean, the first one.
I love Canada. I love Canada.
I kind of get that one. I kind of agree with the message of that one, but the second one, what?
Don't
what is
put
that
it
even?
in your mouth. Don't put it in your mouth.
What is that one even for?
I remember the in the 90s there was a really fucking good ad for farmers. It was an animated ad, and it starts off like a fucking Disney movie where this golden retriever's playing with the family and stuff, and they're like, oh well, we'll put him out for the night. They put the dog out for the night. He fucks off across the field, and there's a sheepdog and a German shepherd, and all of them just tear across the field, and it's all nice diaphanous music. And then they come across sheep, and they proceed to slaughter every sheep in the fucking field. And the advert is like, remember, in rural areas, don't leave your dogs unchecked. And it's like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Oh, there was also, in Ireland, there was adverts for Murphy's, but it was done in the way like it was done like Akira with samurais.
Ooh.
Hang on a minute. I'll try and find it for you because it's another one of my favorite ads.
Trying to think, we can't talk about famous adverts or well-liked adverts without mentioning Who's the Beef or Where's the Beef? That Wendy's commercial with the little old lady.
Yeah, she turned up. She turned up in fucking the stuff. I remember. Where's the stuff?
Oh God! I had forgotten that. I love this stuff so much.
This stuff is awesome, man.
It's so weird. What would possess you if you're walking around and you're like, oh, this stuff looks like fluffernutter. I just found it on the ground.
Let's taste it. That's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
right
there's
up-
fuckers like that over here. They'd eat anything if it looked tasty on the fucking ground.
Yeah, that's fair. I know people at my school who would do that, which is horrible because anything that lands on the ground in my school is immediately definitely contaminated.
It's right up there with that scene in Jason Goes to Hell where the coroner eats the heart. He's just like he's looking at it, and he's just like he gets it in his head that this is something I should eat this. I'm gonna eat this.
That's like one rung above that scene in the stuff. That's pushing it a little bit more.
Okay, so when this advert came out, we had people on trolleys in hospitals. This pushes forward that the Irish government and the Irish people are willing to spend more money towards advertising for alcohol than people in people in hospital. It just proves we're fucking alcoholics, but it is still a cool ad. Come on.
Whoa.
This is stylish.
This
Like,
has a very
this is
tropical feel to it.
Mm-hmm. This is wasted on a commercial, man. This should be a show.
So they put some time in on this one. Jeez.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Like, I would watch this show. This show looks like kind of cool, but it's just for beer.
It's not a show. It's just an advert for fucking Murphy's Stout, which
Oh, I know.
they really wanted to push that drink because you're brethren, you're American brethren. Can we get Murphy's? Can we get Smithick's? And it's like, for fuck's sake, will you not drink Guinness? Look, come on, we know it's laxative in a glass, but will you not try Guinness instead? But yeah, no, just I'm shocked that like they had a fucking kind of Studio Ghibli level fucking animation for an advert for fucking beer.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that was one of the. Actually, Zach, I'm going to use that as a jumping off point.
Oh,
Toys
God.
you came across that were offensive, or that you remember from your childhood that'd be like that'd never fucking work today.
I've probably blocked them out of my mind, but I'll think.
I had a Punisher figure. It got thrown away. I want to pick it up again. It was basically Frank. He turned into a gun, but halfway through the transformation, the barrel of the gun would come out between his legs.
Oh,
It was like a,
I have
but,
a.
yeah, I want to get that figure again. But yeah, I know. Go on, Ethel.
I was just gonna say I had a Transformers action figure back.
Ethel!
Oh,
No.
Ethel!
Frank.
Come back, Ethel!
I need to
Right
hear
at
the
the
end of your
best moment.
Transformers story, Ethel. Come back.
She has the link. She should be able to come back.
Come
Yes.
back, Shane! I think I know the Transformer figure she was going to talk about because there was a huge outcry over it.
Mm-hmm.
The original Megatron action figure.
Oh,
What
the
was
fucking
wrong with that?
the kid that lost his eye or some fucking shit.
What?
The gun. No, it wasn't even that. It was just the fact that he actually turned into a gun.
I thought it was because it was
real
die-cast metal.
gun?
Stop making
That
die-cast.
too, but a lot of
The original Megatron, he turned into was it a Walter PPK, Mark?
Yeah. It was a Walter PPK.
And it was die-cast. It was hard die-cast metal.
What the fuck? Like,
Did
you
you not
couldn't
know that,
actually
no?
know that, right? No, I did not know about this.
The funny thing is, you can still order that Megatron off eBay.
Holy
I
shit.
fucking goes for a princely sum, dude. Goes for an absolute fucking shitload of money. I'll see if I can contact Ethel again, because
Last time I saw it, it was only $200 American.
Mhm.
Which, considering I just paid $150 for a Fist of the North Star action figure, tells you it's not without not out of the realm of possibility that I'll end up with that fucker.
Mm-hmm.
Sugar. What the swear?
But yeah, shit.
What about you, Trenchy? Any toys that you remember were dangerous or kind of controversial? Ah, there's Ethel.
I don't think I actually owned any, but I know there was like that backyard game of darts where you guys that where
the Lord
they were
Dart.
throwing like
They-
the giant life size darts that you threw at people and shit. Like what the fuck?
Hey,
What-
I just
why
want to try.
What
Sorry,
Ethel?
I'm so sorry. I don't know what the hell happened. I was in the middle of a sentence, and all of a sudden the screen disappeared, and I was back to the home page.
You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
What
Come on.
happened?
Come on. What was the Transformer? Was it the Megatron? The pistol Megatron you're going to talk about?
It was like a ladder truck kind of thing, if I remember. It was either a crane. No, it was a crane. It was the green guy with the crane. And if you,
Devastator.
huh?
Devastator. He was
Devastator?
Devastator.
I think that's what it was. It was so long ago, and you transform it, and then the ladder or the crane part would come out right where his dick would be, and I thought it was hilarious, and I tried to show it to my grandmother at the time, and she did not think it was funny, and I got in a lot of trouble, and it was not a good scene.
Ooh.
I can tell you one that caused a lot of controversy back in my day. Because I had all the Thundercats. And I had a lot of parents come down on my grandparents for buying me Chitara because they thought that they made Chitara way too sexy.
She was bollock naked in the fucking pilot episode, sure. They all were bollock naked.
Yeah, they were all naked in the first episode of Thundercats. They didn't get like clothes and shit until Jaga was sent them to that third Earth. But yeah, that was the controversy for back in my day was, how dare, Hasbro make an action figure that's so, sexualized.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Battlestar, the original Battlestar Galactica had it had a knock-on effect with another toy thing. Hasbro done Battlestar Galactica figures, and a missile choked a child, and as a result, Boba Fett was originally supposed to have a missile launching backpack, but they had to stop that because they were afraid some fucking kid would choke. But apparently a couple of them made it to the store, and if you have one of the original jetpack missile firing backpack Boba Fett's, you're looking at several grand. You're looking at like $7 to $8 for like one action figure. So
Nice.
Yeah, did you Barbie? Someone got fired for that. What about you? What about you, Andrew? Any toys or figures that you thought were like Jesus Christ? That's
Nothing is really coming to mind for me. I'm gonna try to remember it though. I remember someone talking about it's less of a controversial toy and more of an amusing thing. Someone was like, it was like the company that makes Barbies was trying to make a male Barbie that they thought was cool. So they sent all like the workers out to like a club somewhere, and it turned out to be like a gay bar. So they made an officially gay and like all of the attire was like things that actual gay men were wearing that coded them as gay in their like little friend circle. So they actually made like an officially gay male Barbie. And then when they realized what they had done, they freaked out and tried to pull it from the shelves. But then but for the time that it was on the shelves, like there were tons of gay men buying that particular Barbie. It was a whole
Right.
It's kind of cool that they done something progressive without realizing
yeah.
that they were doing something progressive. Yeah, I remember that one, Zach. There is an April O'Neil action figure doll that goes undercover as a prostitute. Seriously, she has like she has a slutty purple dress and like fucking. It looks like a prom dress meets a stripper's dress, and it's just. I remember that one.
Now, there was an action figure for He-Man that supposedly never came out, but I swear to God, I've encountered this action figure before. It was Skunk Man, and they were supposed to have put some sort of patchouli oil mixture into the plastic, so when they molded the figure, it would actually smell bad. And I had a friend back in the day when I was real young, and I went over to his house, and he's like, "Oh, don't play with that toy. That one smells really bad." And it was Skunk.
Oh, Ethel, Stinkor. His name was Stinkor.
Stinkor.
My friend had one. His mother threw it out. I went into the room once. It was like someone had defecated in the fucking room. The smell was so strong. It was like someone who had literally shat into the bin. The stink was so fucking rancid.
So that did hit the shelves.
But like, yeah, it did. It fucking was rancid. I think it might only come out over in Europe. They were like,
he must have had an import. It was so gross. I remember I touched it and I couldn't get the smell off my hands, and I'm like, I never went over to his house again.
come here, Masters of the Universe. Some of the names. I mean, you have characters like Ram Man and Fisto. Like, they knew what they were fucking doing when they were naming those characters.
Supposedly, there's a lot of homosexual coding in He-Man. It's just what I've heard. I don't generally believe it, but I doubt it.
It may not be actual coding, but there's probably a lot of people who,
innuendo.
Into
David Alter. Yeah. What was the There's a brilliant line in a Batman comic. It's like, haha, Batman, you've stopped my boner this time, and it's like, what the fuck?
What Batman comic is this?
It's a Batman comic from like the 60s, and it's like kind of old campish kind of dialogue, like, hey, you've stopped my boner, and it's like, it doesn't mean he has an erection, it just means his plot. His plot is a boner. I don't know.
Well, now Batman's penis is out there, so yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen the little short fan film? It was like a Valentine's Day Batman thing where it's like it's Joker and Harley, but Harley realizes that Batman and Joker have secretly been sending love letters to each other.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah,
it's kind of sad as well. Like Harley will never get as much affection or attention from Joker as Batman will. Okay, kind of juxtaposing the Little Mermaid cover. You know the controversy with the back of the original VHS. Antro, do you know the controversy with the back of the VHS Little Mermaid cover?
No, actually.
Okay, Ethel, I'll let you take this one.
It's because I want to talk about it. If you look, they've changed it since, but the original artwork for the VHS cover on the big giant Disney plastic case was you'd have the Little Mermaid and Sebastian and Flounder, and you got the king on the cover, and in the background you could see the glorious gold castle. But if you look at the castle, the pillars, it had like Greek style pillars, but they were actually shaped like penises. And there was an actual in that castle, like right front and center. It was a
It
cop.
was, honest to God. They were the
Yeah.
most flaccid looking towers I've ever fucking seen. It's just like towers
Afro.
of dick.
Remember when we watched Twisted? That was the reference during the carpet song when he said the palace looked phallic. That's what they were referencing.
Right. I remember them referencing like the whole sky thing from Lion King in that same song as well.
Yes. Yes, and they did the priest with the boner and all of that shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think I did. I feel like I did a video where I featured this in the video. I did. If you look on my channel, I did. Catwoman and 13 did a video. I edited and produced it where we played Little Mermaids, the video game for NES. And in the side panel there, I've actually popped in the images for where the priest with the boner and the dick castle, and a little description and stuff. So I did touch on that.
Apparently the word sex is written in stars where Simba and Nala are looking up.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's either sex or it's actually supposed to be SFX, and they reference that in Twisted as well because basically Aladdin is trying to get the princess to have sex with him, and he's like trying to point out all the innuendos everywhere, and he's like, look at the like the lurid message up in the sky, and she's like SFX.
There's in the Rescuer, not the Rescuers Down Under, but the Rescuers, the original VHS release. Somebody who was working on the release form slipped one frame of pornography in that. It's like in a little box up in the upper hand corner above them when they're flying in the on the back of the bird or whatever. It's been a while since I've seen this clip, but there's a single frame of pornography just in the animation.
When in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, when the car spins out and Jessica Rabbit's thrown from the car, you can see her bush. You can see Jessica Rabbit's bush.
I don't have any desire to see Jessica Rabbit's bush, but as you know, I collect DVDs and VHS, so I have searched long and hard to find that original VHS release. It still eludes me to this day.
I'd say, Ethel, that was like a fucking snatch and grab. To quote Donald Trump, they have to grab that by the pussy as quick as possible and get it off the shelves.
That's my white whale. I shall have it someday.
Jessica Rabbit's pubic hair. I stab at thee.
I probably won't watch it, but I've got to have it just so I can say, hey, you see that? That's the frame. That has the frame where you see Jessica Rabbit's for JJ, and I can say I proudly own that.
I own it. I'm never going to watch it, but I have it. Yeah.
I don't see it, but I'd like to own it.
Like, I feel the same thing about the comic where Batman showed his dick. I probably would never really read it, but I want to own it because Batman showed his dick.
Okay, so why does Batman show his dick, Trenchy? Which comic is this?
Oh, so it's a Constantine crossover, and it's funny because it started controversy, but not over him showing his dick. But what happened is he gets naked to kind of like go in this machine and get scanned, and they see his dick. But the thing was, people got mad because Batman isn't circumcised, so a bunch of he is circumcised, and people were like giving Batman advice of how he could reattach his foreskin. Like, this happened. Like, people were really upset about it.
Here's the thing. You don't have to be Jewish to be circumcised. It's a standard medical procedure.
Right.
It's very popular in America. There was a misconception back in the 70s through the early 90s where it's cleaner to have it cut, but in actuality, it's like Well, if you just wash yourself, you'll never ever have a problem. So just take a bath or a shower.
I mean, yeah, that was one of my favorite videos I made because it was just so funny to talk about that fucking subject that people were mad. Not that Batman showed his dick, but that he wasn't that he was circumcised.
I will say there's a cool story. There's a guy. He had an entire wallet made out of thrown out foreskin. Yeah, and the cool was if he took his wallet and he rubbed it, it would turn into a suitcase. It was amazing.
Oh, Jesus.
I can't.
I come back to.
You can blame me, Mark.
Sorry.
No, I asked about Batman's dick.
It's fine. I just can't.
I just find it hilarious, man. It's hilarious.
Andrew, don't give out.
Wait. Does that mean when Batman has a hard on, he has a bat boner?
Probably.
Exactly.
Oh. But yeah, though. Trying to think. Fucking weird. Here, anyone else got any weird topics they want to bring up about foreskin and the like?
I feel like we've kind of. I don't want to say this and then push the boundaries even further, but I feel like we've kind of hit peak weird in some ways. We probably haven't. There's probably way further we could go.
Yeah.
Weirder.
Yeah.
No, we can go weirder. We can go weirder.
We could.
Just imagine how weird it would be if Deacon was
That's the
here.
question.
I got more in the vault out back. I could bring out some more chestnuts. It's not.
So, Trenchy, how much do you charge an hour for your body? Like, what? How much? Like, how much do women pay for like to ride the Bradley bus? You know.
I got a better question.
Oh my god.
I got a better question.
One mark.
Trishy, how much do the ladies pay you to view your body?
Yeah.
They pay me a goat a piece.
Damn.
Everybody has to give
do
me
you
a
ever
goat.
like if you ever get swarmed, you have to like put your hands behind your head and do the helicopter to make them back off. Like you just do a fucking windmill job just to blast them back, like, you know.
Exactly. Well, that will never happen. But I'm hoping, like, if that happens, I could like shrink, and then like run away as like an ant or something.
You'd have to
Or
be
I might
careful
just-
though. With a beast like that, you'd hit yourself in the jaw. You'd like fucking break your fucking jaw, man. Bang into the fucking.
Dude,
It's
imagine someone knocking themselves out with their own dick. Like that would be embarrassing.
I've seen that in the comic. There's a Punisher comic, and there's a character called Barracuda, and it's the story set in Vietnam, and Barracuda goes to take a piss, and his lieutenant is giving him shit and calling him the N-word, and next to the thing, the lieutenant just gets a fucking slap off the back of his head. I was like, what the fuck was that? And all the lads are laughing, and Barracuda's just there, like, it's a back profile, but you can see this brown tin hanging down between his legs. And your man's freaking, you hit me with your dick, you motherfucker.
Well, he sure got whacked.
Yeah.
Could be worse. Could be like in The Boys where you get choked with one.
Oh, yeah. That character has a bigger role in the comics, Ethel. There is actually Love Sausage. He's pretty funny in the comic. He's brilliant. Just he has to tape it to his leg so he doesn't trip. Like Trenchy, he has to just get like rolls of masking tape.
Church has to talk.
Now in the comic, he can't do the same. He can't use it as a weapon like that.
No, it's just really fucking big. It's really big.
But I thought that was a hilarious gag. I like that.
It was a nice Easter egg. It was a nice Easter egg to anyone who reads the comic. I don't think they're going to do the ending though. With did you finish the series, Ethel?
Yeah, I'm waiting for season 3 now.
No. The comic. Did you finish the comic series?
Oh no, I haven't finished the comic series yet. I don't know when I'll be able to. So go ahead and I'll forget by the time.
I can't see him doing the end. I can't see him ending it like the end of the comic because it's a big fucking downer. The comic is a big fucking downer ending. Antro, what you ponderizing?
Nothing in general. Just staring off into space. I just do that sometimes.
We'll stop talking about dicks if it makes you feel any better. We'll change the subject.
He's wondering why do we always end up talking about Trenchy's body?
I think it started.
Why? You guys.
I started the phallic discussion. It's my fault. I apologize.
No, Ethel, it's me. I discussed the Little Mermaid cover.
Oh my god!
I brought up Batman's penis.
And I brought up Bat Boner, so.
Bat Boner. Here he comes.
This is me stepping out of character, but if I may continue the conversation, Ben Grimm, it was a typo, but in Hubie Halloween, there's a whole running thing where Hubie's mom thinks boner means mistake. So the characters just...
It used to. Boner used to mean mistake. That's old slang.
Right, but
that's
all the
where
characters
that Batman
throughout the movie.
That's where that Batman statement comes from.
Right. But yeah. Hubie's mom throughout the movie just has all these shirts that are like really full of like innuendos and things that she clearly
doesn't realize what they mean.
Her head. Yeah.
Here I'm going to reverse right back to the start because Antro never got to pipe in with it. If you had to reboot or remake either a beloved film or a film you thought was shit that has potential, which would you pick?
I've thought about this a lot, and I think I've talked about this a few times on my channel, but I want to see a modern reboot of Phantasm. I think that could be done really well, and you could definitely do it in a different style. That's a little.
Okay. Now,
yeah.
Now let me ask you this, Anthro. Who's your tall man?
As I have said a couple times, my tall man is Tilda Swinton, I think.
Yeah.
Because she can play the old man, and she can play the lady in lavender as well. She can play the tall man in his various incarnations and do them all equally really well. She's that good.
I'm going to go with the Tilda Swinton for the lady in lavender, but I'm going to pose this to you. Go watch the Mortuary Collection.
I've seen Clancy Brown as the creepy Undertaker in the Mortuary Collection, and he nails the tall man thing. But I
think he could do a very good.
I'm sure he could, absolutely. But he's kind of playing that character in a way already from the stuff I've seen from the Mortuary Collection. I want to see what Tilda Swinton would do with that, because she has not played that type from what I've seen.
Fair enough. Who's your Michael?
Ooh, that I have not thought about.
When we started this, it was It was who's your okay? Your recast. Would you keep the cast? Would you recast? So Tilda Swinton is your Tall Man and your Lady in Lavender.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your Jody, Reggie, Michael, and who do you get to direct?
Ooh,
You get carte blanche.
let me think. God. In some ways, I feel like, Reggie and Mike were just, I mean, Reggie is literally in some ways just kind of Reggie Bannister, because,
Yeah.
It was very much.
Do you keep him or do you replace him, or?
I would say, since Reggie is very much Reggie Bannister's character and very much a part of him, and all of that was just kind of Don Coscarelli's friend group to start out, I would have, for this remake, I would have I would say keep Reggie the same, but I would say probably new cast of characters going up against the Tall Man and dealing with a similar loss.
Okay, so who's your cast? You're not okay. So we're keeping Reggie, but we're eliminating Michael and Jody. Is that what I'm getting?
I don't know. I don't know if we could. I feel like the original cast could make a cameo, but I feel like just trying to bring back the same characters wouldn't make sense. I'd say new characters versus the Tall Man.
So you're going to go with a whole new cast of characters to fight the Tall Man.
Yes.
Okay. Who do you get to direct?
To direct. Trying to think of someone who could get that dreamlike feel really well, but I'm trying to make the tone a little bit bleaker for this version because go on.
Let me give you a maybe. What about the Soska sisters?
I haven't really gotten into the Soska sisters that much, so I couldn't say. I know there's some kind of iffiness with some people around the Soska sisters. Some of
the stuff is a little, leaves a little to be desired, but visually, from a visual standpoint, they do a pretty good job.
I love American Mary, man.
Yeah.
That's a really good one from them.
All right, this is kind of going out on a limb a little bit, but what if Ari Aster directed the Phantasm reboot?
That would be quite the reboot.
Yeah,
because Aster does some really weird stuff.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what you need for Phantasm.
Yep, he's got the weird sort of dreamlike edge that Phantasm has, but in a much darker way, which is kind of what I want to go with for this version, because I want it to be something that's really driving home just sort of the whole undertone of like grief and loss that's in Phantasm, because there is that. But I feel like when we get to Phantasm 2, I'm kind of like, this is cool, but also why? Because Reggie's entire family gets blown up at the beginning of the movie, and he barely reacts.
Mm-hmm.
He's just like, oh my god, my entire family's gone. Let's go to the store and buy a bunch of weapons. We don't get to see any kind of emotion from him. And I want to see more of that group in this Phantasm movie.
Let me throw out a couple of names that I think could work in your supporting in your cast here. Mm-hmm. Mary Elizabeth Winstead. As one of your new characters that you name her whatever you want to name her, and she either A, can work for the Tall Man, or B can be one of the ones fighting against the tall man.
Yeah.
Make her Judy.
Zachary's got the right idea. Get Panos Cosmatos to direct this thing. The guy who did Mandy and Beyond the Black Rainbow. He would nail the tone.
Yeah, because that's a very fucking psychedelic one.
Yeah. And he could keep some of the humor, but keep the grief and the loss like he did with Mandy. He would nail a Phantasm remake.
Yeah.
Totally.
I liked your idea. I was making tea. Arya Aster for
Phantasm.
Phantasm is a cool idea as well.
Mm-hmm.
I got an idea for an actor. How about Cameron Monaghan? I think he could be really good at displaying grief. He's a really good actor.
So he would be your Reggie.
Maybe.
Yeah, he'd be the closest one to Reggie, I think. I think he could pull off a pretty good, not the Reggie character, but a good replacement, decent replacement.
Could Jodie be a woman's name?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jodie Foster. Yeah. So you could have a female Jodie. You could do would you spin the gender around, Andrew, or do you think not like as to pander to fucking kind of political correctness or the like? Just
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I'd piss off some. I'm sure I'd piss off a few people by casting Tilda Swinton as the tall man anyway, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm sure it would happen. So
Tilda Swinton is the most androgynous human being on the planet.
exactly.
She played fucking Orlando, for fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if she was playing Tall Man, I'm assuming she's playing as, a man.
Yeah. I mean, she does that Suspiria remake. She plays an old man alongside Helena Marcos and Madame Blanc in the Suspiria remake. So I know she can do that. So she could do something similar to Angus Scrimm.
She also in the adaptation of Virginia Woolf's Orlando, she switches from gender from through the centuries. Every 100 years, she switches gender.
Mm-hmm.
So people really couldn't get upset about that because in the movie that you're proposing, tall man is still a man. It's not like you're saying, oh, tall man is actually now tall woman.
But tall man was always also tall woman. He was also Lady in Lavender. He's an alien being that is beyond, just takes whatever form, basically.
Yeah, whatever form he needs.
Yeah. It is saying a David Lynch phantasm, which
that
maybe
would be fucking bizarre.
I mean, Phantasm's out there already. I gotta wonder where Lynch would push.
Boy, what's that you said, boy? Get over here, boy. This is great cup of coffee. Me and my housemate were trying to do a sketch where it's basically Werner Herzog and David Lynch living together, and they're just trying to do minimal tasks. Damn it, David! You mixed your blacks in with my whites. The darkness has intercepted my own collection of clothes. What have you done?
Yeah.
Damn it, David!
The way you were saying,
Not my fault. You left the pinks in with the reds. Jesus Christ!
the way you were saying, boy, Justin Martin made Tall Man sound like fucking Foghorn and Leghorn.
Boy, I thought it was David Lynch.
Imagine that actor voicing a tall man character and doing. I can't get that out of my head. Thank you.
Boy, what are you talking about,
I say, boy.
The voice of Foghorn and Leghorn are doing the Phantasm. Boy,
you make my stomach feel like it's filled with bumblebees.
That would be some funny shit.
I can hear. You don't understand, woman. I can hear. I love Twin Peaks, and I love the character he plays in Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
And that's the next figure I'm getting. the Mandalorian. There's a new bunch of Mandalorian figures, and one of them is coming out. Is the client, and the head sculpt is perfect. Perfect Werner Herzog head sculpt. I want Werner Herzog action figures, so I'm going to get that.
Now that we're talking about the Mandalorian briefly, I just wanted to bring up, did anybody see the recent controversy, or at least supposed controversy, about the
Yes.
Oh, the breastplates on the female Mandalorians.
Yeah. What
What's the
gives?
fucking deal?
Oh,
Like, if you have
Oh.
boobs, someone who has boobs, you need room for those boobs to exist.
Yeah, you're not going to squish your tits into a fucking tin can. Like, it's not. Like, I'm not saying it like, hey, fucking Amazonian fucking babes with their big fucking busty ear
Wait.
fucking art. No, it's practical.
so there's two Mandalorian controversies? Because I didn't hear about that one. I heard about another one.
Oh, about Baby Yoda and the eggs?
Yeah, that's the one I heard.
Yeah, that's the other one from this morning.
That's stupid, though. As again, the clue is in the fucking name. Baby Yoda. A baby will fucking eat anything. I've seen a baby try and eat a fucking kitten. So look, at the end of the fucking day, babies are going to put anything they want in their fucking mouth. It's fucking stupid, man.
Here's the argument, though. They're like, we've seen Baby Yoda be able to be smart before, so he's an intelligent baby. He should know better. He was smart in the other episode. Why isn't he smart here? It's like, God damn it, he's still a fucking baby. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a baby.
He's still a baby.
It's not like he can't think. It's just that he still has a baby brain. It is still developing.
He's a toddler. Toddlers put shit in their mouth.
Yeah.
But I thought that was important to broach that the room for the girls to hang out if you're in combat, and Baby Yoda, he's going to put things in his mouth. He's a baby. It's in the name.
Hi, Jen.
Hey, Brian.
Guys,
hey, Jen
I'm enjoying this so much, and I might go for another hour or 2 hours if you want to stick around. Or am I reckon?
Yeah.
Ethel, you up for sticking around?
I'm good. It's only 9:46, and I've decided not to get up early tomorrow because I don't have anything extra to do in the morning. So, just work. So yeah, I'm up.
Antro, have you high school tomorrow? What time is it there with you?
I'm officially out of high school right now, and I've deferred a year in terms of college, so I don't really have anything tomorrow. I just work on a bunch of stuff because that's what I want to do. I will probably stay for just a little bit longer and then go, but I'll hang out for 10, 15 more minutes.
Okay. Dude, whenever, whatever. I appreciate everyone saying I'm just having the crack. Trenchy, as a wrestling fan, you know who one of the female Mandalorians is, right?
No, I'm not caught up in the series. Who is it?
Sasha Banks.
Wait, what?
Sasha Banks.
Oh, she's one of the newer ones, right? She's one of the newer wrestlers. Yeah.
Yeah. They reckon that she's. I think they think she's Sabine Wren, but I don't know. They seem to be putting a lot of Clone Wars and the likes into it. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm nerding out because I love myself expanded universe Star Wars. Fuck. Has anyone read John Boyega's fucking interview with GQ?
No.
No,
Sorry,
but he
I'm
got mad, right?
here.
He was mad.
He was given a stylist to make him look less African English or Africana British. Disney didn't want him dressing or looking, as they put it, threatening. Is that not fucked up?
Ew.
That is fucked.
That's right up there with Disney whitewashing on Doctor Strange with his trainer there turning
Yeah,
him.
Tilda Swinton. Yeah, again, I love Tilda Swinton, but here's the thing: the kind of basis for the Shangri-La kind of monk characters are obviously Tibetan monks. There is major disruption between Tibet and China, and I have someone else in the chat, and it's Jen and her young fella. Hello.
Hello.
Meaning son, not as in a younger man, unfortunately.
Thank you, Jen. This is your first time on my stream, so I appreciate you turning up. It's pretty cool.
Thank you for having us.
But yeah, so what happened was, Disney will always push in the Chinese regions, so that's why they changed the classic kind of Buddhist monk character to Tilda Swinton, the whitest woman on the planet, and it's like it's fucking crazy. Like hell, they even shrank John Boyega down for the posters released in the Asian territories. It's fucking crazy. Like
it's ridiculous how much the Chinese money has affected our media and well, actually, it's affected a lot of things. But I'm going to stop myself because I'm not going to get into that.
No, that's okay. Jen, my friend Sadie says your fucking room looks cool as fuck.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Actually, a question I'm going to pose to you guys: if you could reboot or do a continuation of a horror or film franchise, what would it be? Who would you cast, and who would you have to direct it?
Okay.
You got anything? I need a second.
I think it'd probably be the Psycho franchise. Do you think, or do you think Norman Bates and Anthony Perkins is just?
You have to find a really good actor to replace Perkins.
Oh yeah, but
Vince Vaughn.
well, he wasn't bad.
Okay, I got your Perkins.
Who?
Mads Mikkelsen from Hannibal.
Oh shit, you're right.
Really? I haven't seen Hannibal yet.
He's good. Isn't he?
I gotta argue with you there, Mark. The thing is, when you look at Mads Mikkelsen, you're like, there's something not quite right about this motherfucker.
Does he have that?
Perkins, right? I mean, it's not quite as obvious, but there is something a little off about him.
Yeah, but Mads Mikkelsen looks like he literally would eat your dick for fun. Like it's
It probably has.
The thing with Anthony Perkins was the tragedy side, the sad side, that human side, because he had the monstrous side too. But to me, what always made him so chilling was that heartbreaking sadness, that very personable human side. So I would want someone who had that as much as the, I'm gonna eat you.
I don't know.
Yeah, Jen, he was identifiable as this kind of loner. Just he's that guy that everyone went to school with that just kept to himself. He wasn't anything extraordinary, or he wasn't anything out of the ordinary. He was just a dude who kind of kept to himself and was just very kind of sad and insular. That's what I always took from Norman Bates.
I got one. Okay. What is it? Who is it?
Weird choice, but what the dude that played Sheldon Cooper, Jim Parsons?
Oh, dude!
Good. Huh. That's actually good.
Huh. That might.
Okay, Trenchy, if he hadn't starred in Big Bang, maybe, but it's just a disconnect. I don't know, like
I get it's the stigma. I do get the stigma.
I think he could be. I've seen him in other things besides The Big Bang Theory. I think if he could have the range for it, then I can kind of see where you're coming from, Trenchy.
Yeah, I can see.
He was. Jen, he was really good as the lawyer in the Ted Bundy movie with Zac Efron. I remember that. Have you seen that movie, actually?
Not yet. We've still got. We wanted to, or I wanted to.
You wanted to a lot, yeah.
Yeah, and Christian hasn't yet.
I'll get around. We'll get around.
It's kind of weird. It's one of those movies that I nearly didn't watch it because of the advertising, because they advertised it it looked like from the trailers and shit that they were romanticizing Ted Bundy, and I was like, that's a bit gangy, like, you know.
I get
that's
that.
kinda shitty. But when you watch the movie, it's actually a fairly good flick, like, you know.
We want to put it on this week. We'll give it a try.
Yeah.
We'll put it on the docket.
Yeah.
Have you guys watched Dances with Dwarves yet? I want your review of Dances with your thoughts on Dances with Dwarves.
This is for some promise. Eagle Scout promise.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
No
Boy Scout.
matter.
We've been trying to catch up from everything we missed while I was gone.
Yeah, so we're a little bit behind, but we will. I'm glad you said that. That is in my brain now. I can keep it for a few days.
Come here. Don't ever take me seriously. I'm Irish, first of all, so you don't have to fucking take me seriously. And secondly, just it's no fucking. It's no big. So going on your thoughts on the remake, what's your thoughts on Bates Motel? The series?
You've seen it more than I have.
It was okay. It was incest. Is it? Will they fuck the show? It was
Basically.
entirely building up to incest the show, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it works better in movie form, and I can't exactly explain why I think it works better in movie form, but I think it just works better in movie form. Just my own opinion.
Okay, what would you do?
Here's my question to you two.
Go on.
Who is your Janet Leigh for
Janet-
your reboot of Psycho?
has to be a big name actress that dies.
I don't know who would be Janet Leigh. That's a good question. I didn't even think of that one.
What
I'm
I
trying
was
to think of ones.
Yeah, what I was wondering is there a lot of what Psycho is early on is the element of surprise, both with the the shower scene and then the final reveal. So, but that's also iconic now. Would you still go with the same storyline, or would you try to do something else that would be surprising now if you rebooted it?
I wouldn't want to do a beat for beat like we did in the remake, but I wouldn't want to stray too far from the story because that story. I've read the book too, and the book and the movie are a little different. In the movie, Anthony Perkins brings the humanity to the character, where in the book he's kind of a jerk. I mean, he's a lot less sympathetic in the book than he is in the movie, and I think I would maybe keep that aspect of it, but I keep it pretty close to the story because
I'd say the disconnect for the book was because Robert Bloch was a pulp writer. He was cut from the same cloth as, say, the likes of Robert E. Howard. So whereas the description of certain situations and stuff would be fantastic, character development would be very kind of bad guys would be bad, good guys would be good. There wouldn't be much of a reflection on a gray area.
I get
And
that.
I look like I was milking a cow there, sorry. But yeah, just
Ooh, Cooper Clover brings up the Hitchcock movie. Have you seen the movie Hitchcock?
Yes, I
Yes.
have. It's a great
it's
movie.
pretty good.
I love
I've seen
that.
it. I do too.
I love that Ed Gein is a thing in that movie.
It's so weird, but it works.
It does. I really love it. I love it. I love that this British man, from across the pond is interested in that's so sophisticated and so classy, is interested in this very kind of dirty, seedy, backwoods, water, hillbilly redneck. I love it.
Mhm.
They're very cool about that.
Yeah.
So, who would be my Janet Leigh? Are you still thinking?
Has Molly Ringwald done anything recently?
Is she a little too?
I guess she's a little
No.
too old now.
dude, Molly Ringwald must be in her 50s by now.
She's a little older than I am. I was born in 1981, and she was
See,
about a
I haven't
teenager.
seen her or anything, and you had your 16 candles, so I was just looking over, it's like, she kind of looks like a bit younger Janet Leigh in that, but then I was like, wait, how does she look like now? Oh God, she'd be very
Does
old.
anybody have any ideas for Janet Leigh?
Hmm.
Well, we got Rihanna in Bates Motel, and I was shocked. That was one. Did you guys watch all of it, or has anyone not seen it?
I haven't.
I
Haven't.
I have an idea for a Janet Leigh, and I think she'd work.
Who?
Who's a bulk?
That would she be a little too? Because she's around my
She's
age.
around your
Yeah,
age.
she'd be old, Mark. Now, she'd be like,
Thank
oh Christ, no, Jen, I didn't mean that. Fucking shit.
Season. You don't have to.
Bollocks.
Yeah.
So we want someone younger. We want someone this side of Perusal Balk. Gotcha.
Okay.
Let me go. Let me
Antro's
go.
hand's gonna fly off. What's up, Antro?
Why not Samara Weaving as your Janet Leigh character? She would be the last person you'd expect to die.
That's not a bad choice, actually.
Yeah, that isn't actually.
Ooh.
I say Mark was going to pick it, but Mark always picks Samara Weaving for everything, so he's like, nah, I'm not gonna.
No. What I was gonna say is just because I'm that mean, fucking throw Margot Robbie in there. Have her get hacked to death in the first 10 minutes.
That would be because have her as the biggest name in there.
Yeah.
I never die in the first 5 minutes of the movie.
It would, but yeah, and I don't know who would get to Lucky McKee. Lucky
Lucky
McKee
McKee
would be
direct-
my director. Lucky McKee, because I just love fucking Lucky McKee. He could make anything work.
I can see
Lucky
that.
with McKee would be my director. Love that.
But then, Jen, some poor woman would have to be chained to a basement and like fucking have cigarettes put out in her or some shit if it was
I
Lucky
know.
McGee.
I know exactly.
Fucking Jack Ketchum. Have Jack Ketchum do the fucking script.
If he wasn't dead, I would. I would totally have Jack. He was one of my favorite writers. So yeah, totally.
Of course you would want Jack.
Sideways. When did he die?
He died a couple years ago. Was
2
it
years, 2, 3
2 or
years
3
ago.
years
yeah.
ago? Yeah, I did a whole video on it because I was torn up about it. He was like, he was just wowing me. I love the man. So
He was cool, and him and Lucky McGee's collaborations.
mhm,
But
I
Jesus,
love.
some of them were fucking rough to watch. Like,
Yeah.
That's why I loved him.
and throw.
It's time for me to go now. I've got a few things I need to go, and then I need to sleep. So
I get that.
Sleep is important.
Thanks a
Thank
million
you,
for
bye.
tuning on, dude.
Nice
Bye, Mark.
chilling with you.
Later, Angela,
Bye.
continue.
Bye.
yeah.
Beep.
See ya.
Right with that.
Well, are you guys watching anything at the moment, or have you any particular reviews coming out, or anything you're kind of?
Children of the Corn 3. That's what our next review will be. We're
Which-
doing the
Which one has Naomi Watts, guys? Naomi Watts is in one of them.
Oh fuck, she is.
Which one is
We
she?
haven't gotten to it yet.
It's
I don't
not
think.
Runaway, is it?
No, she's not in Runaway.
Okay.
God, is she in the remake? You have it over here.
I think might be the remake. Christian's checking.
But
yeah, that-
no, I think the best remake of Children of the Corn I've seen is actually that episode of South Park, where
yeah.
all the adults get done for sexual abuse.
I love that.
All the adults.
Oh, is that the one where Carmen says if you call up and say so and so molested me?
Yeah. And the entire town is cleared of adults as a result.
That's got so many references in it. There's a reference to now I'm blanking on it. There's a reference to Logan's Run in there. There's a Star Trek the Original Series reference in there. There's a reference to Lord of the Flies in there. It's crazy how many references they packed in there.
It's kind of fun to try and catch them all.
Yeah. Hey, here, springboard topic again. Best references of horror movies in TV shows that you really enjoyed. Obviously, there's the Treehouse of Horrors in The Simpsons, but even not only in animated stuff, I actually it was kind of a shitty series, but I used to love Boy Meets World. Has any seen the slasher episode of Boy Meets World?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
What was the title? It was like I Know What You Did Last Semester or something like that. And it was just it was really silly.
Dude, it was funny because they had Jennifer Love Hewitt, and they were getting in a screaming match with like Angela and shit.
The TV show House with Hugh Laurie did a great reference. It's very brief in the episode, but I'll run it down real quick. There's essentially House is having sort of like a dream, and he's dreaming that there's zombies, and he's shooting them with his cane, and it looks like something you'd see out of a Resident Evil game or movie.
Yeah, they done the same in Spaced, where Tim eats too many Twiglets and he starts fucking tripping out and thinking he's being attacked by zombies. And I was like, oh. I'm trying to think. Oh, Christ. Is there any other kind of... Obviously, there's that. Sorry?
I'm going blank. I can't think of any right now.
Me neither.
I got one. I like the Supernatural episode where Robert Englund plays a doctor, and he has the boys have to go to like this different realm, so they gotta die. So he pretty much has to put them to sleep to like put them down like a dog, and put them to sleep. I thought that was kind of funny.
That's cool.
But yeah, no, I kind of like when like the Goldbergs. He turned up in the Goldbergs as well, Trenchy, right? In full makeup.
Yeah, he came back as Freddy, man. He came back as actual Freddy, and it was good. It was short, but it was good.
I gotta just watch that episode again. Well, yeah, no, we were just talking earlier on about like different stuff, like favorite fucked up PSAs, and have you any PSAs that you enjoy that's kind of like messed up or funny or?
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
The Cats. Remember in the 80s, the whole Broadway cast of the Cats did like a anti-smoking one, I believe.
What?
Yeah.
They done Jen. They done a couple. I don't know if you watch her. Lindsay Ellis, the nostalgia chick. She done a documentary, and it was about she at the end. She put on it was no smoking, no alcohol abuse, no what was it? Spousal abuse. Say no to spousal abuse.
Wasn't there something about baby not leaving babies in the car or something?
Yeah. It was the craziest thing. I think it was like, what about we're cats, we're smart, but don't leave your washing machine open because pets will go into your tumble dryer or some shit. It's like,
Why are you telling me? Because it was the 80s, darling.
know,
It was the
80s. It's only thanks to Trenchy and Antro. I never knew Paul Rubens done an advert against crack
This is
as Pee Wee Herman. A man who lived in a house that looked the way it did, done an advert against narcotics.
Yeah.
It's
great.
It's glorious.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And in this house, Christian and I always joke, I learned it by y'all asking
Yeah, I
something.
learned it by watching you, bitch.
Yeah, we go back and forth with that bit all the time in this house.
This is brain on drugs.
Yeah. But I don't think it's cat.
You can't mention those drug PSAs without the fried egg and the frying pan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Isn't there one where like Rachel Lee Cook goes fucking ape shit in the kitchen and just starts wailing all the fucking...
Yeah. She's
This
like,
is your family. This is your relationship.
Yeah.
Okay,
I just
Zachary
remember
asked a weird word.
I just remember watching that advert and thinking, someone get that bitch a bar of chocolate. Seriously, she's just like...
Okay, Zachary posed the question to us: what is the worst franchise, The Howling or Children of the Corn?
Howling, I
Children
guess.
of the Corn, easy. I like those later Howling movies.
Howling. I'm gonna go with Howling.
I gotta go. Children of the Corn is the franchise. I know The Howling.
I get that.
I didn't care for the Freaks, but everything else is pretty good.
Okay, I like part 2 for the fact Sybil Danning just decides to fucking go bollock naked just on it's the only movie I've ever seen Christopher Lee wear shutter shades in.
It's so
cool. Christopher Lee to wear shutter shades.
Cool.
Fun fact, when he was on the set of Gremlins 2, he went right over to Joe Dante and apologized for starring in the Howling sequel.
good.
But yeah, no, just I'm trying to fucking think, like what else? What other fucking shitty horror movies? God. Leprechaun. I fucking can't stand Leprechaun. But that's her.
As well as you would think.
The best Leprechaun movie is Leprechaun 4, Leprechaun in Space. I love that movie. Dr. Mittens has won me over.
But didn't he fucking,
Yeah.
does he travel through a guy's dick into a girl? I'm trying to remember. It's been a haze. All I remember is Leprechaun using a lightsaber, Leprechaun coming out of a guy's dick, and a cyborg with a ball gag. That's all I can fucking remember.
That's gonna be a fun video in 2 years.
With epic levels of weirdness. You can't not like it. It reminds me, there used to be this show, and I'm going to bear with me because it's been forever. Like I might have been 10 when I saw this. It used to be on television about 2 a.m. in the morning. I think it was called Strange TV or Weird TV, and it was just the weirdest, craziest things. It wasn't sketch comedy, it wasn't music videos, it wasn't any kind of show or plot. It was just weird things. Like, for instance, there was this one thing where they had a guy and he's standing there and he's shirtless and like the camera's zooming in on his chest and he's got these wooden clothespins on his nipples and like there's music playing in the background. He's like, oh yeah, damn. And then somebody grabs one of the clothespins off his chest. And he's like, ah, shit, bitch. What the hell? I liked that. Weirdest shit I've ever seen.
It reminds me. That reminds me of fucking Eurotrash. Used to be a show called Eurotrash. They used to show it in England and Ireland, and it was basically some guys used to go around pulling pranks, and one of them was to get someone to smoke pubic hair. It was the weirdest fucking show. It was like
Jackass almost.
Not really, because the thing was the guys. The guys wouldn't exactly like they'd go up to a perfect stranger and they'd be like, oh yeah, this is fucking great weed. They go into Amsterdam and they'd see how many people they could get to smoke pubic hair, and like one guy was like, this is really well cut. And they were like, fuck, we have to give this to 3 more people, and he's like, he smoked an entire reefer filled with pubes, and your man was annoyed because he had shaved off a majority of his pube hair, but he had to shave off the rest to make another blunt. It kind of reminds me of that, Ethel, and there was no rhyme or reason to it, like, you know.
It was weird because like. It wasn't like it was studio quality shot video. It looked like stuff people would put on public access almost. Like it was almost that crude. And they had a variety of stuff. I remember it aired right after this other show, which was like a documentary style news magazine kind of format like they had back in the day, where it was trying to be like sightings, but it was like the weird and paranormal. It reminds me of that fake show that Bill Murray's character, Peter Venkman, hosted in Ghostbusters 2, where he's got the hairless cat. It was stuff like that. But it was right on after that. And it was really bizarre. They had like fake alien ship things, and they had like, it was really weird. I can't even describe it. It was so strange.
There was a lot of those shows that kind of popped up in the late 90s, early 2000s, just like these weird kind of out there kind of. Do you know what they reminded me of, Ethel? And I know they mainly done sketches, but do you remember Liquid TV?
Liquid TV?
No, I don't.
It was basically it was a block on MTV, and it showed Eon Flux and other stuff, but it was hosted by Alex Winter. And
okay,
now I remember you had like the Max and you had Aeon Flux.
Yeah. but there'd be weird sketches like Alex Winter be introducing a TV show, and he'd be in the boot of a car being stabbed in the neck and the stomach with like fucking by dudes armed with fucking chisels. I'm like, next up we've Ian Flux. He's just blood coming out of his mouth and his nose and shit. It was just stuff like that, just weird fucking shows that didn't make any kind of sense.
I feel like it had something to do with the fact that there was a lot of broadcast time they had to fill, and they just needed something. And they're like, well, hey, we've got these weird 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. time slots. We've got to fill with something. What do we got? Well, hey, let's do this. Maybe this will stick to the wall. Maybe it won't.
Yeah.
You're right.
Sadie actually remembers it. Yeah. It was Alex. I was going to say Alex Jones. Turn into Frogs Gay. No, it was Alex Winter, and Alex Winter would be hosting it, and he's like, I think there was another one where like he just punches a phone booth and starts eating the glass while talking about what's on next. It was just the weirdest fucking show.
Yeah,
And he later, a lot of the crew behind that later went on to do a movie called Freaks, where I think Mr. T played the bearded man lady, and what was it? Keanu Reeves was the dog boy. It was the stupidest fucking thing. It was a fun movie.
I love that movie.
Wait, did you just say Mr. T plays a bearded lady?
Yes.
I gotta see
There was
this.
another guy that was turned into a sock puppet. Like instead of his head, there was just a hand with a sock on it, and it was a fucking crazy movie.
There's a hammer that gets turned into a wrench.
Yeah, I remember. It's like it has a flashback of how. The wrench is a flashback, and it's just thinking about how it's a hammer on the fucking counter, and Dennis Quaid's character picks it up and is like, oh.
Wait, is it
Yes,
this?
Dennis, I have showed you Freaks.
No, you haven't.
I thought I have. You need to see this movie. This movie's amazing.
Okay. Now add it to the list.
Styrofoam cup.
Brooke Shields turns into a monster at the end. She is
Yeah.
monster feet.
Yeah, Brooke Shields, Quaid.
Okay.
It's weird. It's a weird ass movie. It's amazing though.
I'm still on the care, like
Smoke. Oh, you still.
I'm still on this because, like, I'm thinking, what's the smell that would
probably
emanates?
burnt hair.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't it have more? And is it sanitary? I just can't get off of this in my mind.
What actually, Mark? What's the weirdest, not graphic movie, but weirdest, like nonsensical fucking movie you've enjoyed? Like, by all accounts, it shouldn't have made it to the celluloid, but someone was either dropping acid or had their family held at gunpoint or some fucking shit that it got a kind of theatrical release.
Gotta be beautiful.
Have you got one, Trenchy? And I can come back to Mark.
I'm trying to think of what would count, but I've probably seen some.
Greasy Strangler.
Oh God, that movie!
I love that movie.
Since we're
That
talking
movie.
nonsense, it doesn't get more nonsensical than Beavis and Butthead Do America.
Love that one.
That was fun.
I grew up, you know, or South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut.
What would Tomboy Tana?
And don't get me wrong, I love those movies to death. I die laughing anytime I watch them. But for me, nonsensical, and for the best nonsensical movie that I can think of, any Mel Brooks movie that you want.
Oh yeah.
Is by far. You can just go down the list.
Have you guys seen Zombie to Rent?
No.
No, I haven't.
No.
So this guy fucking, he's unemployed, so he decides to hire himself out as a zombie. If you want to rent a zombie, and like he trains by eating cabbages, raw cabbages covered in ketchup, and like it's fucking brilliant. Like he ends up fucking falling in love, and but he can't break character. And like your one has the suitor, and he fucking bites a piece out of his arse. It's a wonderful movie. I think it's called Zombie to Rent. I need to check it. Well, if you get a chance, check it out.
We will.
I got one. It's this guy. I forgot the name, but there's this guy with no legs and this guy with no arms, and they do like kung fu or something, and their master is murdered, so they got to use kung fu, and these disabled people go on like a revenge plot to avenge their master. But huh?
Is that it, Trinchi?
What do you say?
The Crippled Avengers.
I think it was. It's like one guy had no legs, the other has no arms. They're doing
Yeah, you're right.
That's early like Shaw Brothers martial arts movies. It's a sequel to the Five Venoms.
There's another movie I watched called Shed of the Dead, where these two guys, they're in their garden shed. It's kind of like the director liked Shaun of the Dead, so he kind of done this movie where these two D&D players, they go out to their garden shed to play D&D, and unknowns to them, a zombie apocalypse happens, and they end up leaving, and they think it's a big LARPing. They think it's a big LARPing situation. So they're like, oh yes, everyone's into fucking LARPing now. Yeah, so they go on this adventure thinking it's a fucking D&D campaign. And they meet this, like, what they consider an Amazon woman, but it's not. It's a fucking dominatrix and her gimp, played by Michael Berryman. And it's fucking hilarious.
That's amazing.
We need to see that.
It's called Shed of the Dead. If you get a chance, check it out.
I
Well,
think
it's
I've
like-
heard about it, but you make it sound a lot better than what I read about it sounded.
That sounds amazing.
It's just like, oh my god, he's gonna bite me. He can't bite you. Why not? He didn't roll a 7. He didn't roll a fucking 7.
It's so good.
But yeah, I know. Just, oh god.
Talking about strange, fun, weird movies. How about Cannibal the Musical?
That's a
I
good
love
one.
Cannibal the Musical.
I
Good
have
one.
not seen it.
It's
Ah,
fun.
you would love it.
Basically, the guys who made South Park doing like a Western cannibal movie.
That's
It's like
I like. Is it based on any other movie, or is it just an entirely original story? Because I know there's a Reanimator and an Evil Dead musical. This is totally
No.
original.
It's actually based off a historical case of the only person who was ever convicted of cannibalism.
Hmm.
Can't remember his name, but yeah, it's based off that, but they made it a musical, as you do.
and it's
Sounds
just
awesome.
hilarious. It's like if South Park was sort of a live action kind of deal, but not about kids.
Okay. Well, would it be up on YouTube for me to watch, guys?
It's up on
Probably.
it's up on his YouTube channel because it's a trauma film, so it's up on their YouTube channel.
Okay. I'm gonna
It-
check it out.
It's funny. The musical numbers are hilarious. There was one about building a snowman. There's one about the character's love for his horse, which sounds like he's really like loving his horse. You watch it. You'll like it.
I'll check it out. I gotta check it out. Oh god. I had asked this question before, right? What for you? What horror do you think doesn't get half as much interest or half as much attention as it should? It always flies under the radar, and you think it's an absolute fucking crime that no one ever fucking kind of takes a look at it.
Just for me, Tigers Are Not Afraid is one that I think is
that movie's also a massive bummer.
Yeah, it's a massive bummer, but I think it like you'll see movies and that'll be big blockbusters, and then you see movies like this and that have a lot to say and like make me cry like a little baby, and you just get I'm fine with fun stuff that yeah. Help me with my words tonight. Yeah. But it's a massive bummer. What's another? Revenge. I think they got very much love. The one we loved so much. Damn it.
The one we just did, or
no. It was our best a couple of years back.
Knife Plus Heart.
Not Knife Plus Heart. Damn it. Transfiguration is one. Transfiguration is one you guys have got.
That's a good vampire.
It's a vampire story.
Brilliant.
And Incident in a Ghostland. Incident in a Ghostland is another criminally underrated movie. I love Incident in a Ghostland.
I'm going to check them out. Trenchy, had I asked you the question earlier about like under the radar horror that you need to watch? I'm getting fucking
in another stream. I can answer again. Yeah, you already asked.
Go on.
Oh, you want me to go?
No, if you want.
Okay.
If I'm annoying you, I'm just trying to think because I think.
Sure. I'll plug this as much as possible. An American Haunting, man. I always say that movie, very underrated, very smart ghost film. I'm pretty sure it inspired The Conjuring in some places. I very like the way they take the story, and it can be a little cheesy, but I think it's actually a really good film that touches on some really good subjects, and very underrated.
What about yourself, Mark? Had you told me before? I'd like to see it.
I'm gonna go foreign horror. It's Hotel Acacia. And Japanese is an Asian ghost story.
Okay, I've not seen that one. I don't think you mentioned that one to me before though. Is that a new pick? Is that a recent pick?
No, it's one I watched. It's a 2018.
Okay.
Another one that I think is nobody pays any attention to is The Wretched.
What's that one about?
It's a updated witch movie. It's like a 2019, and just the opening. Forget the Drew Barrymore Scream opening. The way this movie opens is more sadistic.
Okay. Ethel, is there any horror movie you think that passes under the radar that you'd love to see get more attention?
Yeah, I got a couple that sort of spring to mind. I might be messing up the title a little bit, so you might have to forgive me. It's either Don't Look in the Basement or Don't Go into the Basement. It's a movie.
Don't Go in the Basement.
Don't Go in the Basement. Yeah, it's the movie about the insane asylum or insane house where a nurse goes in there for her job to work at this insane asylum. And there's all sorts of these wacky characters. Like there's the judge who kills someone with an axe. And there's this woman who thinks that her baby is a doll. And then there's this other woman that's all about seducing people, and that's a really underrated one. I'd also like to mention. Now I'm losing it. Hold on, because I'm thinking about Don't Go into the Basement. I've lost it. It'll come back to me in a second. Hold on. It's not coming back. It'll be back later.
Who's in it, or what's it about?
It's gone. It's gone. Don't go into the basement. I'll just go. Oh, nope, it's still gone.
Sadie, have you any horror movies that you think needs to be kind of like that? When you mention it to people, they're like, "What the fuck is she on about?" And they need to check out.
No, not that I can think of. Just mostly usually a few animes, but I don't know. Honestly,
any fucked up horror anime that you think people should check out?
Well, you guys already know, like, Gantz is my main suggestion for that one.
Yeah. If I had to suggest anything, I would say Bone Tomahawk.
It's
Because
hell yeah.
Good one.
That's like that's fucking cool.
I gotta see it.
The Void. I love the Void. So Ethel, it came back to you.
It came back to me. Blue Sunshine. I forgot about it for a split second. Blue Sunshine. It's about.
What's it about?
It's about LSD and the after effects of LSD. There's this LSD that the group of people took back when it was big and popular, and they got all messed up. And now it's a few years later. It's 1970 something, and they're sitting around enjoying like some social time in front of a fireplace, and all of a sudden somebody starts freaking out, and like they rip off their wig and they're bald underneath and like jump in the fire, and like people start going nuts. And part of the side effect of taking the LSD back then was you went bald later, and like it made you insane and you flip out, and like it was a really messed up movie.
It reminds me of a movie called Climax, actually, where like there's a dance troupe and their punch gets spiked and it turns into a fucking orgy, and like one woman's child gets electrocuted and another woman ends up like freezing to death out in the snow, and it's just it's a family movie to say the least. But yeah, no, just reminds me of that.
I have one more that I just thought of. Red to Kill. It's from 1994, and oh my God, it's like one of the best rape revenge movies in a long time. I will.
Anyone in it, or what's the basic premise? Or
the basic premise, it deals with the mentally handicapped. It deals with a lot of taboo subjects, even from 1994. It deals with mentally handicapped. It's about a girl that's mentally slow, and she gets raped. And it's in what city?
It's in Beijing. It's a Chinese film.
Yeah, it's a Chinese film. It's a subtitle, so if anyone's not into subtitles, it probably won't be your thing. But oh my God, it is so good. And the aftermath, the rape scene itself is. We've seen it. It's hard to look at, but nothing spectacular. I always feel weird when I have to praise our pros and cons of a rape scene. But the aftermath is where it really will hit you. It's a brutally dark. You think this film can't go any darker, and then the ending, and boom. And it is counted as a horror movie because the last act is like just fucking turns up the brutality to 100, and it'll rip your heart too.
It reminds me of Female Prisoner, Scorpion 76. Have you ever seen?
I can see that, yeah.
A little bit, yeah. But this, a little more heart. The tone is a little weird, but if you follow the tone, you're gonna get a good payoff. And you might have to torrent it because I cannot find it anywhere except on a torrent site. You might have to go pirating. But oh my God, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
I know I'm definitely going to check it out because I'm always looking for new Asian cinema to check out. Right, okay, kind of I'm going to try and do a kind of rejig topic. Video games you played that scared the fucking shit out of you, and still to this day, no matter how old, they'll scare the shit out of you. I'm going to start with Ethel. Can I start with you?
Yeah, sure. I don't play a lot of scary games, but for some reason, it's not even rendered very well. But the Alien Resurrection game that Fox put out for the PlayStation, if you turn the lights out and you play that game with the volume up and no distractions, it will legit startle you and scare you.
That motherfucker, I love that game. It is the equivalent of like trying to drag your balls through glass, playing that fucking game, because like face hugger, every fucking second step you take, you get face hugged. I mean, fucking Jesus Christ, it was like playing a video game where you're hunted by Bill Cosby. I mean, swear to fuck, it was like, oh yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game, but it's frustrating as fuck. As I said, it's like dragging your bollocks through a fucking bin filled with glass. But yeah,
I startle easy, and that game, it startles me more than anything else. It's just like I don't even know how to. I just get scared. I'm like, ah.
there's so many fucking ventilation points that voiceover's like, oh, this room is clear. Flick a switch. Fucking bastard right in my fucking face. Like some fucking bad porno where some lad just fucking fires it off like a hand cannon. It's just fuck that shit, man. But,
I was gonna do a back in the day when we were still doing the show with Catwoman 13. We were gonna do a cat games on it, but when we were doing the playthroughs, I kept screaming so much we couldn't play it.
It's a great game. It's just the face huggers used to drive me fucking bananas. What about yourself, guys? What about ye? Have ye played any game that put your shits up ye?
I got one.
Okay.
The Resident Evil remake for me. The Resident Evil remake. I had played the original game a lot because I had an old PlayStation, so I played it a lot. And then when I revisited the remake, like a few years ago, I didn't realize. Oh shit, they've changed a few things. Wait, those bodies weren't there before. Oh, I guess they're just set design at the beginning. Crimson Heads. Yes.
Fucking bastards, boy.
Yeah.
It's like I have never wanted to try and get fucking lighter fluid as much in my fucking life in a video game. Burn, you cunt! Burn!
Yeah. I hated those, but they're and the game is evil because the game never gives you enough lighter fluid to burn all of them.
No.
What's
the name of the chick as well that was experimented on that's kept in the outside mausoleum?
Oh God. I know what you're talking about. That was also freaky as shit, yeah.
You can't kill her, you have to show her mother's corpse and she jumps into a fucking pit to her death.
Yep.
It's a fun game. It's a happy game, you know.
Very
But
happy.
Trenchy, what about you, you sexy bastard? Or Jen, did you have a separate game yourself that you wanted to talk about?
When I was growing up, I wasn't allowed, like, I finally got a Sega when I was like a teenager, but my mother was really anti-video games, so the only thing I can tell you is I played the Ghostbusters game when I was a kid. I really liked that. It didn't scare me, but it was fun.
Was that the one? Was that the one where you had to continuously fucking buy parts you had to like buy petrol for your car and fucking Jesus Christ, you might as well fucking go out and get a fucking day job than fucking play it. Jesus Christ, I remember playing that back in the day. I was like, yeah, you need fuel for the car, you need fucking stuff for your proton pack. Jesus Christ. Trench, what about yourself?
I don't know the name of the game, but there was this like weird Clive Barker game I played.
Jericho.
And Jericho, yes, and there was like this demonic baby fetus thing, and that was like scary. I would remember seeing that it kept popping up. I'm like, fuck this, I can't do this anymore. The fucking it was some weird ass shit.
I like, would it literally put your shits up you when you were playing it?
It got me pretty good. It was like pretty disturbing, man.
What about yourself, Mark? Any video games in the day that used to fucking like scare the shit out of you?
The first Silent Hill game was fucking creepy as hell.
That was atmospheric as fuck. Like
that,
when you're like,
and to this day, just the music from that game, it will creep you the fuck out.
Yeah.
Or the
not much less the atmosphere and the settings and everything, where you just get immersed into that world, and you're like, fuck. And then the first
when the little radio, the portable radio started ringing, you're like, oh, fuck me. Fuck this entire fucking box of shite. Yeah, no, man. Sadie, video games that would scare the epic shite out of you. Seriously, they'd be like, fuck this, I can't sleep.
Have any of you heard of Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem?
Yes.
Okay.
GameCube. It's brilliant.
We need another of that because that was the first game to absolutely scare the shit out of me because it did the hallucinations that weren't in game. It wasn't like when your character's head would fall off when you would walk into a room, but when your TV would suddenly mute itself, or there'd be a fly crawling across the screen, or the time they made me think that I deleted my save file, that shit'll fuck with you.
Yep.
It was,
I remember
and it was
that
great. It captured. It was one of the best Lovecraftian stories. It was pure fucking Lovecraftian lore, and it done it so well, and like the different time periods and stuff, works so fucking well, man. You're right. That game needs a fucking sequel. If I had to pick, I love it. I still play Alien Isolation. I spent 15 minutes of the game inside the locker. I'm like, fuck this. Nah, I'm grand. Nah, fuck it. It's grand.
Yeah.
I'm okay in here. What's that? The station's going to blow up. Fuck it. I'm fairly sure this locker's kind of airtight. Be grand. Fuck it. Like, fucking Alien Isolation. That big dick-headed long-tailed bastard just fucking jumps down out of the fucking vent, and he's like, and they're like, fuck this. The only time I appreciated that prick was when there was a bunch of wankers running around an airlock and I can't escape. They're like, fuck it, you're gonna shoot me. Here, have some fucking Christmas presents. You send out a fucking noisemaker. The big lanky cunt comes down and just murders them all. It's satisfying. It's like, yeah, see how you fucking feel. But yeah, Alien Isolation, love that game.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm trying to think. Anyone else have any topics or anything you want to broach? Because go for it, Sadie.
Can I send you guys on a mission? Because while you guys were talking about horror movies, something popped into my head. Okay, when I was a kid, there was a large collection of VHS tapes of just shit recorded. And there was this old, like, horror movie with this gang of biker chicks that at one point in time, they string a wire across the road and the guy gets decapitated. And it's like a super weird old, like, 60s biker movie, but there's horror aspects. And I have no idea what the fuck it is. But, like, if you guys can find out, that would be amazing. Because I've tried looking it up before.
Ethel?
Yeah. I don't remember the name. I've seen that film.
You think you've seen it?
I think I've seen that. They set the wire up right across the road, and the bikers drive right through it.
Yep.
Right off the top.
What's the movie? Fuck me sideways.
Oh,
Damn it.
I
John
was
would
so
know. John
God, I
would
can't
know.
remember. Jesus.
Come here, any sexy bastards in the chat, can any identify the fucking movie that Sadie's inquiring about?
Because the only other part I can remember is that because it was a girl biker gang, and they basically had like guys come in, and whoever was the top ranked biker lady got her pick of the dudes first, and then there was problems in the biker gang because this lady picked this other dude that this lady claimed. That's the only other thing I really remember.
Did they fought over?
Yeah.
It turned into like, okay, well, if you're gonna pick him, then we got a problem. Let's go at it. Switchblades out.
Yeah.
I think that was the movie Switchblade Sisters.
Was that it?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
I've heard of
There's also She-Devils on Wheels from 1968.
Wait, that sounds more correct. That pops a memory in my head of the title.
Oh, fuck, let's see what this bastard is.
I was like 8 when I watched that. That blew my mind.
Okay, no, fuck Daily Motion. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna Sadie. I'm gonna try something here now. Hold on. Share screen.
This.
I should have brought my laptop down here. I could have been looking it up while we were talking. Yeah.
Devils on Wheels. Who the fuck?
Is it on YouTube?
Come on! I fucking hate my laptop. I'm so sorry. Work, you dumb bastard! Want the fuck? There we go. See, just have to treat it with a bit of respect. Oh, fuck you! Come on!
No, you gotta talk nice to it.
Jesus fucking Christ! It's like waiting for.
Sit.
Got some extra
I
RAM in
do
it
talk
for
nice
you.
to it. I'm a dose to this computer.
Uh,
Work, you fucking useless piece of shit.
question, Sadie, was the group called the Man Eaters Club?
Yes! Yes, it was!
Then Martin's right. It's She Devils on Wheels.
Hell yeah! Dude, you guys just solved like a 20-year
we
question for me.
We got a trailer here. I don't know if I have any sound, but
Actually, Martin, the whole movie, according to this, the whole movie's on YouTube.
Oh,
Oh, it sounds
might
like
have
a
to
watch.
watch
Today.
Yes! This is it!
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've seen this.
wait a minute, these are fucking biker chicks.
No, the other biker gang is way cooler, but kind of.
Yeah. They're like two. God,
does it have like a hierarchy, like sort of Amazonian women kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it.
This looks badass, man.
It's a thing.
And then what was the name of the other one you guys thought
These
it was?
women look like they should be doing songs for the Eurovision. I'm like,
Well, I thought there was a biker. Well, there is a biker movie called Switchblade Sisters, and it's. I thought it could be this, but no. This is you were
Yeah.
Martin was right.
Yeah.
There's yet another all-girl biker movie,
Yeah,
or
no,
somewhat all-girl biker movie called Hellcats as well, but I knew it wasn't that one.
Yeah. Hellcats is actually pretty good.
There was a new short of like
was
these
it
biker
bikers
women
in,
were going around
Faster
cutting off
Pussycat
people's hair.
Kill? Or were they just a bunch of fucking just regular kind of psycho women? They didn't have bikes. I think. Does anyone remember that movie, or am I just that old?
I think they were a bike.
I don't remember.
Faster Pussycat Kill. There was one
You should.
chick, and she had like jod
I
gotta
burns
see
remember,
that
I
now.
remember that, but it wasn't called Pussycat. It was called. There was something else. It was something else. Pussycat Kill. It was like a trick or treat movie or some shit like that. But no, I've
Yeah.
heard the one you're talking about, Martin.
But so did Sadie? Did that answer your question? That was it. Was
Yes,
it
I'm
was
gonna have to go
Devils
back and
on
watch
Wheels.
it.
Actually, hang on a minute. So since we're all here, is there any movies that you can remember but you can't remember the fucking title? Maybe someone else here can help you out with it.
Yes, I was trying to find this when we were talking about underrated films. It's a 90s movie that stars Graham Greene from Dances with Wolves, and it is very much an early inspiration for torture porn and Saw. Anybody remember? The plot is this guy who works for a logging company is coming into town, and the town entirely works off the logging company. That's how they make their money. But he's going to have to shut down the plant, crippling the economy. So Graham Greene and a couple other people kidnap him and take him up the mountain and torture him. Am I the only one who remembers this film? Yeah, I've been looking for this movie for years. It's the answer I get from everybody.
It's not ringing a bell, dude. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
Yeah.
but I was thinking maybe it was Blast Fighter at first, but I don't think it's Blast Fighter because Blast Fighter's
It's
from the
not.
early 80s.
Yeah.
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 Green actor.
One day I will find this movie.
Like there was one clip of a weird TV show that I don't remember the name of, where this chick with tentacles turns the pageant queen into a goose, and then two ogres like eat it.
What?
And there was also like a cat woman, and yeah, I can't find it. I used to find it on YouTube. I can't find it anymore, but it was apparently a show,
Try Pornhub.
and I don't.
Try Pornhub, Frenchie.
Honestly.
No,
It sounds like those fever dreams you have when you got the flu and you drink too much NyQuil.
Yeah.
no, this was real. I'm not insane yet. Well, that's debatable, but anyways, I know I saw this.
It's not ringing a bell. I've got one, but I've got no details. Like, if you want to have a really head scratcher, here's this. It's a television show, sort of in the vein of Tales from the Crypt, where it's a different story each time. There's some sort of mask or statue, and that's all I remember, but it was really messed up. So good luck with that.
Monsters?
Monsters?
Ethel, was there a family of monsters watching the TV at the start? Like one of them was a cyclops.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Wasn't that on HBO?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think it was that show, but it could have been. The problem is, it's so far back. I was so young, I hardly remember. I think I might have been 5. So.
Oh.
Monsters.
Yeah, I like all monsters too.
That's the one thing I can remember that I wish I could see again, just so I could remember what the hell it was about. But it was too far back. I don't remember enough about it to find it.
Guys, what year did that Graham Greene movie come out?
In the late 80s or 90s. I remember renting this at a video store when I was a kid because I loved Graham Greene. So other than that, I can't remember anything about it besides is very much inspired by this movie.
Last of His Tribe, 1992. Fucking hell, 1979. Read all about it. Running Brave. Revolution. Oh, that's Al Pacino.
Yes, I know for a fact it was Graham Greene. That's why I rented it.
Captain Power. Definitely not fucking Captain Power anymore.
No, it's Captain Power.
Bollocks. I can't. Fuck it. Can't. I've been defeated.
Yep. This is the answer I get from
the book.
Isn't it weird what'll stick with you from something you saw from way back? Like, that's all I've got. Like, literally, all I have in my memory from that mask thing is just images. I remember, like, either it's I don't even remember if it's a mask. I feel like it's a mask, but it may have been a statue or, it's a face. See, it's so far back. I remember a brick wall. I remember that. I remember, like, maybe some woman in, like, a weird white translucent sort of robe, and she's got the mask, and the mask controls people, or it does. The more I think about it, it had to have been a mask. But it was like an anthology series, like an anthology TV series, and it had to be the late 80s. It had to be like 88 or 89 or like 86.
I think Ben has your answer. I thought it says he's got Adventures from the Book of Virtues.
Adventures from the Book of... I'm going to look that up. When I get back upstairs on my laptop, I'm going to look that up so I can find it.
ADV.
Wait, is there 2 versions of that? Because the one I seen, it was like a bunch of animals, and they would tell like fucking Bible stories to children as an animated series.
Show. Oh no! Thought about that. Why did I watch that?
That's not a Churchill. The Hitcher didn't have a fucking HBO show. Me
Well,
hold.
not that I can remember. There was only two: the original and the remake.
There was a show too that USA played when I was a kid.
It was like The Hitchhiker, right?
Yeah, The Hitchhiker. Yeah, it was USA, but it was on HBO for one, and then I
I
went
don't
to the
remember.
USA.
Do you have any like pieces of horror or just stuff you can't remember that you've always wanted to?
There's one about I think it's a reform school. It was like kind of a prison movie, but it was a reform school, and there was this
Reform School Girls?
No, it wasn't that. I'd remember that. This one was about had a nurse or or the headmistress, and she was short and heavy set, and the girls kept a Persian kitten, like this real white, cute Persian kitten, hidden in the lockers, and they found it. And I remember the scene where she just smashes the kitten with her foot, and the nurse or the headmistress, I don't know why I keep wanting to say nurse, goes, "Bring me something to wipe my shoe," and I cannot remember the name of the movie. But she smashes this real cute little white Persian kitten with blue eyes, real fluffy white kitten. And I remember the thing, bring me something to wipe my shoe.
Okay.
I don't know.
There's a movie I watched, and it was essentially set on board a submarine.
Mhm.
And there's one scene where this guy goes to headbutt another guy, and he literally bites a section of the guy's eye socket out while he's trying to headbutt him, and your man bleeds to death, and the guy ends up shooting himself in the head after he eats the guy's eye. Does anyone remember that movie?
What?
I would remember it.
No.
Maybe it was.
Wait,
I don't remember a scene like that.
what happened? Is the guy wearing a skull mask or
No.
no?
Basically, these guys, they're infected or they're sick, and one guy goes to kill the other guy, and he headbutts him, but as he's trying to headbutt him, your man just grabs the back of his head and eats his eye, and the guy bleeds to death, and his blood is all purple, and the other guy's like, "Oh, fuck, I have it now," and he just shoots himself in the face.
Nope, not ringing a bell, but I would watch that.
It was.
Yeah.
I remember my dad rented it out for me. It was about 91, 92. It was like it was like on the video shelf. And my dad has this thing. I don't know if you guys went on this route. My dad would get it. I'd be like, "Dad, can I get that?" He's like, "Yeah, Grant." Goes up, picks up the video. He's like, "Is there any riding or tits in this movie?" Regardless of gender of the person that's at the counter. He's like, "Is there any riding or tits in this movie?" The one goes, "No, there's no sex." Right? Yeah, I'm renting it, and he let me watch it. It was so long as there was no sex or tits, I could watch the movie. That was as much gore as anything. But like, you know, that was that was just the case. That was the rule of thumb. I could watch anything so long as there was no fucking twerking or yorking in the fucking thing. So like, you know, that was.
It wasn't Leviathan, was it?
Huh?
So it wasn't Leviathan or Deep Star 6, was it?
No.
I don't think so, because I've seen them, and the thing was, these guys were kind of like zombies. They were trapped in some kind of submarine, and it was weird.
Wasn't there
I
one
think it
called
was
the
a submarine.
Abyss?
They were underwater anyway. I think either it was a submarine or a boat that capsized, but everyone there had been like, everyone had gotten a disease, and I've been trying to track it down ever since.
I feel like that's got to be a short list because I can't come up with more than like 6 movies that take place underwater with like that kind of scenario, sort of.
I originally thought Tom Towles was in it, but I went through his entire IMDb and he's not in it, so it's a weird movie.
Yeah.
Sadie, any other movies you're trying to think of that like you're like, what was this flick? And I need to track it down and watch.
Oh, not offhand.
You're good. Trying to think other fucking weird fucking movies. But yeah, no. Trenchy. So, question for you, dude.
What?
Right? So, like, how
Yes.
many Tinder accounts do you have? You have to have multiple ones for all the women that come after you.
Okay.
I don't know.
Are you sure?
No, I do not.
Seriously, man, because
I
my
don't-
guess
unless
is
if I did it in my sleep. Like, unless if I slept tender, I don't know what the fuck.
look, it's I'm not even going to ask you about Grindr, dude. I'm just asking you about Tinder now at the moment. I guess. Ah, it's like, yeah. I always try and get Trenchy onto my stream because the female demographic, you know, it's just it's when Trenchy's on, it gets wetter than October. That's all I'll fucking say.
There's a reason we got 3 women on this stream right now.
Trenchy equals wet panty night.
Yeah, because they piss themselves in fear.
Go away. You're a dote. You're lovely. You look like a cross between one of those black Labradors, a black Labrador puppy, and Kevin McAllister. You look fucking adorable, like, you know. I just.
So he's a black Labrador and Kevin McAllister's love child.
Yeah, come here, Trenchy. Trenchy, sometimes I want to put you up on my shoulders and buy you a balloon. You're just that lovable. You're just like, here. I'll take you to the fun fair. You can have candy floss.
Ooh, candy floss.
Jesus.
Has there ever been a time where you're like, why do these fuckers continue to do this? Is there ever like a moment you're like, well, why me?
Oh, every time, but I keep coming back, so I don't know.
You love it. Admit it. You love it. Your notarious status is fucking legendary now at this stage, thank you.
Trenchy gets to that point. He gets to that point, and then he gets off the stream, and he's like, "Why does this happen to me? Why does this happen? What's wrong with me?" He looks in the mirror. He's like, "Of course, reflection, perfection, obviously."
You're just that fucking sexy, Trenchy.
Here's what it really is. He's like, Trenchy walks into the bathroom and he's like, "You are a sexy beast."
Like the fact is, he has to wear a trench coat because he's hung like a fucking Alabama mule. Come on, in fairness. It's just... it's just...
See, when Trenchy walks with the left hand because he's got bad legs.
Yeah, he has to tape up that shit. He'll trip.
And he's left the building.
Oh.
He's the inspiration for Love Sausage.
He is. He's the inspiration for Love Sausage in The Boys. You know we love you. We know we fucking love you.
We do love you.
Whenever there's an earthquake, whenever there's an earthquake, it's not actually seismic activity. It's Trenchy dropping his dick.
Did you know? Mark? Did you know they're actually stocking Lady Viagra now? It's just little bottles with Polaroids of Trenchy inside it. It's just like, oh, hey.
Now we're looking at it, it's like, what did I just walk into?
Sorry, Sadie. This is the norm. No, but seriously, Trench. Yeah. You must have a Tron of ladies at this stage. You must have like a harem.
Oh, no.
Go away, you're
I'm
fucking lying.
scared.
I guarantee you.
I have more
You've
men.
somehow, ladies, you've some young ones burned away somewhere.
The Art, Deacon, and
Dude,
Arthur,
Martin.
like that was
Guys,
crazy.
outside.
Oh yeah, the bidding war between Art and Deacon.
Oh Jesus! That okay. I felt as fucking horrible as I am tonight. I felt bad over what happened on that stream. So
That funny as hell, though.
we were watching Dark Knight as a Scarecrow, and there was a sexual bidding war for Trenchy between Art and Deacon, and it was like, I got his ass first. I'm buying that ass, and it's like.
But you forget, someone already bought me like a year ago to be his slave. But that's another story. But
At this point, like with all the harassment Trenchy's received, if you look up "good sport" in the dictionary, it's got a picture of Trenchy. It's like, yeah, he's a good sport. He puts up with a lot.
Honest to God, I literally, as much of a bollocks I am tonight, I was like, oh, this is just fucking wrong.
We were all sitting there going,
I think I missed
and I'm gonna have to watch it multiple times. Yeah.
But yeah, no, look, come here. I understand now why you drink all the soda, though. You gotta keep hydrated. You gotta keep the energy levels up, like, you know. You gotta keep the sugar levels up.
I'm surprised Tracy doesn't own stock in Mountain Dew as much as he drinks it.
You need the sugar and the caffeine. Christ, have you ever been to Trenchy's house? It's like when you go to the deli at the supermarket. They got one of those red ticket machines. You got to stand in line, take the ticket, wait for your number to show up. Jesus Christ.
just ladies round the fucking block. It's like, Jesus, what is this? It's
For crying out loud, Chippendales sued Trenchy because his house was in the vicinity. They said this isn't proper zoning. We're in too close competition. You're costing us a fortune.
Admit it, though, you're a sexy bastard. I love you, you sexy fuck, yeah.
Tracy's telling me that they're actor.
What?
Hand.
Sadie, if you had to pick your top favorite 3 horrors, which would you pick?
That's gonna take me a minute. Yeah, you might have to come back to me on that. But I also remembered something from when I was listening to you guys earlier. Do you guys remember the old PlayStation 9 commercials?
What?
PlayStation 9?
Yep, it was in the late night. You can look it up right now. It was in the late 90s, early 2000s. I think it was the late 90s. But it is a PlayStation 9 commercial, like set like in the future. And no joke, the shit goes nanotech up your nose into your brain. And I'm gonna be real fucking mad when PlayStation 9 is not as advertised.
Fucking Total Recall with the fucking thing literally injected. Fuck that shit. I would not. I would not have PlayStation injected into my arse maybe, but not my fucking nose. I'm not having anything put in my nose.
It was like nano cocaine, I guess. You kind of just do a little line and play the PlayStation 9. Oh.
I'll play that bastard rectally before I let it anywhere near my fucking nasal cavity.
I like video games as much as this girl, but I don't get inside my body.
No, fuck that shit. I just
no.
I don't remember that one. The ones I remember was there was one famous one where it was a Scottish girl, but it turned out it wasn't actually a girl. Everyone thought she was deformed or something, but she was advertising PlayStation, but she was the first digitally rendered character. She was basically she had her face was like an upside down pear. She looked like a live action anime character.
Oh God.
You don't remember that one?
Mm-mm.
Give me a second.
Babies.
Fuck it.
Yeah, bang it on the side like Fonzie.
Fuck.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
with
just
fucking
slap it.
razor point.
Kitty.
There we go.
What the
Oh.
fuck?
I've seen.
What
Oh
the fuck? Why?
no.
Okay.
Why?
No.
Is that like Amanda Seyfried as a child? What is happening?
What the
That's
fuck?
that's
No, Trenchy, it's not about the sleep.
I think she was in my Bio 2 class back in high school.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was an interesting commercial. Sadie, do you remember that one? No.
Not. It seems familiar, but not really.
I don't remember it at all.
That came out when the original PS1 launched. Trying to think. Any other fucking weird commercials? Any other kind of creepy weird commercials?
God, what's that one? There's a lot of weird fucking commercials.
It's kind of weird to pick one out at random because it's like you go to that and it's like, well, Jesus, that's weird, but oh wait, that's more weird. But oh wait, what about that one? I don't know.
The Quiznos Weasels.
The Quiznos
The
Weasels?
Quiznos
Yeah,
Weasels.
we were talking about that
We
earlier.
actually watched that earlier on. Andrew put it on, and he loved it.
Yeah.
Was it yourself and Trenchy was talking about it, or Trenchy, was it yourself and Andrew talking about that one, the one with the Quizno hamsters or weasels, whatever the fuck?
He was. I had never
Quiznos.
seen it before. Like, I hadn't seen that one.
I would see one like that. Of course you would.
Have any seen the dog mule? The dog mule adverts.
Oh yes.
What?
It's basically it's a drug PSA about how drugs are smuggled in, and it's basically it's a stuffed taxidermized golden retriever that's talking to people on the toilet while they're snorting coke.
Yeah, he's like Paco the drug
So in other
habit.
words, you have
Yeah, he's like Paco the drug mule or something.
Yeah. That's it, dude. It's just like the dude's trying to snort coke, and all of a sudden this fucking taxidermized dog is just like, "Hey, did you know? Did you know that not only is that used by arseholes, it's also smuggled in an arsehole." So it's just
That's a thing. Yeah, it's weird.
Ice cream.
There was this there's this weird Canadian commercial or PSA I saw a while back with puppets talking about rape whistles.
Don't you
talking about what?
Don't you put it in your mouth.
Yes. I
Face.
don't put it in your mouth. Don't put it in your mouth, right?
Yeah, there's that, and there's the one about the rape whistles. Is don't put it in your mouth, and then there's the one about the rape whistles.
Yeah, Jen, she was talking about it earlier on, where like they just take it out. Oh yeah, the ice cream guy, real baby's ice cream. The dude scooping out the fucking
ice cream, man. That thing fucking terrified me when I saw it.
Have you seen the edit of that where they leave out the word ice cream and it's just I like to eat babies. Babies make me feel younger. They remove it's real baby's ice cream, but it's just like I like to.
No.
It's creepy as fuck.
But that commercial legitimately scared me the first
Hey,
time I
John.
saw it. Oh, that fucking goddamn little baby ice cream man.
There was another one in Ireland where it was basically this guy. It was for checking testicular cancer, and this mole on this, basically this mole on this guy's bollocks starts talking to him. He goes, "Oh, it's okay, Ralph. You don't need to fucking check me out. It's grand. It's all right." And your man's like, "Yeah, just scratch me. You'll be fine." And it's the weirdest fucking thing, man. It was trying to promote just, checking for testicular cancer. I'm just a spot. I'm just a mole.
That prompts me right now to do my own PSA. Fellas, watching at home, in the chat, anywhere, make sure you check your grapes. Check your grapes. Give them a squeeze. Just don't do it too much. Once you feel pleased, don't squeeze your grapes. Squeeze your grapes and check them.
Remember, lads, check your bollocks or you'll be bollocks. It's that simple.
Oh shit.
You gotta be careful when you're checking as well, cause if you don't cut your fingernails, you can fucking really reef yourself. I mean, honest to God, it's like someone fucking set a cat on you, and it's just fucking, it's like it's the equivalent of getting a pepper cut in your bollocks.
You say that from experience, I feel.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna hide anything. It's like, oh man, the lads are itchy. I scratch, and it's like, oh fuck, and then the cut is now even more itchy, and they're like, fuck me sideways, and then you're like, then you panic, and you do something like, I'll put Sudocrem, or I'll put antiseptic on it. Then you put antiseptic on your bollocks, and it feels like, oh my God, what has happened? I wish I could transcend my body and leave this situation. But no, you can't.
I've done something like that, yeah.
Scratching yourself with long fingernails is nowhere near as bad as accidentally nicking yourself while you're shaving in there.
Oh no, I don't manscape.
I got one. I wiped my ass with poison ivy once.
Oh God, no!
Down there.
What? So come here, Trenchy, just so you know, we don't kink shame here. So what exactly happened? Like, what made you decide to take the old horticultural kind of, erotica kind of fucking route? Like,
Oh, Trenchy.
No, divulge. I want to know how fucking poison ivy made contact with your asshole.
Were you taking a duke in the woods?
I ended up in the woods, and I had to take a shit. Yes, I was in the woods, and I had to take a shit, and I'm like, I'll just wipe my ass with these leaves.
Dude, you never grab random leaves.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, Stephen King has two.
What?
Huh?
I'm delayed. I'm gonna back out and come in.
I think he said he wiped his ass with a kitten too. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could have picked it up wrong.
See, I heard.
Wait, what? No, motherfucker! Do not use the delayedness to your advantage. I've never wiped my ass with a kitten.
Was it a kitten or kitten soft?
Was
Oh, it was an Andrex puppy. Was it an Andrex puppy?
Say an anorexic puppy? What the fuck?
Oh, you wiped your hole with a puppy.
I didn't hear kitten. I heard Stephen King Trenchy. I was like,
Important PSA about this. Now that we're talking about it, leaves of 3, let it be. Leaves of 7, smoke some more. I don't know. I forget what that rhymes. But leaves of 3.
Trenchy, does it have to be a particular sized animal you use to wipe your hole with, or is it just is it just like, has it to be bigger than a gerbil but smaller than like a puppy, or kind of something in between, or with your hand? with your hand.
What do you think? I just go around and stick small animals up my ass? Like, no.
You get folded sticks.
I have a question for you.
Go on,
Chris,
Mark.
did one of you guys get too frisky and you decided to teach him a lesson and so you wiped your ass with him?
What?
Wait, what?
What?
No, look.
Yeah.
Look. He was in a jam. He had to grab something quickly. There was some unfortunate critter walking by. He grabbed it. It's like a dance move. It's
I
a
did
cha-cha
not wipe
slide
my
of
ass
wiping their
with
ass.
an animal. Yes. I mean, I'm not ruling it out, but it happened yet.
What?
Were you in a public toilet and a stray cat came onto you and so you're like, fuck you, you little bastard. I'm out of toilet paper.
That's a tumultuous situation, though. What if the cat has worms? And like you end up getting worms from the cat. What if it's like
What if the cat has veins?
the worms are like, ooh, checkpot. I'm going from a condo to a castle. It's like, whoa.
Well, we're moving on up to the east
Come
side.
on up.
Finally got a piece of his hide.
I got
Oh.
Okay, so when you were done wiping your arse with the poison ivy, the dog, and the cat, like, did you at least use a bidet or something, or what? What's that? What? Mountain Dew? You use Mountain Dew?
what?
Man, that
What?
really
You bet. You bet. Fuck you.
Mountain Dew. You sprinkled some Mountain Dew.
You shake it up real good, and then
Yeah, just.
We lost
Oh,
Glenn.
dude, I would totally put some soda. That sounds like something I would do when I was younger. Put some soda and pop rocks in my ass and see what happens. But I didn't do that. But
Zachary has a better Trenchy from question for Trenchy. Is Trenchy the kid from Big Daddy? I wipe my own ass.
exactly, I do wipe my own ass. But
But that's not the. It's not that you wipe your own ass. It's what you wipe your ass with that we're curious about.
Look.
Okay.
If people want to use household pets to wipe their hole, it's their fucking business, okay? As I said, I don't kink shame here.
I never wipe my ass with a
No
cat,
judgment.
a rat, a monkey, whatever the fuck.
You've used a rat?
No, look. Hey,
No.
guys. If he wants to wipe his ass with a mammal, he can, okay? Okay? It's nature.
I didn't.
Live and
I
let live.
didn't wipe my ass with a mammal. It didn't
Here's-
make better.
Hey, fair play to you.
No
Like,
living
make
being
these
with
is right. Do you know how many fucking trees are cut down to make bog roll? Do you know how many trees are cut down to make tissue paper? A fuck ton. So this man is using what nature has already given. Be it a plant, be it an animal, be it a mineral.
I didn't stick a living creature in my ass. It's like it might
No.
living there. Jeez.
Trenchy, don't worry. I'm not saying you stuck it in your ass. You glided it across your cheeks. Okay? You glided it across your cheeks.
It went nowhere near my ass. It went nowhere near my ass.
This isn't a gerbil situation. That's not what we're talking about.
What?
Hey,
Wait,
Ethel,
what?
No.
Ethel,
The
even
cat
if
or
it
the-
was Ethel, we don't kink shame on this stream, okay? We don't kink shame here.
No.
Went near my ass.
No,
Look,
no kidding.
There were no animals near my ass. That didn't
If
happen.
Trenchy wanted to Richard Gere himself, that's perfectly fine, okay?
I was waiting
What?
for the rich here. I just didn't be the one to win.
No.
Huh? What was that, Trenchy?
A fish.
No,
Trenchy,
by
Zach
the
wants
way,
to know,
I'm
have you
late.
used the 3 seashells
Oh.
yet?
Wait,
Have you learned to use
No,
the 3
no, I have
seashells?
not used. I have not used. No, I haven't used seashells. I haven't used light bulbs. Whatever the fuck. I used some leaves. They gave me a rash. It did some horrible things. It burned. Not
Come
a
here.
good time.
Come here.
No animals.
Trenchy, just to be sure now, it was the leaves that gave you a rash and not the cat. Because the cat could have mange.
There was no cat. There was no
It
like
was
the
wild
dog.
cats
Okay,
in the.
it was the dog. Yeah, sorry, I keep on.
Right, yeah, it was a dog.
No. It was not a dog. I didn't stick a dog in my ass.
No, guys, I never said you stuck a dog in their ass. Okay, okay.
Saying
You glazed
Well,
the
you
dog
said I like
over
it up against
your
my
ass cheeks. You sluiced the dog between your cheeks. You didn't stick it in anywhere. Okay, I will just for
Like,
anyone watching. No, so it's
you
not
know
to
how
embarrass
horrible
Trenchy.
that would be?
Trenchy didn't stick a dog in his
Lick.
arse. He
They
glided
lick
it across
my
his
ass.
ass.
I'm not doing that. No, I don't want a dog licking my ass.
Hey,
Jesus.
Trenchy, when you're
No, I never said the dog was licking your ass.
Trent, when
I
you're,
said the dog, the puppy, was like glided between your cheeks, upside down. Like, come on. Jesus. What do you take me for? Some kind of
hey,
barbarian?
Trenchy, when you're in the forest, you grab a bit.
Jen,
That.
keep your dog out of Trenchy's line of sight just for the moment, okay? Just maybe keep the dog. Sadie, don't let your cat on screen.
Jesus.
Mr. Chumpkins has to stay out of screenshot, okay, Ethel? Just
I was
Trenchy.
just coming over here too. Trumpy, run!
I'm not gonna stick anybody's animals in my ass. I will buy a butt plug. Make sure everybody's safe. Jesus.
We finally managed to break through.
we've reached another point in Trenchy.
Hey, Trenchy, you have an ally in the conversation. If Zachary says leave Trenchy alone, I'm sure we've all had desperate times at one stage in our life or another. Okay, no, come here. I just want to point out this man has the patience of a fucking saint. This is a regular fucking occurrence. But as Ethel says, if you look up good sport in the dictionary, it's Trenchy.
He puts up with a lot.
Okay, I'm delayed. I'm gonna back out and come back. I'll be back.
Hey! Don't go near any cats while you're off.
Everybody know
Hey
where
guys,
you're at. Right.
on that note, I gotta get going, but it was very nice talking to you, and I will finish listening to this as well. So
Thanks a
very
million,
much.
Sadie.
And
See
thank
you
you for
later.
answering my question. Thank you.
No problem.
Bye.
See you next time.
See you.
Nice
See you,
talking to you.
Sadie.
Bye.
Oh, I don't think Sadie's going to come back to our stream.
I wouldn't.
I would.
But yeah, the other day she proposed doing a watch along with us to do watch Mars Attacks.
Mars Attacks. We'll do that. Sadie's awesome. She's on
Yeah.
Twitch, and she does not only gaming, she DJs and does requests on Twitch. If anyone ever wants to jump on Twitch and listen to music,
I've watched
play
her.
anything.
Awesome.
We'll have to see that.
She's good people. She's good people.
Oh, she's sound out. She's awesome. Everyone in the chat and everyone in the stream is good, except me. I'm a roaring bastard, as you've just observed. I've just
That's hosting duties.
Hang on a minute, Mr. Kitten Soft's come back.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Guess his
I think we
connector.
broke.
Guess his mic connector. Oh, strange. Oh, God. The stream. He's back. Guys, would you do a watch stream of the Star Wars Holiday Special?
I would.
Yes. Yes.
Essentially, we're doing a twofer. I'm going to be doing Star Wars Holiday Special, and then Ethel is going to be doing He-Man and the She-Ra Christmas Special.
Oh, cool.
Oh, no.
That's right. Power Grayskull. We will teach Skeletor the meaning of Christmas.
By Christ, he learned the meaning of Christmas. He saved those fucking kids. I was shocked. I was astounded.
He was downright lovable in that. Holy
He
crap.
was. He made the fucking dog a jacket. Maybe he thought Trenchy was close by. But,
I love the kids in that. Oh, Skeletor, you're so nice. I'm not nice. No, I'm not nice at all.
they're hugging Skeletor.
Stringy, I have a question
what?
for you.
There's
What,
a
Mark?
line of dialogue in it. He's like, what's this feeling
When
I'm
you
feeling,
were writing
He-Man?
your-
I love
your
if He-Man had
point,
replied,
you were
it's called an
you have a
erection,
rabbit.
Skeletor. You should have it more often.
Okay, what's the question, Mark? Get it over with. What's the question?
I said, when you were in the forest wrapping your trees with leaves, when you ran out, did you grab a rabbit?
No!
No,
Hold on a
no.
minute
Why
now.
would I stick a rabbit
Hold
on
on
my
a minute.
ass?
Look,
I
come
don't
here,
trust
come here.
rabbits.
Mark, we established it's only domesticated animals he uses.
Yeah. It's only pets of the neighborhood.
Like, do you really
But-
want to be wiping
No.
animals that you don't know where they fucking been on your arsehole? It's a
Yeah.
recipe for disaster, like.
First of all, I wouldn't kidnap people's cats and wipe my ass with them. That's not in the agenda. I have my own cats, but I don't do
Trenchy,
that.
hold on a
with
minute
them.
now. Hold on. I think there's some miscommunication. Where are you getting this kidnapping from? Where are you getting this whole kidnapping thing from?
Well,
I never
obviously,
said anything about kidnapping an animal.
the cats are gonna come with me willingly to be wiped in my ass. Like, no. But anyways,
Come here. No. Hold on a minute. I guess you have some kind of strategy. Maybe you eat a couple of tins of tuna, and that like the aroma kind of lures them.
no. There are better ways to lower a cat, but it's not. That's not the point. I
Okay.
don't.
So yeah. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Explain the technique.
Okay, so like, what are the ways? What's a good way to lure a cat to you?
Enlighten us, Trenchy. Enlighten us, please.
Okay, well,
No, do you know what? No, I'm putting a stop to it because I'm actually starting to feel kind of bad. Just a smidge. Oh, fuck.
I mean, there is a way, but it wouldn't sound right. So yeah.
Okay, wait. Considering all the heinous shit I've just spouted for the last, fucking 20 minutes, and you're worried about something that'll sound fucking sus.
Okay, fuck it. So I usually just dangle a shiny object in front of them, and they'll just follow along.
Would you wear like a belt under your shirt and like have a keychain right over your crack and just have like, I don't know.
No, but
He hangs jingle balls from his butt crack.
Oh, no, there's no
hey, tell
fucking
them I
way.
can wipe my ass with you.
Are
Tell
you kidding me? A fucking cat would slice up your taint in no fucking time at all, man.
Tell them I don't wipe my ass with you.
I like how he's fucking going to the cat.
And
No,
the cat
no,
saying nothing. The cat's furiously trying to clean itself after the last fucking spell. It's like, fuck you.
How the fuck am I gonna get all this shit off of me anyway?
You didn't help the situation, fucker.
Is there any new horror movies on the way out that you guys are looking forward to? Is there anything coming out in November?
That Freaky looks pretty good. The one with Vince Vaughn. I think it's already. Is it out yet?
Yeah, it came out.
Actually,
I've heard rumors that it's apparently set in the same universe as Happy Death
that
Day.
looks really.
I know it's from the same writers, isn't it?
Maybe I would be surprised.
I
I guess.
think it's from the same writers.
writers.
Yeah.
I wonder, are they trying to make some kind of weird slasher comedy universe or some fucking shit?
Well, it's a serial killer play on Freaky Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, like Vince Vaughn switches bodies with some
17-year-old girl.
The teenage girl is Vince Vaughn, and Vince Vaughn's killer is the teenage girl. Or I think that's what I gathered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I like the actress. I've seen her in other stuff, and Vince Vaughn's cool, so I'll be down.
Yeah, I think it looks good too. I've known someone who's actually seen it, and they say it's really good, both in the horror aspects and in the comedic aspects. So
I'm gonna check it out because I enjoyed both 1 and 2 of Happy Death Day.
I enjoyed 1. I haven't seen 2.
Trent.
2 is okay, but it's still fun. But I had fun with it, but I didn't hate it.
I much prefer Happy Death Day 1 to Happy Death Day 2.
Have you seen either of them, Metal?
No, I have not.
Imagine Groundhog Day meets Scream. I don't know. Don't even know if that's a good analogy or.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah.
That could work. I might have to check that out. Death Day.
I didn't like him that much.
No, and I didn't like the second one at all. But that's just Jen.
But yeah, no, fucking the whole COVID thing is like people knocked out of whack, seeing fucking movies and shit. And, looking forward to Halloween, looking forward to Candyman, all up the wazoo now.
I feel bad about all the people who look forward to conventions like G-Fest and Comic-Con and what's it called? EA or what is it?
E3.
Jeez, I'm trying to say E3 and I keep saying EA or EV and I'm like, that's not it. E3. People look forward to this stuff and now they can't do it at all. It's just kind of sad.
Yeah.
I will
I
say
know, like you said, there's online ones, but
yeah, it's not the same. I will say that my biggest disappointment for movies that were supposed to come out was the Craft Legacy.
I've heard nothing but bad things about that movie.
It's okay.
It's bad.
It was okay.
It was bad.
It was okay.
Oh God, it was bad. No.
It's horrible.
Apparently, the only connection is a picture of Fairuza Balk in the background. That's all the connection we're getting to the other movie, right?
You get her for 5 seconds.
5 minutes at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
What movie? Legacy?
There was something to wipe your ass with. It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
So is it safe to say that it's not a movie you can purchase in bulk?
Pretty much. That's a safe bet.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this movie?
The Craft Legacy.
Oh, that movie. I heard about it. I'm probably not going to be watching it for a bit. Though Amfro says it's good, so I'm...
It's
but
me and
Anther are the only two that kind of had
don't do
with
it.
that, you know.
I'm saying this as a friend, a dear friend. No,
it was okay.
Listen to Jen. Don't listen to the boy. Listen to Jen.
Ben, I'm waiting for till December to watch that because I want something to ease me into Christmas. And Fat Man does look fun. Have you seen the trailer for Fat Man?
No.
Okay, so basically Mel Gibson plays Santa Claus who makes a deal with the US military. At the same time, he gives a lump of coal to a billionaire child, and the child hires the world's deadliest hitman to go after him. Unfortunately, what he doesn't know is Santa Claus was also a gunfighter in the 1800s.
Yeah, I saw the
That's
previews for that, and I haven't seen it.
Sounds
Here,
amazing.
I'll plonk the. Hold on a minute. Now, give me 1 second. I'll plonk the trailer because again, sure there was no fucking sound when I was putting on the other stuff. So I'll find the trailer and I'll drop it in the link for people to check it out. It looks cool. It looks fun.
Yeah.
Speaking of Santa Claus and like Santa Claus movies, has anyone seen the K. Gordon Murphy Santa Claus?
What's that?
No, I don't.
It's like this Mexican Santa Claus movie, and it is just crazy. Like Santa Claus.
Wait, is it the one with Satan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
What?
Basically, Santa versus Satan, and
It's
it's terrible because like there's
That
Mexican
sounds
children in
amazing.
sombreros. There's African children in animal pelts with like spears hopping up and down. And does Santa have some kind of weird fucking organ that makes toys when he plays a particular fucking tune or some shit?
He's got the cover talker that sees everything, and he's got Merlin. He's got Merlin. Merlin works.
Yeah, he has more. I see. When I watched it first, I thought I was so drunk at the time, my head made it up. But no, apparently it does exist. It's just like, you know, it's not the ravages of alcohol in my brain. It's an actual fucking film. It's just.
Oh, it's so messed up. I love it. It's one of the weirdest things you'll ever watch. Like the reindeer. Martin, do you remember the reindeer?
I think so. Again, I was very drunk at the time. I wasn't. It's hard to tell which is existence and which is actual.
That you have to wind up, and they laugh.
Oh yeah, the mechanical bastards. Yeah. Now I remember.
And they left.
Fucking
That
hell, man!
sounds amazing.
I need to drink again to remember that fucking movie.
Look,
So yeah, I dropped the trailer for Fat Man. Huh?
No, Lupita, don't steal the dog. Stealing is wrong. No, Lupita.
Yeah. It's fucking weird though.
Ah, God, what a wonderful movie. That right there. That's a watch along right there in the making.
Yes.
We'll fucking lamp that on. So we'll do a couple of ones. We won't connect them because I know Gory wants to do a special thing for Christmas, and I think some feathers were ruffled about the fucking hootenanny. So I'd say maybe break them up and stuff.
Why don't we join Corey? Why don't we follow his lead?
What's he doing?
I don't know. Let's get in touch with him. Why don't we organize something? We'll like that way we don't cause any drama. We'll like make it the same thing.
No, Gory and Corey are two different people. Those are two different people.
Gory B, she does her own horror thing. She's grand with it, but I do know feathers were ruffled with other people, so I'll see what the deal is.
Like I don't know how to organize things with people. I'm bad.
I'll say it to Deacon, but that man's probably ready to eat a fucking bottle of fucking Prozac at this stage after organising the hootenanny. Cause
let me do it. Let me
was
organize
good crack.
it.
The hootenanny was good crack, but I say it was like pulling a fucking two-headed calf for Deacon. I say it was just.
I think the thing to do if you do a thing like that where you do a dump along is maybe split it up. So you do like the day before Christmas and Christmas Eve.
Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Yeah.
You got to split it up. We got to have like a set time. Like if you go on at 6, you got to go on at 6. Otherwise, you go on after or something.
Guys, are you okay? You look like you're in an Alanis Morissette music video.
Which ones?
Ironic.
No, I just was thinking, did we screw up something with the hootenanny on our end? That's the way.
No. Did you think we were saying that?
No, I just my mind always something messes up and I'm in it. So Jen probably and I was
No, come here. No. What?
Okay.
No, there was nothing. There was nothing messed up. It was essentially what happened was Deacon asked for permission off Gory. Gory was cool with it. But other stuff came about, which
okay.
I'll divulge in another exciting episode of Unsolved Mysteries.
Okay.
But it had nothing to do with you.
Okay. I was worried.
It was behind the scenes. Behind the scenes.
No, again, it was the thing was it was. I think the major thing was it was such a big lawn sprawling bastard. I think poor Deacon was ready to fucking drop after it. Like,
Dude,
I can understand.
Deacon was a machine.
all of us got to sleep. He didn't, because he let me sleep until the next day to like 1 o'clock, and then I got to do my show, and then Martin did his. He stayed up all the way to Martin's show the next day. He didn't go to sleep at all.
and he's on my fucking time. Like, no, but everyone, yourselves, Ethel, Mark, Trenchy, everyone done a fucking awesome job, and it was fucking great crack. And it wasn't anyone. It wasn't fucking anyone holding up or any shit like that. It was just I think there was some detractors who thought that us smaller channels shouldn't be doing stuff like that.
Okay.
But no, I watched everybody's stream multiple times because I'm editing it, and everybody did a fantastic job. It was it's really fun.
I want to circle back to the small channel versus big channel point you just mentioned, Trash.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm just going to speak for myself. I don't speak for anyone else in here. This is just Echo Cross. This is just 13 Originals. This is just me. I don't care how big you are, how many followers you are. Everybody, no matter who they are, has the right to do whatever they want on their channel. It's good to be respectful. It's good to be polite. It's good to be nice. But if you have a yin to do something on your own channel, your time frame, that is your prerogative. And anybody else who says you don't have a right to do that is stepping over the line and needs to stay in their lane and sit in their seat.
Yeah, whether it's Jen dressing up as a sexy Jeffrey Dahmer or if it's Trenchy wiping his arse with a cat, everyone should be allowed. Even if it's Trenchy wiping his arse with a cat, people should be allowed.
In my life.
You got. Let me tell you, folks. You gotta follow your arrow wherever it leads.
Yeah, even if it's to the dog pound, Trenchy. Even if it's to the dog pound to ease your itchy backside.
No. I never did weird shit to dogs or cats. You're trying to turn me into Shane Dawson. Don't turn me into Shane Dawson, please. No.
Hey, Trench, come here a minute. You're fucking sexier than that Shane Dawson prick any fucking day.
You are.
Yes, you are.
I don't know about that, but thank you.
I'm fucking. Hey,
Come
here, Trenchy. I'm Irish. I can't fucking lie. We're not even. We can't fucking lie. It's an impossibility.
True.
It's like someone asked, "Hey, how do I look? You look like shite." See, that's Irish. That's the Irish response.
Very true.
But yeah, no. But no, thank you, Ethel. Everyone was happy out with the Hootenanny. Everyone was happy out with people who participated. I genuinely think that I think people should realize that anyone who wants to stream should be allowed to stream. Do a thingamajig.
Everyone who took part in the Hootenanny did a wonderful job. I watched almost every single stream that was part of that, and it was great, and I participated in a few. And, anyone who poo-poos people having fun on their channel, They're not in it for having fun. They're in it for their own self, and that's just.
And Jen, it's educational as well. We surmised that all J.K. Rowling needed was a good fucking shaft, and she would have been a happier person.
Oh yeah, I'm adding that in. Don't worry, there will be.
Seriously, even if she can't get a broom handle, whatever's handy, like, you know.
And I'm gonna work with that. It's gonna be funny. I got a plan.
Most big cities have an amazing. That's not amazing the word, but amazing brand porn shop in their vicinity. So you can get any kind of apparatus you need to fill that void. So J.K. Rowling.
If you're watching, get something. Seriously.
She's
You
got
know,
the
get something to mix the batter. Come on. You just need a bit of batter mixing and you'll be grand.
She may disqualify my opinion or have some exceptions to it, but that's your goal.
Seriously though, Ethel, I'd say the lady hasn't been touched in ages. It's probably like a Play-Doh fun factory in there now at this stage.
Dude, we gotta get Charlie Sheen to Charlie Sheen
Ethel, Trenchy has a perfect idea. You get Charlie Sheen to ban her.
Yes.
It satisfies her and also contaminates her. It's perfect.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. I'm with you, Trench. I'm with you.
It's because of the tiger blood, isn't it, Trenchy?
It's the tiger blood, man. He's got that tiger blood. He'll fuck anything. He don't care.
No, that's not. Is that Tiger the rapper? Do you guys know about that?
I don't know. Maybe. Come here. Did like Charlie Sheen wipe his arse with tigers, and that's where you got the idea from the cats? Like
no. I did not get the idea from Charlie Sheen. I did not get the idea from that fucking other Tiger King bullshit. Fucking. I didn't get the idea from. First of all, I never wiped my ass with a cat. I never did that.
Oh, you guys don't know. You don't know. You don't know. Oh my God. Charlie Sheen.
Yes.
He had sex with a transsexual porn actress.
Yes.
Who also had sex with the rapper named Tiger or Tyga. I think it might be.
I know who you're talking about.
So that's how he got the tiger blood.
And he got the disease
I know the porn star in question.
to the porn star, which ended her career and buried her in the industry.
Let me come in here. I actually know her and her porn. It didn't end her porn career. She just set it in it herself.
Oh, so wait a minute. So the tiger blood is an STD? Like, is that what I'm getting? Like, there's an STD?
That's what I thought you meant. And I'm like, oh my God, Trenchy's fucking, he knows his onions. He's up on everything.
Hey, we don't want to scare poor Trenchy. Trenchy, it's okay to wipe your arse with the tiger. Just don't have sex with it, okay?
Never have sex with a tiger.
Is it like an STD that gives you superpowers and it turns you into like you get the abilities of a fucking tiger? Is that because no, I'm not fucking a tiger to do that.
If by superpowers you mean autoimmune disease, yeah, maybe.
I just in case anyone's wondering, my channel isn't monetized, and if it was, it never fucking will be again.
I apologize. I forget sometimes. I've cost you quite a bit of monetization in this stream and trashed. I apologize. I'm sorry.
There is hippo sex on YouTube. We can't be worse than that.
Why are you apologizing?
Spider porn, Trenchy. What about spider porn?
I haven't seen the spider porn yet. I know just because they have penises on their head, so they're literally.
And they fall off. They fall off. Their dicks fall off.
Oh, their dicks fall off. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it falls off every time they're done. And male spiders lactate.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's a genre in the porn thing. Like people love spider fucking. Like people dressed up in spider costumes. It's a thing.
Wait, so does that mean Spider-Man can lactate? Because that's amazing.
Yes.
I want
Yes.
to be Spider-Man now.
Wouldn't it be great if he was like breastfeeding? Like, can you imagine Tobey Maguire with his man tits just fucking breastfeeding fucking what's her name's fucking kid?
Toby Maguire.
So I didn't have to pay for milk again.
Toby Maguire, closet arachnosexual.
Cool.
Nice.
I don't pitch it.
Never
Spider-Man breastfeeds because he's a fucking
Wait a minute.
Spider-Man.
Oh my God! Talk about blowing webs. Jesus Christ!
That's
Then
not.
he can shoot webs out of his titties.
That's not as bad as spider dick.
See, I'm just thinking that the webs are his cum. You know. Yeah.
In fairness, it's obviously an analogy for jism.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. When
Yeah.
he's
Oh, it
shooting
definitely
off
is.
when he's shooting off stuff into he's gotten excited and he shot shit into the back of Gwen Stacy's head, and it's like, whoa, hey, what you doing? You know, it could be worse. It could be worse.
Let's just say his spider sense wasn't the only thing that was tingling.
Wait,
His
so-
asshole? Was his
That's
asshole
what
tingling?
it is.
Was it his asshole that was tingling?
No, I would think it'd be his dick, right? I
Could
think
it
it'd
be
be.
both? I figured as well though. If he's turning into the man spider, would he shoot fucking webs out his hole? Would it be like?
Oh,
Like, it honestly, it would make more sense with the biological webbing if it came out of his butt. Really?
Yeah, exactly.
Spiders don't shoot it out of their arms. Come on.
Yeah, they shoot it out their arsehole. So like,
exactly.
what if he had like, okay, so what if he went to Mickey D's, okay, and he had a fucking feed. He had an absolute feed, and then I don't know what was going on with his stomach, but it mixed in with the web fluid, and just like spatterings all over the fucking can, just destroyed.
Dude, that would be awesome because then he could fight like Green Goblin and give him an ass blast and defeat Green Goblin with like cum and shit combined.
Ew.
That would be amazing.
I want to make like a Spider-Man horror movie where he turns into Man Spider, and instead of just catching criminals, he gets them and cocoons them and injects them and liquefies their innards and drinks them.
Yes, and Punisher has to kill him. Punisher has to stop him.
That was the
Yeah.
storyline. Him and Craven the Hunter had to hunt him in the animated series. I remember that.
Yes.
They did. It was great, but he never liquefied anybody's innards and drank them like some sort of gross slurping. It should have happened.
Should have. The kids needed.
The kids needed.
What the kids needed.
I'd feel bad if someone liquefied my insides and tried to drink me because they get fucking pissed. They get fucking locked. Honest to God, they'd just be like, what the fuck?
A friggin' dude smoothie time. Come on.
Fucking dude, smoothie. I'd be like a fucking banana daiquiri. Ethel. I'd be like, you'd get fucking shafted on me. Seriously.
So you'd be like an alcoholic vampire's dream, right?
I would be, I suppose. Like you know, it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be a bottle of Southern Comfort. More like, you know, those big 2-liter bottles of fucking hooch you get at a fucking garage or something like that. Real fucking shitty alcohol, like, you know. As my father says, if I die and they cremate me, I'll burn for a fortnight. It's just
Like,
it's
how much of your blood do you think it would take him to get wasted? Because that could matter on how much you live, man. How long you would live.
2 fucking liters. I could spare about 3 or 4. I'd say I'd be grand. You know.
Trash, you're in good company. At this point during the pandemic, my blood alcohol is alcohol. Jesus Christ! Look at this.
Nice.
Nice.
Hey, Ethel, there'll be fuckers slashing our fucking arteries and washing our hands with our fucking blood. The alcohol level will be so fucking.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm getting run out of my place in 2 weeks. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Exactly.
Yep.
Live it up.
Come here, I ain't going to tip away because it's now 5 in the morning. Oh God. Thanks a million, Mark. I love you.
Morning.
I love you, man. Do you realize that?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Han Solo, relaxed looking bastard, you. I'm gonna do that edit. Where Greedo tries and shoots you, and I just fucking drag and drop you out of the fucking way. Ethel, you absolute madame, you. Thanks a million for coming on the stream. You're a legend.
I love it. Anytime.
Trenchy, you sexy bastard. Even though you have a tin for wiping your hole with cats, I still love you, okay?
No, I do not wipe my ass with cats. End of
Oh,
conversation.
sorry, puppies. Sorry.
That's with
No
Snoopy.
small animal has been near my ass.
Wait, Trinity wiped his ass with Woodstock?
Wait. What? Like Jimi Hendrix's bandana or some fucking shit like that? He's like,
No, Woodstock hangs out with Snoopy.
It's a little yellow bird.
That's hilarious. Because I heard a rumor Hendrix used to put tabs of acid on the bandana, so when he sweated, it went into his system. Can you imagine if the acid was still on the bandana when Trenchy wiped his hole?
Oh my God!
It'd be like an SLC Punk when he runs through the sprinklers and it gets dissolved in his thigh.
Jesus.
Trenchy, never become a bull. Don't attempt it. He's not a bull.
Come here. You know I love you, you bastard, right?
I know. I love you too. Shit.
Okay. And I'll sort out that video. Guys, thanks a million for coming on the stream. You're absolute fucking legends. And you're, as I said, you're always welcome on this fucking stream. Hit me up anytime you want to jump on, okay? I want to say a big thanks to Sadie for coming on, and also Antro, that fucking sexy vampire bastard with his sexy fucking hat. I'm going to go off and do a mini coma. So, have a good one, guys. And, yeah, stay safe out there. Good night.
Good night.